damn if they do. Won't lose sleep if they don't. See, I done paid my dues. I had to struggle too long.
Big value.
I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
I'm on a roll now.
When you work this hard, you deserve to party harder. I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
Było na gębu, ja?
Pictures, please.
Came this far, we ain't about to go back. Came this far, we ain't about to go back. It's a celebration.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The main event is into day 4. We started with 1,458 total entries, making this the biggest EPT Prague main of all time. We're coming into today with just 53 players, and by the end of today, we should be down to 2 tables. The ambition, the objective, is to get down to the final 16. We are at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. The we being myself, James Hartigan, him, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And the other bearded fella, Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Exciting stuff as we continue to get down to a final table. Our quest to play down to a champion who will receive more than €1 million. Tomorrow is the penultimate day of the tournament, playing down to 6. Final table is on Sunday, live tomorrow at 12:30 local time, live slightly later on Sunday at 1 PM Central European time. And of course, we want to hear from you today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. We've got the live chat on Twitch, the live chat on YouTube. If you head to X, you can talk to people like Dr. Crunchy Nut and Dr. Sesame Seed.
That's the same guy, by the way.
You can enjoy great content from Prague on Facebook. And have you heard about Instagram? Joe, it's sensational what's going on there.
We've been doing some incredible content all week on Instagram. Check out the videos and the reels.
These are the chip leaders coming into day 4. EPT veteran Anton Bergstrom leads the pack with 1.8 million. Among the other big stacks, Jae-Hung Park, Dan Kishu, and Umberto Ruggieri, who of course made the top 3 in last year's EPT main. Blinds are going to be 10K, 15K with a 15K big blind ante. Now, I highlight Kishu and Ruggieri because both those players will be at our first featured table today. Excited to see Ruggieri, a former finalist, as is Dan Kishu, made the FT of EPT London in 2022, and he is going to be the biggest stack on the main stage. We also see the return of Pierre Calamusa. Calamusa. And of course, with 53 players remaining, they've all locked up nearly 20 grand, 19,800 euros. From tomorrow, we're going to hit the 6-figure payouts. Everyone at the final table getting at least 100 grand. And as previously advertised, first place prize money in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event is 1.1 million euros. That's a solid payday.
7 figures. A 7-figure solid.
So let's see the full lineup at our first feature table today.
Luca's back. Luca Serenin.
Yeah, now he got his stack up to 1.5 million yesterday, but he's actually coming in as one of the shorter stacks today, 300K, which equates to 20 big blinds. We can see that Dan Kishu is the biggest stack, Umberto Ruggieri second in chips at this table. And we've got a few faces we have not seen yet.
There's always 1 or 2 that show up on the final day. When did this guy enter? Looking forward to check it out. some of these new homies.
There's some strong European names
Absolutely.
on this feature table today.
That was that pausing you heard me do there was just scanning to see if there was one I could pronounce, and I was like, nope. People.
So Dan Kishu, Romanian filmmaker.
You're Romania.
EPT finalist. EPT Reg has been on the circuit for many years now. Umberto Ruggieri, third place finisher in Prague last year. Of course, Pierre Calamusa is also an EPT finalist. Made the FT in Monte Carlo back in 2016. And again, is a player we've seen have many deep runs in our live events.
Oh, he's all over.
Yeah, strong player.
And there is Luka Sorainen, who impressed yesterday, ran it up. It's now run down again, has to get back up there with the big stacks.
Hair looks great, buddy.
I mean, wouldn't you be doing the same thing?
So not sure whether it's going to take 5 or 6 levels today. We won't play more than 6. If we end the day with 17, 18 players, it's not a disaster. We want to try and get to 2 tables. The first level we play today, level 21. Blinds are 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante, and action is underway.
We are a little ahead of schedule at the moment, though, right? So it could be, there could be some slow points today.
Well, this won't be a slow point.
This hand specifically.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen. Not a damn thing. You know, James, I was thinking it'd be really funny if Pierre Calamusa didn't know that you were doing a bit about his last name sounding like dessert, and so he just constantly hears you going, Calamusa, and has no idea what the context is.
Remember, it's an appetizer and a dessert in one.
Yeah. Even if he heard that, he still might not. He means food, Pierre. Food. It's a food bit, I swear.
So it is Dimitrios Gratsis who has called in the big blind with King 4, has not connected. So this continuation bet from Pierre Calamusa is likely to be greeted by a fold.
Because just yesterday, Griffin was calling Pierre Calamusa a snack.
Hey, that was off air.
Nothing is safe. You have to say off the record. You have to make it clear.
So just to clarify, no PokerStars ambassadors in the final 53, no former EPT champions in the final 53. That is kind of rare these days.
What the heck are we going to talk about?
When you consider there's been more than 140 EPT main events, even when we get down to 3 tables, there's normally one story we're tracking.
I mean, they all go eventually, but...
Yeah, so right now, it's all about former finalists, and there are a fair few. I mentioned the start of day chip leader, Anton Bergstrom. He came close to winning an EPT back in 2005, making the final table of EPT Barcelona, sharing that final table with the unknown Finn Patrick Antonius.
I don't know if you were here for that part yesterday, Griffin, but this guy cashed in 2005, and then again in 2005, and then not again until 2017.
Nice. Dozen-year sabbatical.
Maybe he just literally bricked every tournament for 11 years.
So Ayel Dassi raise and take it with the 9s.
Ruggieri playing, you know, a little snug there in the early going, folding the queen 10 suited in the next seat. Certainly an argument to, you know, sometimes call, sometimes mix in a 3-bet. But I like the fold there. You know, the sort of 35-40 big blind under the gun stack. A lot of players behind.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Ruggieri first to act here. He folds. Round to Dan Kishu, who's got King 3 of diamonds. Artur Schuper from Portugal folds 7-6. Lucas Sorainen has ace-8.
Got one of your clever nicknames for this one? The Snake?
Raises to 30,000. King 10 suited for Dimitrios Gratsis.
Is that how you say that? Gratzis?
Oh, it's a K, not an R.
Yeah, it's, I don't know how the GK is supposed to go.
Gakatsis.
It's probably just like Gatsis.
GK Atsis.
There you go.
So we've got Kalamusa calling as well in the small blind with 3s, and Dachi now in the big blind with 10-9. And we are going to go 4-way to the flop. Well, this has got to hit someone, right? That'll be Sorainen.
And luckily for everyone else, it only hits one person.
Yeah, just a lovely result here for the Finn, to be honest. When he raises 20 big blinds in the cutoff with ace-8, you're kind of just hoping to get it through, not face much resistance. And when you get 3 calls, you know, pretty nice to get the ace-ace-4 flop.
Bets 25K. And is Kalamusa going to get sticky? Signs point to yes. And we're going to go heads up to the turn. Turn card is the 7 of spades. And Kalamusa is drawing to 1 out.
It's pretty loose from Kalamusa on the flop, if I'm being honest. I can appreciate that the bet was, you know, less than 20%, and you're effectively drawing to the nuts if you hit a 3. Maybe you can get a check back on the turn, backdoor wheel or something. But now you're mixing in a turn lead, and I don't know. I don't love it. I don't love it, Joe. I don't love it, James.
40,000 apiece. River card is the 9 of diamonds. Kalamusa does not spike a 1-outer. Sorainen with less than pot behind, 195K. We've got 265 in the middle. I think I know what Kalamusa's thinking, and I can tell you it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think it's just some maybe early day 4 leveling in your own head.
Yeah, bets enough to put Sorainen all in. And
oh boy,
this is going to be a call, and this is going to be a double up.
Yeah, it simply has to be because Kalamusa can have ace-5 suited, ace-3 suited. Yeah, just not a good hand from Kalamusa, if I'm honest.
195.
But a great result for Sorainen. We talk about him needing to spin it back up again, and now he's up to 655K, playing around 40 bigs. Kalamusa's dropped down to 500K, down to 35 big blinds.
the spin has been spun.
I think it is important to mention that these two played all, you know, a lot of the day together yesterday. They had that incredible clash with the aces to kings. There's a lot of history between these two players. And, you know, just a bit of a misread from Kalamusa, over aggression, but still chips to work with.
Well, the analysis is dropping on YouTube. Andre, OMG, what is going on? I can't fathom that. Salvin declares punt. This is all the stuff I'm hoping to see tomorrow on Chat Pro Saturday.
Except Griffin won't have to fake them being right. He agrees.
Just will be.
He agrees. There was someone at the bar last night who was like, yeah, I played on a live stream before. He's like, Griffin said it was one of the worst plays he's ever seen in his entire life, something like that.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
And I was like, I don't think I was in the booth for that. He's like, yeah, you were. Trust me, I remember.
This is probably like 5 years ago, and it's still haunting him.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it would. Who wouldn't it haunt?
I had someone confront me recently about being hard on them in a poker tournament, and then I busted him. It was really great. Yeah.
That's incredible.
I'll tell you who it is afterwards. You'll love it so much.
As they exited, did you go, prove my point?
yeah.
I just went like, sorry.
Schupa has raised with sixes. Dachi with king, queen in the small blind. And he is going to 3-bet. Re-raises to 110,000. It's a chunky re-raise.
I knew it. I knew it. I
Oh!
could feel it.
Ruggieri wakes up with ace-king in the big blind.
I just love blockers and how real they are.
The cold 4 to 250k. Schupa is done with his sixes, and hard for Dachi to do anything other than fold here.
That is correct.
Ruggieri is going to pick up a decent pot and take the table chip lead. Just ahead of Dan Kishu on the leaderboard.
Those are nice pots to win.
Yeah.
Plenty of money in there. Low stress. Very little thinking. Oh, my kind of hand. You know, James, we stay at a lot of nice places around the world, right? For the most part, we stay at some pretty nice hotels. Some are just okay. Some are nice.
Yeah.
And we stayed at some really nice hotels that had really mediocre food, at least for the stuff that we eat, right? I'm not going to name names.
Sure.
I just want to give a shout out to the Hilton Prague. The goulash today that we were served for lunch is out of this world. I can't stop thinking about
It
it.
was delicious. I want more right now, but
Well,
I want to get a bowl and put it in my room for later.
Joe's already had 2 helpings.
Yeah. So
Whoa, hold on a second, hold on a second. I had 2 half helpings for a total of 1 helping, and then like a couple more bites when I went to go put my plate back there.
Dude, you're in Europe now. Your idea of a half helping is a full helping.
I used a side dish bowl that's meant for a pastry.
You don't put a pastry in a bowl.
I did. I got it from the dessert.
That's for the fruit
side.
salad.
Fine. I used a fruit salad bowl. See how I tricked him into saying that it is a small bowl?
do you think it's still going to be there in 80 minutes?
No, it won't be. They'll clear it like 2 minutes before we get off there. So if you want, just go ahead.
No. Get me Saunders. I want to make sure the goulash is still there when we're on our first break.
Have you had some yet, James?
And this
No.
is why we can't do the commentary remotely. We have to be here to sample the goulash.
There
This
we
would be
go.
inauthentic. You think I could do this off a read? No.
I had a late breakfast, Griffin, so no, I've not had lunch at like 12 o'clock. I will hopefully consume it.
Yeah,
because 2 p.m.
I arrived here at 12:05, and as I was passing the buffet and realizing that I was like, oh yeah, I should have planned eating. And then there was
Yeah,
the goulash.
by the way, that's Griffin confessing he was at least 5 minutes late.
Got him.
Whoops.
Can you tell we're all a little stressed? We're a little cantankerous.
Cantankerous.
King 8 for Aildachi. Folds. Umberto Ruggieri on the button, raises 9-6 of hearts.
Let's go ride the wave.
5 seconds. All in.
Oi. What are you going to do, oi?
Oi, oi, oi. Shoving with ace-6.
Oi in.
4-3
yeah.
for Dan Kishu. I wouldn't have thought this was a decision.
5 seconds. 7 folds.
He's thinking about his next feature presentation.
And Ruggieri folds as well. The shove gets through.
You know, at first I didn't kiss Dan Kishu's butt that much because I was like, what? He probably hasn't directed that many good movies. And then I saw one of them and it was really good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And he seems to have enough money to play in all these EPTs, so maybe I should kiss his butt a little bit more. Maybe I should get in there.
It is what you do best.
I wouldn't mind being big in Romania. It is the year of Romania.
Yeah, the year is winding down, though. What will 2025 be?
Hard to say.
Not the year of Paris.
Wow, too soon.
Too soon?
That's also, if you're going to do Paris jokes, at least be accurate. There is a chance that there is an EPT Paris in 2025, just not in February.
I skimmed the article.
Jesus Christ. Can't show up on time. Can't actually come in briefed. How are you still employed?
Can we get some goulash in here?
I'm not convinced Griffin is employed. He just shows up.
Yeah. And people just assume someone's paying me.
So, Ruggieri opened with King 10, i.e. all in with sixes.
Oh, this is your game, huh? All in on me twice in a row.
I was going to say, did we just see this hand?
King 10, a little bit stronger than 9-6.
They really should stop showing Caddyshack in the tournament room. Come on. It's your turn to act.
I've never seen Caddyshack.
You're really not endearing yourself to either of us.
I just don't want to take away from now we can talk about it now that the hand is over. Here's the thing, James. It doesn't always work on young people.
Griffin's not young.
Younger than me.
I'm 40.
It don't always work on immature people. I watched a documentary about the making of Caddyshack on the last flight I was on, and it was great. And they were holding back too. I could tell they were holding back.
Is that documentary available anywhere else other than
airplanes? Probably not. No, I think you can watch it on Amazon.
Okay, I'll have to check that out.
It's not incredible, but it's got enough anecdotes that I was like, for plane fare, it was
Yeah, absolutely.
perfect.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I barely look at what's available on like the plane's entertainment system these
You
days.
just bring your own
Just
stuff.
having the stuff on iPad. Yeah.
I kind of like to be surprised. But when you fly as much as I do, I'm like, oh, I've seen everything.
Well, that's one of the reasons
Yeah.
why I stopped. Is like none of the movies appeal. And let's be honest with you. Even if you've got a good screen, the picture ain't great. The sound quality's pretty poor.
I'm just gonna wait for the Caddyshack remake starring Ryan Reynolds.
Not a bad idea. You should write that down.
So an ace-jack raise from the cutoff. King 10 in the big blind.
He would make a pretty good tie web.
Six, 4, 3 on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
Board that's gonna favor So Rainin more than it is Oi. He does check back. Too bad for Serena, doesn't have a particularly great hand relative to what the board is. Yeah, and isn't going to stab. Has so many better hands in this spot that he can barrel with, you know, something that includes a straight draw and or a flush draw. So isn't going to try to force out an ace high.
Ace high remains the best hand. And this is going to get checked to Showdown. This pot goes to the Norwegian, who is still the shortest stack at our feature table, but not short stacked anymore. Closing in on the 30 big blind mark. 20 minutes into the first level of day 4. We'll check in on some of the players at the outer tables. We've got Christian Rudolph, sevens guy, sat next to the current chip leader, Anton Bergstrom. Vincent Melli had a great 2023. Won UK IPT Nottingham, came 9th here in Prague.
Oh.
Making another deep run. It's 2 years in a row. Kenny Burke. The British reg has results on the GUKPT dating back to 2007.
Look at that shirt.
Luke Porter is another Brit. Won a silver pass to play the Eureka main event, finished 30th for 12K, and used those winnings to enter the main event. Hey, it's Enrico Komoski! And there is one of the other chip leaders, was the biggest stack yesterday, in the top 10 today, Sylwia Studniarz from Poland. And back to the main stage where we see Artur Schuper raising the button with 10-7 of spades. Dimitrios Gatsas in the big blind, King Jack.
So ominous. Wow. Really turtling up there.
Queen 8-3 with 2 spades. Schuper with the flush draw.
You think he's turtle enough for the Turtle Club?
Gatsas checks. King high officially ahead right now. It is a post-flop flip, though. And Schuper continues.
20,000.
King and spades in hand. I think that Gatsas could justify a continue here. Whether that comes in the form of a call or a raise. Well, that's not up to me. It's up to the man with the chips in front of him. He is going to raise it up.
This is so fun when you raise here and just make a bigger pot for your opponent when they hit their flush draw. I love that.
I mean, a lot can go down here. Spade might not come. Maybe king or jack will come. Maybe Schupa will just bet huge on the turn and fold out a 10-eye flush draw.
Maybe.
Aggression is important.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, come on!
Listen, this is what I do for a living.
Come on. This is why you're a pro, because stuff like this happens to you. This would never happen to me. I would never raise there and just turn top pair.
Gatsas now better than a 4-1 favorite. And of course, now has stolen the betting lead, so can lead here.
It would be the jack of spades every time.
Check.
Decides to check. The Schuper decides to take a free card and try to river that flush.
Yeah, quite a cheeky check here from King Jack, feigning sort of either giving up with, you know, whatever sort of bluff raise, or, you know, perhaps he did check raise a queen here and then being a little cautious by checking the turn, or so this is going to induce a bluff from Schupa.
60K. A semi-bluff, he's betting on the come.
I love that one.
Gatsas calls. 355K in the middle. River card is the ace of clubs. Not a spade.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, very interesting river. It feels in a lot of ways like an automatic bluff card for Schupa. You know, like we talked about on the turn, if Gatsas was check raising with a queen for value, the board has gotten much worse. It's going to be very, very difficult to call a big bet on this river. Fortunate also for Schupa, because if the board was the river was a brick, might have gone for it anyway, but this ace, creates an over to the king, and the big sigh from, we have to assume, Gatsas here.
I mean, it really is the perfect spot for this, right? Because you're going to have a lot of ace-high flush draws that you could rep this ace with, right?
Yeah.
Can he make the hero call with his king? 200K, and he's the effective stack here with 515 behind.
This is so sick.
Yeah, and I have to say, you don't like talking too much about blockers, Joe, but the Jack of Diamonds is relevant. You know, the hands that you're hoping your opponent does find the call.
Got
Very nice.
him. Wow.
Yeah. Calls the 200K, and we saw Super Muck there. Gatsis chips up to over $1 million. Now the third biggest stack at this table, playing 70 bigs.
I am curious about the Jack of Diamonds. Go on.
Yeah, it just blocks all the straight draws that Shupa might have. That you know, if he has Jack 10, Jack 9, these are the kind of hands that serve as the most obvious bluffs by the river, right? Something that would c-bet with the straight draw on the Queen 8 brick, call the check raise, bluff the turn, bluff the river. You know.
I mean, I'm nodding my head, and I do know, but I don't think I could recreate it.
Guess what?
I don't what.
I'm kind of wrong because Jack 10's the nuts. But Jack 9, for instance, would be a straight draw. Just scrap that. We can cut that in post.
Do you want to start over?
I'm afraid that has already been clipped and put on Insta. So many videos.
Goddamn
on
backdoor
Insta.
Broadways.
I'm glad I didn't completely follow. I think I just about got away with that going. For some reason, I didn't understand that.
Look, Jack 9 was still one of the bluffs, okay?
Well, Shupa with 10s. It's been folded to him in the cutoff. Raising to 30,000. Gatsis in the small blind this time with 5-3 of strawberries.
Gatsis got him.
Pierre Calamusa, 9-7 off in the big. He's defending.
Calamusa definitely has a mischievous air about him today. An early big bluff that failed.
Once you lose a big pot like that, you have to play more and more pots to try and get your money back.
Oh. Chapter 3, Joe Stapleton's Book of Poker.
Page 3.
Page
So
3, yeah.
Calamusa has
Which is also chapter 3.
completely missed, has 2% equity. Has checked it to Shupa, who continues with 10s for 30,000. And Calamusa folds.
What do you think of like a Miley Cyrus song parody, Callum in the USA?
Not bad.
I know you're like holding your head. It would be better if I could sing it because I have the lyrics, but I don't want to get us in trouble.
I can just text Miley, see if she would mind.
Oh yeah, I was just saying you're gonna casually tell me that you're.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. I'm friends with Miley Cyrus.
You know I like a good name drop, so I don't have a Miley Cyrus, but Billy Ray, I was friendly with.
Yeah.
I don't think he would know my name or anything, but because
Please tell me you didn't break his achy breaky.
I did not break his, and I what was the other one he did? I love you. Period. Do you love me? Question mark. Please, please! Exclamation point. I want to hold you. In parentheses. You remember that one?
I very much enjoy his cameo as the pool guy from Mulholland Drive.
Anyway, he was super nice guy. Just
Nice.
the friendliest dude ever, which is why I said I was friendly with him. Hannah Montana used to shoot right next to Mad TV, and he would always be in the parking lot. And he was really
Oh,
cool with
that's
everybody.
sweet.
Yeah.
Blind v blind, Calamusa in the small with 8-3 completes. Ace-10 for Dachi. All in and a fold.
And then what happened was when Miley blew up, she was still on Hannah Montana, and security got crazy. And they were right next door to us, so it kind of made our lives a living hell because like we couldn't get friends and stuff into the studio anymore because
Oh my gosh.
because Miley had so many crazy fans.
That was so much of your clout at that point too, I'm sure.
Oh, so much clout.
Bringing-
So just like lead
Bringing
a.
ladies onto the
Yeah.
set of Mad TV.
Okay, so there was one time a young lady at a party. In fact, she was the lead juggie from the Man Show.
Juggy?
Vanessa K, I think her name was. And I met her at a party, and she assumed that I was much higher up at the show than I said.
And you did nothing to correct her.
No, so it wasn't clear. So yes, you're right. I did nothing to correct her. I called her to like ask. She gave me her number. I called her, asked her out. She was like, "How about I come to the studio instead?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, fine." And then what happened was I ran into like the exec in charge of production, and I was like, "I think I'm in big trouble here." Like I was a production assistant. Like I was like literally coffee getter.
Right.
And I ran to the exec in charge, and I sort of confessed to him. He goes, "If you want, you can use my office."
Sick.
I didn't. I was honest. She showed up. She could not have been more disappointed. She like literally was like, "Oh." She had like a resume with her, like a bunch of headshots. Like it was just, it was so uncomfortable. But I'd never forgot that guy for saying I could use his office if I wanted to.
And then you learned in the future to
be very clear about how low level I am.
I thought it was just to do the opposite.
Oh, like to really just ride out the line.
Yeah.
So again, a blind v blind confrontation. Unraised pre. Dachi betting the flop and getting raised by Ruggieri with that flush draw.
I think that she just saving a little face here, not wanting to fold too quickly. I don't think he wants to get out of line with this combo on this board.
Ruggieri still table chip leader. Two players with more than 1.5 million, more than 100 big blinds, Ruggieri and Kishu. No short stacks and still 53 players. We are half an hour into the day, not a single elimination, which speaks to the point you were making earlier, Joe, about the fact that we're ahead of the curve right now.
There's going to be some serious slow points today. So now I'm trying to look up the names of, and I'm sorry, this is just what they were called, the Juggies from the Man Show. And guess who was one of them? Joanna Krupa.
Huh.
Who's that?
She hosted some stuff for PokerStars back in like the...
Yeah, okay.
She hosted the first event, the first ever NAPT event in the Bahamas in 2010. Have I told the Joanna Krupa story on air before, or is that just something we talk about behind the scenes?
I don't think you have. I don't think you would.
No. Again, we see the action folded to the blinds. Ruggieri in the small. 7-6 off, completes. King 10 for IE in the big.
Yeah, I think this is a nice combo to check back here on these 23 big blinds. You don't want to raise and then get limp shoved on or something by, you know, pocket fives or something. Stay under repped, check it back. You know, get those weaker kings and tens in the pot.
Well, the 7 is always coming. Ruggieri with a pair, which is still good, but on the turn we see the open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, very interesting turn card here. Kind of gin for the big blind. Drawing to the nuts now. If it wasn't going to be a 10 or a king, this jack is exactly what you want to see. And Ruggieri waiting for his opponent to get some equity. Betting with the best of it.
$20,000 and a brick on the river. Ruggieri is good. Jerry betting 30,000.
Pretty thin value bet here from Ruggieri. I think, you know, maybe this is also a utility of just not really wanting to allow his opponent to make that bigger size bluff on the river from all the misses, like spades, like 9-10, king 10. Instead, just say, I'll bet 30K, see what he does, and then sometimes get called by a 4 or called by a jack that I lose to.
You didn't list off any hands that were the nuts that time.
It's true.
Ruggieri closing in on the 1.6 million mark.
Yeah, nice start to the day.
So I know we were laying it on pretty thick about the Instagram this morning, but I do want to let people know that if they're not following the PokerStars Instagram, that we do put some pretty fun stuff out. At least I do. I don't know what everyone else is involved in, but I go the extra mile to make the content funny and goofy and silly. So if you like that sort of thing, make sure you give the PokerStars Instagram a follow. There's a lot of different teams working on doing various sorts of content. And I think if you like this, I think you'll like the stuff that we're putting out there too.
I haven't checked it out yet, but someone keeps tagging me every morning in like in a story about the. It was James. James, you've been tagging me.
I feel you deserve some credit for being involved in this production, even though most of what you do is derail it.
5 seconds.
Gatsis, feeling the rush. King 7 suited in early position. Dachi now
We have raised to 80,000 from Simon.
gonna 3-bet it, just under 3x.
Fold, back to Simon.
For 50 total?
For 20, I think.
Ship it in his face.
5 seconds.
Stick it in his eye.
I meant fold. Politely and gently. James, what's your, let's just do a verbal plug for our own personal Instagrams too. James is Mr. James Hartigan, or MR James Hartigan.
Yeah, this is, the reason why I was getting out there, Joe, is obviously I am new to Insta. I only actually started an Instagram account a month ago. I appreciate that I'm like 10 years behind the rest of the world.
I think you're great. You're doing it way better than I am.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you give James a follow. And Griffin, is yours just Griffin Benger?
Griff Benger, yeah.
Griff Benger. And mine is Instastapes.
I kind of feel that Instastapes is now like almost like an original, right? Instastapes has been...
I mean, I've had an Instagram account for a while, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny is, and we've all said things in our past that we regret, but mine was...
Some more than others.
Mine was Instagrams for girls. So I didn't post to Instagram for hardly ever. But now it seems to be the most normal app. Social media app. Like the least toxic one.
Yep.
I like your first post, James. I'm finally on Insta, and it's you like screaming at a bowling alley.
Yeah. That was the bowling night at UK IPT Nottingham, where I was on a team with Nick Walsh, Adam McCullough, and Spraggy's brother Dan.
Can we talk about these? Can we talk about these opening hashtags? Have you seen this from James?
I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, but I don't remember. We do have
Hashtag
a
hello.
Queen on Queen here. Yep, go on.
Fair. Yes, Queen and Queen.
Hashtag hello. Yes,
Hashtag
what else?
PokerStars. Yep,
Yeah,
great.
Sure, great.
Hashtag watch collector.
Oh, he's letting them know.
Hashtag 007. Hashtag movies.
So one thing I've heard, James, is that if you put something like hashtag watch collector on there, but your post has everything to do with watches, that will hurt your standing.
That makes no sense.
It does, because it's like you could be using any hashtag to get the attention, but it's not actual watch content.
Yeah. I'm just saying you may have alienated the entire community that you were hoping to find on Instagram.
Let's hear from Dan Keishu, because we spoke to him before the start of play today.
That's what I'm here for. I missed it, so it was very, very unusual situation. But now I try to get to the final table. This is my first goal, and then. But my main goal today is to go day 5. That's the only one.
And Dan, you're a filmmaker. Do you think a movie about your poker career would make a good film?
To be honest, I was preparing a documentary about poker 4 years in a row, but I never get to end it, to reach it. I was very interested in how internet online poker changed the live poker, which is absolutely incredible, because I saw people playing 18 or 16 tables coming to the live, and then they get very unusual to play after they play only GTO on the tables and then coming. But I don't know if I'm going to finish it or not, but it was in my mind.
And what's any strategies going into this day today? Any strategies for day 4?
You never win the tournament today. That is my strategy. Go for the final table. This is your only strategy.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, the strategy of go for the final table. Why don't I ever use that strategy? It's been there all along.
That's why you're not making final tables.
Idiot.
Dan Keishu. The H is silent, but the movies probably aren't. I haven't seen any, but
Okay. You know what? That was genuinely a good one.
Yeah, I think the hit rate's about 1 in 8. Well, King's still way ahead. And we are going to see a continuation bet of 40,000. The fold from Keishu and the fold from Sorainen.
low key, I kind of like the way Keishu actually played that ace-9.
Low Keishu.
Low Keishu,
I hope it's not contagious.
It feels too strong to fold facing just a cutoff open, but
Because I'm playing the whole time.
you know, with the cutoff only playing 20 big blinds, you would hate to 3-bet fold. So I kind of think a call is interesting.
So we are now halfway through the first level of the day, and we have just had our first elimination of the day. Down to 52 because Alessandro Picchieri, who you might remember was at our feature table yesterday, has just been eliminated. So 52 remain. Oh, and in the words of Frederick Mercury, another one has bitten the dust.
Oh, no.
You'll see we've ticked down to 51. Another Italian player, Gianfranco Iaculi, has just busted in 52nd place.
In the words of Frederick Mercury, I've just got to have my freedom.
On that theme, I would say that a poker tournament is a kind of magic, and there can be only one. You play down to a winner.
Do you need me to tee you up with a Queen song?
Galileo Figaro.
Don't sing it.
No, I didn't said the words.
You must know the film that song's from, though, Griffin. It's a Kind of Magic is the theme song from which film?
It's a kind of magic, I'm not sure.
I don't know the answer to this one.
The clue is the line, there can be only one, which is...
The Highlander?
Yeah.
Oh.
Queen did the soundtrack
Man,
for
Queen
Highlander.
did some... for them to have such a legacy, and I truly think that they're maybe the greatest band of all time, they've done some embarrassing stuff, too.
The Flash Gordon score is class. I won't hear a word against it.
It's embarrassing that it's on that movie, though.
Wait, do they do the proper theme? Like
Yeah.
Flash?
Yeah, that's
them?
Queen. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
That's kind of iconic. The universe? That one?
I
Yes.
think the soundtrack perfectly matches the film. It's just kitsch, camp, awesome.
Griffin, we might have to go back to having movie nights for this Caddyshack debacle.
Yeah.
I might let you back into my bedroom.
Oh my gosh.
Just to.
I've been on probation for years.
I'm still paying for those guacamole shoots.
I will never forget Joe angrily describing the smush and mush as Griffin tried to, or didn't try.
Sorry, I felt comfortable around my friend.
It wasn't just that. It was the way you attempted to clean it up by smashing it further into the blanket.
The smush and mush.
The smush and mush. How do you feel about the fact that I also haven't seen The Big Lebowski?
I don't really care that much about
Okay,
that.
good. 'Cause I didn't want to put too much pressure on your. Oh God, there's another one.
I want to be the sort of person that likes The Big Lebowski, but every time I've seen it, I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's okay.
You know, I've tried watching it a couple times. I don't know.
Like, I wouldn't put it in my top 5 Coen Brothers movies.
Right.
So reminder that every day we are streaming from EPT Prague, we are bringing you a free roll, and we'll confirm the details of that later today. We'll give you the start time and the password. In the free roll prize pool, $2,000 in tickets, specifically tickets to the Power Path Open, a special tournament running on December 29th. Now, normally, if you want to get a gold or silver Power Pass, you have to play a Step 4 satellite. There's no direct buy-in to that. The idea of the Power Path Open is you will be able to buy in directly for $109 and play 4 Power Passes. It's the first time we've ever done this. So $109 tickets will be awarded in our free rolls. You can also use a bronze Power Pass to play that tournament on the 29th, or, as I said, buy in directly for $109.
I didn't know that's what we were giving away in the free rolls.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. Pass, please. Passport. Pass, please.
Alex, the DJ, 83, says, I've got a ticket for the 29th. Good for you, Alex. Now, take that ticket and translate it into a gold Power Pass, and maybe we'll see you at an EPT in 2025. Schuper is open with queens. Sorainen with queen jack in the cutoff.
Do you think that because Schupa has this, that we can call the queen of spades and the queen of diamonds salt and pepper?
Sure.
Yes.
Salt and pepper are here, and they are in effect. Griffin, push it. Push it really good.
I wouldn't mind kicking off a little debate over everyone's favorite Coen Brothers movies in between hands. Blood Simple up there for me. You know, this would be controversial. True Grit. Loved it.
It's great.
Loved True Grit. Fargo.
Oh yeah.
Phenomenal.
No Country.
I didn't get No Country. I wanted to like it. I was like, it went over my head.
Right.
I would like to see it again and give it another shot.
Yeah.
Welly's bringing up Inside Llewellyn Davis. I wish that I had seen that movie before I met Oscar Isaac, because that would have been a good one to talk to him about.
Right. Instead, you were just like, I hear you're gonna play Moon Knight.
Yeah. No, it said like we were playing poker together, and this lady's like, "Where do I know you from?" And I was like, "Wait, you don't recognize Oscar?" And then I listed off a bunch of movies, and apparently one of them he doesn't like to be known by.
Is what?
Drive.
Oh,
Because he's like not the lead. Like I named like a bunch of movies, and then I was like Star Wars, where he's like not really the lead.
Yeah, you were like, what's Ryan Gosling like in real life? That's
Yeah.
like you're open.
So I should have said Inside Llewellyn Davis at least, or Ex Machina or something, where he's
Right.
front and center.
You gotta fan the flames of their egos, Joe. Miller's Crossing was always a favorite of mine.
Never seen that one, actually.
Gabriel Byrne, John Turturro. The late Albert Finney. The late, great Albert Finney.
I agree with this comment here from Tom, who says the scene where Clooney shoots Brad Pitt is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That was in Burn After Reading, which I thought was hysterical.
I like Burn After Reading.
Buster Scruggs was probably one of the best movies of, what was it, the last decade?
It was strange, but not unenjoyable.
Yeah, really good.
A lot of Buster Scruggs. There's a couple of really great little short stories in that one.
Oh, brother. I even liked Hail Caesar.
I was not a fan of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, but I did quite like Hail Caesar.
The ending is great. It's so good.
Caesar is home.
I finally watched that one, the new one, Kingdom or whatever.
Pretty good.
It was all right.
Really, they're really. I'll tell you what, these, you know, these what do you call it? People that are making the animation.
Yeah.
They're getting pretty good with monkeys in particular.
So on Disney Plus, you can actually watch the movie with the people
heard about this.
wearing the mocap.
Is that the way that you watched it?
Yeah, that's the only true way to
I
watch
would
it,
love
yeah.
if that's really how you watched it.
Schuper with the Snowmans.
Num num.
Tachi with Ace Jack.
I feel like there should be an Academy Award for that.
For Snowmans?
For best,
Best monkey faces?
No. I'm forgetting what it's called now.
CGI?
No, man, not CGI. People that play CGI characters. Like Andy Serkis would have won for Lord of the Rings.
Well, he was nominated as an actor
Was he?
for, I think it was Lord
I don't
of the
think
Rings.
he was nominated for. I don't think anyone's really been nominated for it.
No, maybe it was King Kong or something, but Andy Serkis
Maybe.
definitely was nominated.
Rogeri
did not win.
pocket kings with the squeeze here. Two near premium hands and eights and ace jack. I think they're both going to be able to get away. James is nerding out right now, getting on the wiki, trying to find any nominations for Andy Serkis. I love it. I love it.
You think they'd have the Oscars at the top, wouldn't you?
They do on IMDb. If you go on IMDb, they list all the awards. that ever
Oh, the
won.
reason for that, the reason why the Oscar, he's never been nominated for an Oscar, that's why.
Thank you. Fauci has not made the fold yet. It does, you know, you're probably so happy to get kings in the small blind here because maybe they don't give you credit coming out of the small blind. Maybe they see this.
Well,
as
that's the
a
thing
pure
about
squeeze.
King Kong is you don't get credit.
That was good.
So he got an outstanding British contribution to cinema award at the BAFTAs, and Empire magazine gave him Best British Actor for playing Gollum in the Lord of the Rings films.
Oh, he said that's so cool.
Yeah, that was very cool. That was like
That was so cool.
if he was a Bond villain and then he said the movie title.
Yeah.
To Bond.
If you're going to quote a Bond movie, quote a better one.
No, but he made it better.
Yeah, he made it better now. Now I want to go watch Die Another Day.
You don't, trust me. Philip Joyce out in 50th place. Was a relatively short stack at the start of the day, but another decent result for Philip. 12th in EPT Cyprus in October. Second in this year's UK IPT Nottingham main event, just 1 month ago. That takes us down to 49 with 37 minutes left on the clock.
Remember when you told me all those fun facts about Philip Joyce and then it turned out you were talking about Toby Joyce?
Kalamusa gets out of the way. Back to Dachi.
Yep.
See, I think it would be funnier if he just did a random Bond quote that wasn't relevant. Just turned to his opponent and said, "Sorry, darling, something came up."
I don't think that he was specifically quoting a Bond movie. I think he
That
was
is a
like,
line from Die Another Day. You live to die another day.
I understand, but some people could
I
just
think
say
he was
the
just
same
saying
thing.
that he didn't want to die right now.
I don't think he was
But
like,
I will say, oh my God, he just folds. Wow. So
Boy.
30 big blinds with the pocket four is the disciplined just fold facing the button open. We could have seen a massive flip here had he just shoved those 30 big blinds, but instead gets out of the way.
Have you seen that you have 2 chips?
Hmm?
You have 2 chips.
Oh, nice.
I thought you put them for luck or something.
No. It's stuck, man.
We'll know he's a Bond fan and doing references if he slaps a waitress on the bottom and says, "Sorry, dear, man
I would
talk."
prefer to relax.
Cringe. Cringe.
The 60s movies have not dated well.
Here's a piece of Andy Serkis movie trivia for you, James.
Yes, Griffin.
What movie did Andy Serkis direct in the last 5 years?
I feel like I've seen it.
It is a sequel. And it was mid at best, but not horrible.
Wow, mid.
Maybe I didn't.
I'd
see
rather
it.
be horrible than mid.
Well, it was the best reviewed of the
wait.
trilogy.
It's good.
I'm really trying to hold your hand through this one, but I don't think you're going to get it, so I'll just tell you.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain I have not seen this.
It was Venom: Let There Be Carnage, was directed by Andy Serkis.
I have not seen that movie.
And I
Is that-
believe
is that
it
the
is
first, second,
that
or
is the
third?
second one.
Second one.
And I believe it is the best reviewed of the three.
How are there 3 of those movies?
I don't know.
How is there one Craven the Hunter?
Did you see the reviews for Griffin
Yeah.
Hunter?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what a riot! Listen, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus over at Sony or whatever, but I feel like at this point, someone's got to.
Did you see that that
Someone's gotta be
entire
fired, right?
that entire Sony block of movies?
Yeah, I have, of
won
course, of
over
course.
50%.
Yeah,
So I want to know.
but I think Venom: Let There Be Carnage was 58%, and everything else was like 30, 50.
when are we getting Morbius 2? When are we getting Madame Web 2?
Yeah, I think you're missing the plot, James. They're done, man.
I think they missed the plot.
Was there even a plot? I didn't watch any of them.
I didn't either. I don't think I've seen a single one of those movies. I was considering maybe giving the Venom movies a shot because I think that they could be fun.
But you've got to admire Sony, right? It's like, okay, so we've done this deal with Marvel where we're basically licensing Spider-Man to them. So Spider-Man is now...
But they let us get all the
But we
side
get
characters
all of the other characters that no one cares about. We can make movies about them.
won't interact with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
My brother and I are kind of low-key big fans of Aaron Taylor Johnson too, so we were kind of rooting for this one to be the randomly the good one.
I don't understand why they keep reusing the same actors too. Like Aaron Taylor Johnson is in Marvel and he's in Kick-Ass. Like you don't need find a different guy.
Yeah, it's true. 5 seconds. He'll be fine. He did Nosferatu 28 weeks later. I just think it might. James, tell me what you think about this. I think it might cost him Bond.
I don't think he stood a chance as Bond.
But he was one of the everyone's talking about him for Bond.
No, there were stories that he was about to sign a contract. They're all BS, Griffin. It's all these stories are planted by agents and publicists. They're not real.
Oh, I love how passionate you are
This,
about this.
this is what I like from Wilpo. Find a new guy like they did in Rebel Ridge. How great was that guy?
Oh yeah, he's great, really great.
Black Reacher.
Black, yes. Yeah, you saw it was cast as Green Lantern, and also he did the voice in something recently that everyone was raving about. He did some sort of voice for something,
Okay.
like a game or
A new Batman cartoon.
maybe.
So this hand was unraised pre. Went check on the flop.
Trust me, this is a very boring hand, or I would have said something. This is like really lowbrow.
Just to keep everyone up to speed, though, with what's actually happening,
sure,
Griffin.
sure.
Forgive me for doing my job, but
You're forgiven.
I trust Griffin.
Sorinen took a stab on the turn, but it's Gatsus who's rivered a pair. Sorinen bets 60K. I've only just noticed that we lost Dan Kishu from the table. I guess he was balanced off.
Rivering a 6 here does feel pretty awkward.
Yeah, and he's already played a time bank card, giving himself the opportunity to think about whether to make this call.
Yeah, you do make the pair on the river, but even just a 5 more than beats you.
Good work.
We are down to 48 players. And that means we are down to the final 6 tables. It means a table's just broken, and that means we are going to fill that vacant seat. About 5 minutes ago, Dan Kishu was balanced off, but now a new player is going to be taking a seat on the main stage. We'll see who it is imminently.
Mufasa was who he's playing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Barry Jenkins, Mufasa coming out.
Wilpoo says, why Kishu? It's random, so when they need to balance a player off, they'll come to the table and say, right, who's posting the big blind next? And whoever that player is has to move.
Hey, Kishu, shoo.
I did want to announce a little bit of personal news. I don't know if you guys saw my Instagram story, but Joe Stapleton has just become the mayor of Newport Beach, California.
Congratulations.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah, congrats, Joe Stapleton.
I need to make something of yourself.
No, not me, Joe Stapleton.
I don't know how you balance it. I don't know how you make it work.
You think that's hard? Try being a
lucky to
teenage
have you.
dad.
Ruggieri is ahead with ace high. Bets and gets a fold from Kalamusa. Okay, so the player who's going to be taking the empty seat at the feature table is Renji Mao. Do you remember on the bubble when Bogdan Muntano, who would eventually actually go out on the bubble, cracked kings with ace-king?
Yeah.
And it left Renji Mao super short.
Yeah.
Well, he survived the bubble. He survived to day 4. Here he is.
He looks pretty short again, but that's impressive. Especially when something like that happens to you. Everyone's so good now. Nobody really tilts anymore, but it is the sort of thing that can really demoralize you and make you kind of hopeless when your kings don't hold up in a spot like that. So good for him. Certainly further than I would have guessed he'd make it, given that beat and how short he got.
You know, back in my day, we had emotion. We'd lose a big pot, and we'd go on tilt.
That's right.
Nowadays, these kids, they're like machines.
You'd have to raise the next 4 hands.
Yeah. That's how you got it out of your system.
One of them would be queens, and you'd lose anyway.
Yeah. And you'd yell at the waitress, and this is how you get through things.
DeResta Straight says, nobody tilts anymore. Got to get myself to an EPT. No, you want to go to an event where people tilt.
Mm-hmm.
My point is that, like, everyone's good, and people obviously still tilt. But your average player now is just so much more in control of their emotions, so much better. Even if they are tilting, they don't do weird tilt-raisey things. It's just on average anymore. It just doesn't happen as much.
Yeah, you don't see enough dealer blaming anymore. People are more respectful to the dealers.
It's been months since I'd seen somebody throw their cards at a dealer.
Come on, just at least one card. They can take it.
So this got us 3-betting. Okay, so I did a little gag at the Global Poker Awards a couple years ago. I think James was there for that one. And I pretended like I was wearing the suit that I had worn for the Global Poker Awards in like 1988. And I found my notes in the pocket of the jokes I had written that night. And I was like, oh, look who got an award for dealer abuse, Puggy Pearson.
I like that. That's a good joke.
Sorry, it's for innovations in dealer abuse. That's what it was. And then we gave an award to the one woman who played a World Series event that year.
7 plus. 8 plus. 6, 10 plus.
Hey, the short circuit hand.
You know who would have really liked that goulash actually? Stu Unger.
Is that a, yeah. Is it STEW, Unger?
Yeah.
You know what you have
James
to?
just stormed out.
You have to have the bad to appreciate the good, I guess is what I'm trying to say. 9-9 deuce.
4 check.
Blind on blind.
5 check.
Check, check. 8 ball. Corner pocket.
Corner pocket.
4 check. 6, 5 check.
And we check again. Dachi probably happy to get to showdown with ace high.
4 bets, 20,000.
Or have no showdown. Or get a call. Philip the razor. More like Stu Hunger.
See, that's the thing. I can make bad jokes. He does get the call from the queen high.
Wow,
Nice-
wait,
nice
never
value
mind.
bet.
Value betted.
See, the thing is too is when you work closely with someone that's actually a professional comedian, you can't help but clean up my jokes and you make them better. It's nice, you know.
Well, I mean, he wrote it, but I did.
Oh,
I
okay.
put a
someone
little.
wrote it.
I put a little
Okay.
timing on it.
Oh, nice. Yes, good. All right.
In the
What
pre-flop,
big, yeah.
if you pre-flop,
If I
if I
raise,
bet, I go.
yeah, all in.
That's why I called. If I wanted to steal the pot, I would have just bet, you know.
Yeah.
If only I wish, if only I had a better stack, it would make this much more entertaining. But I'm struggling a little bit here.
Hey, we'll handle that part.
So Renji Mao has 300k. He's got around 20 big blinds, but remember, blinds go up in 24 minutes time.
6, 7 raise.
And remember, he can always
Oh boy,
make
whatever
more
this
chips
is.
8 plus.
or lose more chips
Uh-huh.
by entering the pot.
9 plus.
Okay. I thought you were going somewhere else. I apologize
Oh.
for stepping on you.
Mao
Okay.
has opened with ace queen. Gans us with king 9 of hearts.
6, 1 plus. 6, 3 plus.
Round to the button. Dachi with 5-3. That's a fold.
6, 5 plus.
Ruggieri folds the small blind. 5 deuce of clubs in the big. Just raise and take it for Mao.
There are our feature table chip counts. Ruggieri, very strong level here, up to 1.73. And now, you know, there were a lot of sort of stacks floating around 1.4 to start this level, but they've all gone down to 1 million or less. But Ruggieri, the one on top right now, trying to eclipse, was it last year, third place finish? I believe it was.
Ruggieri was third.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Young Kite, the runner-up, and Porrig O'Neill, the winner. Of course, that was the final table, and we referenced it back in Prague because Kite had just such a phenomenal chip lead, and we thought it was going to be done in 2 hours. But
yeah.
6, 4 plus. 6, 5 plus.
So we're in an opening under the gun +1 with king queen. Bit of a tricky spot with ace 9 of hearts here. does feel a bit tight to fold.
When in doubt,
You want to, yeah.
whip
when
it
in
out.
doubt- When in doubt, put in a 3-bet and hope that your opponent sort of has a hand that they might fold, and does in this case. King Queen very live against the Ace 9 of Hearts, but the problem is when you're up against the top end of the value range, you're potentially going to cooler yourself if you decide to call there and be up against Ace King, Ace Queen. Aces, kings, queens. So many hands.
So many.
So 20 minutes till the end of this session of play, 20 minutes until the first break of the day. For the next level, we're going to be blessed by the presence of Sam Grafton. Sam made the money in this year's EPT Prague main event. Sadly didn't advance much further, but that means we get to enjoy his analysis for 90 minutes here on day 4. Well, Sorainen, you know, one of his cards, it's an ace. He's raised it to 30k, and it's round to Artur Schuper in the big blind, who's got 6s.
It's oddly tight, like a bubble. Are we on a pay jump?
Pay jump is at 40, I
Wow,
think.
no.
Yeah, 39 is when we get the next pay jump.
Ten, 9, 4.
Well, 6s could still be ahead.
Yeah, I would actually say a decent chance, since we know that Ace 10 was folded, making it less likely Sorainen has a 10 under there. Don't think he'd be raising with all the Ace 9 combos, probably just Ace 9 suited. But 6s are going to fold. I guess we'll never know.
For some reason, everything I'm quieter. Everything that pops into my head is a song.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, but
and then I remember I can't remember. I remember we're not allowed to sing.
Right.
Then I get quiet.
Yeah, okay, I get that back.
Just feel like singing today.
did you do any karaoke at an APT at the
No,
Players Lounge?
I can't sing. I can't do karaoke during a work week. It really just messes up my voice.
Fair. I did one song at the end there, but like sober. It was like a, you know, it wasn't like a. You saw they had a little karaoke machine, right? In the,
Yes. Oh, I also forgot the fact that I don't like karaoke.
Oh, there's that too. Okay.
I go because some of my coworkers, like James and Francine, love karaoke. So I will go for them occasionally.
What's James's go-to karaoke song?
He's got a few.
Well, Griffin, if you bothered coming to karaoke at either EPT Cyprus or an EPT Las Vegas, you would know.
It's true. I didn't. Wasn't ever invited.
Oh,
Well.
Bastogne.
I think the reason why that you weren't invited was because they didn't want you to go.
I see. That was my suspicion the whole time. To have it confirmed is really.
That's where like the disconnect was, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm used to play the whole tournament with a
Yeah,
big
all the
stack,
wires
you
are being
know,
put
and
in
now that I
place
have a
right
short
now.
stack, the whole strategy is different, and I'm like
Whoa!
anxious to play. You know?
So rain intense.
It would work if his name wasn't pronounced Sorainen.
I think it kind of works. I just
Still
get
works.
uncomfortable when Griffin sings because
Maneuver.
I don't want to encourage him
Hallelujah.
to bring down this production.
I was below average, you know. All time I was like double, triple, you know.
It can go fast. All of the left.
I had a guy on my left yesterday. He was left after a hand with 200k. in half an hour he had 1.34 million.
Is anyone busting?
Yeah, we've just had another elimination. Alexis Andre out in 48th place. I think you're going to like this hand history, Griffin. Huge pot at one of the outer tables. Sylvia Studniarz was the opponent in the hand.
Oh my God!
Yeah, she now has well over 2.5 million.
What?
The pot was 1.6 million. Basically, they get it in with ace-10 against queens. Alexis Andre was the player with queens. The flop is queen 8-4.
No.
Jack on the turn, 9 on the river. She goes runner, runner to make a straight.
For a 1.6 million chip pot.
Correct.
All in pre-flop.
Yep.
So she blasted in the 50 big blinds.
She 4-bet shoved ace-10 and Andre snap called 800K with queens.
That's gotta hurt.
But when you flop top set there, queen 8-4, you're thinking this is golden.
Yeah.
I no longer fear the ace. And then Jack 9.
Listen, I know it's not my job, but I feel like maybe we got to get her on a feature table. Some of the next couple levels.
The longer she stays in, the more likely it is to happen.
She's 2.5 million. She's got to be the chip leader, right?
Probably 10-20.
Well, for reference,
Or
Ruggieri here has 1.6 million, which is 111 big blinds. So she's got 200 bigs.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. So she's going to be in, and I want to see her get to work.
with all ins with ace-3.
Not right now.
I want to see her 4-bet shove ace-10.
Yeah, I want to see the 100 big blind ace-10 pots. Come on.
Hopefully.
5-bet 60,000.
Wow, you just got called a Philistine in YouTube chat.
Who?
Him.
Let's not bring politics into this, okay?
We do have the cards back.
Ruggieri stands no chance. It's more like 0% with the Spraggy.
Free river. Oh, baby. Oh, it feels so good.
Oh, I love rivering sets.
I love sets. I love
sets.
unprotected sets.
Unprotected sets.
$200.
Second?
200.
Second, but 200,000.
Just such a clear-cut value bet.
And a very easy fold for Ruggieri. And word from our team in the field. Sylvia Studniarz has just won another huge pot.
No.
Is now playing more than 3 million.
Wow.
Get out.
So just to be clear, we are not changing feature table at this break, but there's a very good chance we see Sylvia for the 3rd level of the day. It's a long day, guys. So
yeah. No, listen.
There's plenty
no
of
pressure.
opportunity.
Is that 1,000 big blinds?
What are we at? 10,000.
It'll be 150 after this.
200
this level.
bigs. She's playing 200 bigs right now.
200 bigs in the next 12 minutes. Then we hope there's goulash. Then she'll have 150 bigs.
I'm not having any more goulash because apparently somebody's counting how many bowls I've had.
You had 2 half bowls. That's not even barely 1 bowl. That's what I said. I'm not even hungry. I'm just eating it out of principle. It's so good.
So good.
You can raise 10,000 for 30,000. 6.5.
Oh, baby.
Calamusa started the day with aces as we come to the end
Find
of this level.
the call. Find the call.
He just calls. Well, no, that's a re-raise. He's made it 100K total.
Yeah, but at least it doesn't look super strong on this stack.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Calamusa was playing anywhere between 150 and like 225, would be more inclined to just call, because you wouldn't really be 3-betting off that stack. You would just be shoving.
Oh.
But has gotten Sorainen to put in more chips because of this price. You know, it's not... It's a bit of an imbalanced sizing almost to make it 3x out of position. It's not what you would normally do, but has convinced Sorainen to flick in the chips.
Well, this should be pretty straightforward. 30,000 bet from Calamusa. I mean, I guess Sorainen has a couple of backdoors.
I'm playing results and being able to see the hold cards, Griffin. But when the board is that dry, can you check and give a free card? Is it just going to totally give up your... Is that super obvious?
It's just... Yeah, I mean... The problem is you're going to get something like this sometimes.
Wow.
You know, when you start check calling... I don't know. I understand it's sort of like feigns weakness, but it's also like you would play your bluffs as a bet. I bet you would never check your bluffs.
That's okay.
And fold,
Yeah.
right? So it's not really going to induce any funny business. Whereas this, it's like you would be continuation betting with your bluffs and with your strong hands, and it's worked to perfection here.
It really has, but when I see someone with a stack that size, I'm like, what bluffs have they got?
So Calamusa leaves himself 190k. We've already got 375k in the middle. And Sorainen has just turned an open-ended straight draw.
And I think this hand and the hand we saw previously with Calamusa and Sorainen really speaks to the dynamic that's been created by these two players that, you know, harkens back to yesterday. They had that massive aces and kings clash. They were really battling. I mean, the sort of the battles you start creating against these players when you play for days and days and days. I mean, this, you know, you're watching this at home thinking, what's Sorainen doing? Well, these guys have a lot of dynamic going on, and he's going to put him in and see the bad news. Yeah.
And Sorainen bets 80k. Calamusa shoves. Sorainen calls with the draw. And I don't know what's going on between these two, but we have another huge pot where one player has a monster hand and the other doesn't. That being said, Sorainen could spike a 9 or a 4 on the river to make a straight.
Yeah, I want to get this line in before the river comes out and ruins it. What a dream spot. What absolutely... You could not write it better.
What could go wrong?
Yeah. Nothing. Not a thing. You have aces.
Nothing. Nine thing at all could happen.
What are you saying that for?
The river is a 3, aces hold, and Calamusa doubles up through Sorainen. And that means Luca drops down to 460k. He's playing 30 bigs. Calamusa up to around 750,000, 50 big blinds. Average stack is still big, by the way, 950k.
135? I thought it was less. But yeah.
Nice bet.
I know.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. Maybe it will create some action.
Yeah, a little compliment there for Calamusa, betting that 30,000 on the flop after making it 90 pre. Really gave, you know, opened the door for
The back door.
Opened the back door.
See, this is absolutely why we need to have Chat Pro Saturday when you get questions like this from Adesi. Is the average stack inflated by that monster 3 million?
That's great. That's a great question. This is something that I've always wondered, but I've never been courageous enough to ask.
Thank you for your question.
Before I go in. 61 pass.
They usually like to calculate the average without keeping the biggest stack in there.
How you play 500 or something?
Sorry? Yeah, 500. Just training you guys not to mess with my big blind. I'm obsessed with that. I'm already short and you want to take my big blind.
No.
I have the good hands. I have to open, but
Me too.
I can call.
You can?
You can't. Like ace 8 or something.
I know that big blind ante isn't new.
He can. I mean, he can. It's possible to do at this point. He can.
But man, is it painful to post in the big blind ante era.
Like it? You can call.
Like the
Boy, with
lady
king,
yesterday
queen.
calling, a 5-bet with
7, 8 suited.
She hits the flop?
No.
She hit
Open it.
not up and down. You know?
Okay, so everything goes in the middle.
No, it was already in the middle pre-flop. So
63 pass.
man, we're not lucky in the table. That was a table to build a huge stack actually.
Yeah, you hit
One caller.
over pair against a pair and you develop against her.
She was
Jack high. Nope, that's an ace.
That chip, and she was paying like that.
So it does mean
without
that
putting any money, like 200.
king high is still the best hand.
Any card, 6.
And has the old gutter ball.
We're
Must have done some dirty stuff.
But you need luck in that kind of table, you know. If you need a few good cards, you know, gamble.
Wow.
It was a crazy table. That was the table that I told you the guy with 200k went to 1.5 million. It was funny when I told to the guy in my left. You remember? I told to the guy that he was biting the stack on the other player, you know. I said, we were worried, you know. You were taking everything. Because we were waiting for a piece, and then one guy, she was biting her stack all the time, you know. And we were like, I told them, like, we were worried because she won a hand at some point. And we were worried. You're going to take everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be you.
67 pass. 68 pass.
46 remain here. EPT Prague, day 4, winding down this level 21. Just about 3.5 minutes left. Good enough for 1 to 2 hands, I would think. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wow. Ace's alarm.
Yeah, Kalamusa is open from the cutoff with ace-3. It's Dachi with aces on the button.
Hachi Dachi.
The re-raise is to 75,000. Action back on Kalamusa.
Quite a small size here. We would expect something more like 35 to 80 to 90, maybe closer to 90. So really just wants him to get in there and doesn't get a nibble. Not from the ace-3. I don't care how cheap you make it, man. I got ace-3 off.
It's no bueno.
It's no bueno, Dachi.
Speaking of Spanish, apparently the name Chupa, apparently that means to suck in Spanish. Thank you, Susan from Colombia.
68 pass. 10 pass.
Ace-3 for Gatsis. Decides to fold.
Must have seen the last hand.
Rounds the button. It's Umberto Ruggieri, who's still the table chip leader. King 4.
Oh, hence the name Chupa Chups. That makes sense. The lollipops.
Tens in the small blind.
6, raise 100.
So re-raise.
I love tens. I think that's probably my favorite pocket pair of the number cards.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, of the number cards.
Of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
number cards, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, it's top for me.
And Ruggieri likely to dump this. And if he does it quickly enough, we might squeeze in another hand. You said 1 to 2, Griff. We could get in a third.
Well, don't make me a liar, Ruggieri. Just tank this out for a little bit.
He needs to preserve those time bank cards. So, yeah, one more hand before the first break of the day. A reminder, no change of feature table yet. Probably at the end of the next session is when we'll mix things up, and there's a good chance then we'll get to see chip leader Sylvia Studniarz. Everyone hoping for a hand that doesn't chupa. Calamusa, ace 10. Raises to 30,000. Next blind level will be 10K, 20K. At that point, with 46 players remaining, we will finally be back to a 50 big blind average. Schuper defending is big with ace deuce. Let's see the last flop of this session.
8? You play 8?
What do you mean, 8?
800? You play 800?
Around, behind.
Wheel draw versus top pair.
What do you mean play 8? I have ace deuce.
What do you mean how you said that? No, I don't have 8s, I have ace deuce. Calamusa.
Pretty actiony flop, actually.
Yeah.
Guys. Top pair, then the wheel with the backdoor nut flush draw. Schupa definitely going to want to see a turn card. Is he going to be calling? Is he going to be raising? Yeah, and feeling like it's going to be easier to play as a check raise. You fold out, you know, hands like, let's just say Calamusa had king queen here, red king queen. Be very tough to continue against a check raise, but a kind of hand that could barrel on a 9 or a jack or an ace. So I really like this check raise from Schupa. He just happens to be running right to the top of Calamusa's range, and not a spot I think Calamusa is going to trap here, because he wants to, you know, protect. The board's only going to get worse, and I think that's fine from Schupa, just unlucky.
And that will take us to the first break. And on the other side of the break, we'll return to this table with the same lineup, but the blinds will have increased. Ruggieri, still the big stack, still very comfortable with 77 big blinds. Everyone else, below average. And one short stack, Renji Mao, playing just 11 big blinds. I'm going to call that the danger zone. Danger zone! So yes, 46 players going on break, 45 players. There was clearly an elimination at one of the outer tables, just as we came to the end of that session. And we continue when we get back from break, our quest to get down to the final 16. The objective is to get to the final 2 tables here on day 4 of the Prague main event on the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
My name is Darren Short. I'm from Kelowna, Canada, and I work in quality control of construction. I won the Silver Pass, which was great, and it's been fun actually. I didn't realize how much the Silver Pass really got me here, all the events and everything. And there was a meet and greet for all Silver Pass holders. It was awesome. And then there was a draw, and sure enough, lucky number 24 spun. Yeah, and so I won the gold pass. I'd never won a gold pass before. I love the steps. Come close, but never quite made it. I worked quite a bit, so I don't get the chance to try and play for golds much. So this was awesome to win one by just sun running a raffle. It's nice to satellite in and get the experience, and this has been a great experience, just playing here.
We're thrilled to welcome Cyprus main event finalist Anton Wig to the podcast. Greetings, Anton.
Thank you.
So laxed right
Looking
now.
lax as usual, yes. You've always got a vibe about you, buddy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it feels good. I moved to Cyprus a couple of weeks ago and I got a warm welcome. Weather is nice and poker is going quite well, so why not?
Is this whole lax vibe that you have, is that something that you've developed over the years, or were you just like a lax teenager?
I don't know if I'm actually like that lax, but I know how to be still at least. So there's something there.
We're going to get to that a little bit later on.
Definitely.
Because you were definitely quite still in some moments at the final table where a lot of us wouldn't have been as still, but we're going to get there. We're going to go back in time first. It is the 20th anniversary of the EPT this year. You won your EPT pretty early on. What memories do you have of that time?
Well, I mean, first of all, yes, I'm quite a dinosaur in this game. I think second of all, my number one memory was thinking, oh, this came sooner rather than later, and just like kind of scooping up my trophy and feeling like it was supposed to happen in a way. So I think that was like the number one. I think the number two memory was I played a big pot against Elke where I flopped the set and got paid, and I was so nervous. So I think those were like the big two. I think like rounding up to top three, I've 5-bet shoved ace-3 suited against Andrew Teng, who's an acquaintance of mine, like pretty deep, and did not get called. So I think those are like the top 3 moments from the tournament.
That's pretty crazy that you've got those specific, I was expecting only feelings, but the fact that you have like distinct memories of hand still, I think is pretty incredible, and probably sort of it proves how important this was for you. I'm a little bit impressed that you just said that it felt like it came pretty quickly, because it feels like things came easily back then and people didn't really appreciate it as much, but it sounds like you did have an appreciation even then.
Well, I thought it was quite like the memory I have from right then and there was that I was quite arrogant about it. I put in a little bit of work. You win a tournament, you kind of get lucky, and my feeling was that, well, I deserve that. So I think there was I was in that camp as well. Yeah.
In the years that have followed, Anton, you've always been one of those people who we've been following as a potential 2-time winner, in that you weren't like a flash in the pan. You've regularly made appearances on the EPT and regularly made deep runs in EPT main events. Obviously, Cyprus has been pretty good to you. Deep runs in back-to-back years. I mean, I think it was top 20 last year and final table this year.
Yeah. I mean, like some stops are better. You can look at my handle mob, or you can ask Sam Grafton, who tweeted about my top scores. Like Florida has also been quite a nice place. I guess sun is the common denominator.
So Copenhagen is the kind of weird outlier, right? Because it wasn't renowned for its sun, but it was renowned, especially in that period, as like the toughest EPT to win. I mean, we are talking about the era where the Scandies ruled supreme and were considered to be the toughest players. And anyone who wins Copenhagen had that kind of like, oh, they won one of the hard ones.
Wait, are we not number one anymore?
Yes, I guess it's more kind of open now. Back then, that was kind of like there was no argument. Now maybe there are other countries, but also the global market is so compartmentalized, right? Who's German, who's Austrian, who's a Scandi, and who's actually like,
Yeah, you're Cypriot now.
That is true. No, I'm just trying to plug Simon and Niklas as the goats.
Of course.
But yeah, I think the common denominator would be sun. I just came from the Bahamas before that, and I wasn't too happy about my performance, even though I won a bunch of money. So still, like the sun common denominator, I think still applies for Copenhagen, even though it was windy and cold that year.
So let's talk a little bit about, you just mentioned that you remember feeling arrogant back then. Obviously, there's been some kind of self-reflection that's gotten you to sort of realize that's what the mindset was then. What changed? Was it just simply growing up and having perspective, or has there been actual work done?
I think you just have to. I mean, my philosophy is you have to fail a lot if you really want to achieve results. You have to get out there and try things and fail, and then the key component is just not giving up, learning from those mistakes, putting in new questions, right? Like a lot of people, they try to solve their challenges by doing the same thing that they've always done. And that's like a guaranteed way to either have slow progress or, the definition of insanity, right? So yeah, I mean, like a lot of hard work, a lot of trial and error, a lot of failing, but progress is slow at the beginning and then it picks up over time. And now I'm reaping the benefits of it.
Okay, you may have seen this next hand before.
5-9? Yeah, I've seen 5-9.
This is probably one of the most famous poker hands in EPT history.
Jason, raise and take it. 80,000. Anthony pass, small blind pass. Every call, 80,000.
So Koskas defending his big blind with 10-3 offsuit, which bizarrely is currently the best hand.
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Check's dark too, huh? All right, I like it.
Jack 6.
Jack 6-5, bottom pair for Mercier. He checks it back. Turn card is the 8 of clubs.
220.
220,000 bet from Eric.
Wow, an overbet on the turn from Koskas. And I actually like this bet from him, right? Jason Mercier checks back the flop. Koskas can easily have 7-9, 7-4, all the two-pair combinations from the big blind.
With Koskas overbetting the pot, Jason quickly called. There was not a lot of consideration there.
Yeah, there really wasn't.
Total snap call.
And Koskas could still be bluffing with just a bare 7 in his hand, or as we can see here, as wide as 10-3, but it's still a pretty aggressive snap. Wow.
Yep, board pairs, and Koskas announces all in.
The check dark, the fast bet on the flop, fast bet on the turn, fast bet on the river. It is a little suspect. You tend to think a little bit more about your value bets, right?
Right, and if he was betting with a jack on the turn, he really isn't going to like that 8. So it's unlikely that he shoves all in. You know, it's a card that can hit Mercier if he has a hand like 7-8, 8-9 that calls a turn, checks back flop. So a jack doesn't like the 8. Does an 8 overbet the turn? A lot of this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think one of the only hands he can really have, like a value hand, is a flop set that is now a boat. But again, I just think you put a little more thought into it.
Yeah,
how
and
to get the most
5-6
value.
is counterfeit as well, Joe. So that two pairs now dust. He wouldn't jam that. I guess he could still have 7-9, 7-4. But it's not too much in the way of value. You start adding in all those 7s, those missed flushes, some 9-10s, some queen 10 gut shots, and then 10-3. He's bluffing a lot.
I call. And call. Eric all in. Showdown.
Jason Mercier makes the call.
Eric shows.
Koska shows the bluff. Mercier shows the 5. And that is the hand that announced Jason Mercier's arrival on the poker scene. Eric Koska's eliminated in 4th place, and Jason Mercier now chip leader with 3 players remaining at this final table.
Yes, sir. Cool hand. Cool call.
Congratulations.
Calls him with just a pair of 5s. Love to see it.
Koska's both impressed and also a little bit disgusted with the call.
Well, it's such a huge call to make anywhere, let alone here at the EPT final table, 4-handed as well. You've got to admire Koskas's heart, overbet the turn, ship the river.
100.
So now Mercier has pretty much all the chips. Minieri raising here with queens.
So Anthony called. Raised to 100,000 from Dario. Action is on Jason.
$340.
Raised to 340,000. Jason. Anthony pass.
Well, this is a situation that you'd expect Dario's reputation to pay off really well.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially now in a 3-handed situation, even more so. You know, hand strength of Mercier's ace-4 is going to go through the roof once you remove 5 or 6 players from the table.
40,000.
How much do you have behind?
What is 700,000?
I got 1.8. No, 1.9.
Okay.
1.920.
So here's the flop. Jason will be first to speak. Flop comes.
That flop does not have an ace on it, but it does have 2 diamonds. And this is almost a coin flip.
400,000.
Dario bet 400,000.
And it's a huge flop for Mercier, especially when Minieri, obviously we can see he has the queens, but Minieri very capable of just getting here with, you know, some jack highs, queen highs. He jams, tries to make him fold, not getting the queens out of the way.
I don't know how you don't jam there against Dario.
Queens and ace, 4 of diamonds.
You get him to fold a slightly better hand, and if you get called, you can get there pretty easily. This is not a slightly better hand. This is a much better hand.
Dario's in player. He's in the lead. Pocket queens. Jason has.
There's still that option.
If a diamond comes, or
catching the diamond.
Or the ace.
We take the lead right now.
Or the ace. That's true.
Yeah, Mercier's still very close to a flip.
Diamond.
4 of hearts.
Okay.
Running 4s.
Is it
diamond?
Not flush to Jason. Dario Minieri finishing the third.
So Dario Minieri makes it to 3rd place, but is eliminated by Jason Mercier and cashes out for 287,600 euros. The Merce dog, woof, woof, looking unstoppable.
$95.
Raised to 95,000.
Given stack distribution, given we're heads up, wouldn't be surprised to see Lelouch make that re-raise.
Re-raise.
Yeah, why not? You get a pair, it's heads up. You get a huge chip disadvantage.
All in and call. Anthony, all in.
And it's flip time.
His hand is pair of sevens, and Jason shows king, queen.
Skip the 2008 flip analogy for such a big moment here.
And if Mercier gets there, it's over.
King, queen for Jason. Good luck. Here is the flop. Flop comes, queen.
There's a queen on the flop.
Pair of queens.
Just destined for him, huh?
Anthony needs a 7 to survive.
Oh, 7.
Here is the turn.
Doesn't even have to worry about
8.
spades.
No help. 2 cards in the deck.
One
the
more
card
time.
is not the 7.
There's 2 outs once.
Of the EPT here in San Remo. And here is the river card. It's a deuce.
No 7. Jason Mercier wins EPT San Remo.
Good game, man. Good playing. Played well. Yes, sir.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
Welcome back to Prague and the conclusion of the 2024 season of the European Poker Tour. And we are reaching the concluding stages of the main event. It's day 4 of 6 here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. 45 players returning from the break from a record-breaking starting field of 1,458. Playing down to 16 today, playing down to 6 tomorrow, and playing down to a winner on Sunday. Sylvia Stutniart's still chip leader, got up to 3 million during the last session, coming back from break with 2.9 million. Start of day chip leader Anton Bergstrom still in the top 5, as is a former EPT finalist, Pedro Marques. And this is the lineup on the main stage right now. Got some very accomplished players at this table, including Pierre Calamusa, and we have the 3rd place finisher from EPT Prague last year, Umberto Ruggieri, who is the current table chip leader with just over 1.5 million. Blinds are going to 10,000, 20,000 with a 20k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan, joined by Sam Grafton.
Hey James, hey everyone. Very excited to be here for the final denouement.
Exactly. The pre-penultimate day of the tournament, and congratulations on your result in this tournament.
Yeah, it was great tournament to play. EPT Prague, such an iconic tournament. Yeah, and got it in for a big flip and a big stack. Wasn't to be, but you know, here I am in the booth. Some consolation at least.
Certainly consolation for the audience as we do kick off level number 22.
Yeah, nice to see a familiar face in Umberto. Remember him well from that final table. Sort of interesting character, kind of sometimes playing solid, sometimes pulling out a cheeky move or two.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches things. And we're going to see him get involved straight away.
Yeah.
He picks up ace-queen.
The dominating ace, Pierre Calamusa, has opened with ace-3 and has just been flattered. No 3-bet from Ruggieri.
Yeah, and I mean, back in the day, this was a hand that we really saw as a premium. We'd always be trying to 3-bet and even get it in. Whereas now, obviously, people take a different tack, particularly in late stages of tournaments. And obviously, the advantage is exactly this. Keep in the ace-x, you dominate. And then when you flop the toppest of pairs, you can really go hard with your hands.
Sorainen comes in for cheap from the big blind as well. 3-way to the flop, which is 10 deuce deuce. Ace-queen still ahead.
Yeah. Almost like there wasn't, almost like one card flopped, basically. Deuce, completely irrelevant, particularly with 2 of them out there. And Calamusa going to bet, and he's been enticed, I think, by that 2 of clubs, which he wraps around nicely. There's kind of turn barrels he can make. The downside is there isn't too many hands, I don't think, that Ruggieri's ever going to fold. Like, if we imagine pocket pairs aren't folding, the king, queen of diamonds, clubs and spades.
Yeah, heads up to the turn, which is another deuce.
So now Calamusa has to decide whether he wants to rep a very, very strong hand or to sort of surrender the betting lead.
Action goes check, check. 7 of clubs on the river. Ah, if Sorainen had hung around, he would have had the best hand.
Yes, the idiot.
Check, check. And ace-queen wins.
A very responsible hand of poker, James.
No one got too out of line.
Exactly. Exactly. When we say please gamble responsibly, that's what we mean. Don't overplay ace-3.
Yeah. Ruggieri up to 85 big blinds. Pierre Calamusa hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Average stack right now just shy of 50 big blinds. 994k with 44 players remaining. That's because Nikita Kuznetsov just went out. He was the shortest stack coming back from break and just got eliminated by Conor Bergen.
Yeah, very, very strong player, Nikita. Cashed the 50k here in Prague earlier in the week. So other players be relieved to see a very experienced online and live player eliminated. Back-to-back final tables would be a big achievement, hey?
Yeah. It doesn't happen that frequently, but it did happen not that long ago when we saw Peter Jorgner make the final table of EPT Paris in 2023 and this year as well.
Did Kowalski make Barca final twice? Back-to-back? Or maybe it was...
I want to say Kowalski just missed out on making the final table.
And then did it, yeah. How are we saying this? Gatsus. Looks like
Gatsus.
Well, it looks like what you get dealt in Scrabble when you're having a little bit of a...
Well, Gatsus has defended and has an open-ended straight... Sorry, Gatsus has a pair of 8s. It's Sorainen who has the open-ended straight draw. And it's a post-flop flip.
Yeah, and he might want to start betting this that just because you can eliminate, you know, some queen 7s and such like, gives you some flexibility on turn cards.
$25,000 the bet from Sorainen. This was unraised pre. Gatsus calls.
And in she blows.
There is the straight for Sorainen.
Yeah, it's a little less exciting because it's the heart that comes, which means your opponent retains equity. And it's obviously not the nuts, but blind on blind, a very, very strong hand. And there's lots we can get value from. So I would expect the Finn to start piling in some money. And now what does Gatsus want to do? Obviously we want to sort of pick the continues versus hands that can get there the most easily. So could be the 8-10 or 8-7 or even 8-5 is a little better than King 8 because your opponent isn't betting a worse 8. But will continue hoping really that his opponent gives up and he can show down.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Yeah, and again, there are hands that we lose to as the Finn, as Sorainen, but I think another bet is in order.
What's the number? 270 in the middle. Sorainen's got 290k behind.
I think he'll go 200 seems reasonable, just because we lose to Jack 10 and we lose to Hearts.
Well, he does decide to shove river.
Oh yeah, he's got 290, so that makes sense.
Yes.
So all in is very, very natural. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Obviously, if we had 8-10 as well, we wouldn't want to put all our money in.
No.
And so what kind of bluff catcher do we have here as Gatsus? We don't really interfere with the strongest parts of our opponent's range. We don't interfere with any straights, 7-5, 10-7, Jack 10. We don't interfere with any flushes. And indeed, you know, we can imagine King 7 with a heart might be a bluff. So I don't think this is the best bluff catcher. On the other hand, blind on blind. Very easy to find some 4-5 bluffs. You know, and you know, the commentators' phrase of choice might be some history. Maybe he thinks this guy is a maniac. Maybe he's been to Finland, seen him snowboarding, skydiving, knows he's a risk taker.
He's been to Finland and seen him play poker. That's where we see Finns take risks.
For whatever reason, Katsus is really considering this very strongly. Like putting over a pile, and he's trying to get a read here, sort of leaning back on his chair. It's very hard to see your opponent in the 1 and 9 seat.
Yeah.
It can be kind of frustrating to play hands this. And obviously, Serenin now, knowing he has the best of it, hoping desperately for a call. You know, it's a big pot bet on the river. If we had, you know, King 8 with the King of Hearts, just a lot better bluff catcher. You know, Jack 8 with the Jack of Hearts, wow, like great bluff catcher. But this one, I personally might be letting go. What does Katsus want to do? And it'd be a big swing for him.
3 time bank cards played so far.
He really is reluctant. Maybe he feels like he raises 9x on the flop, and so he's higher in his range. But you know, it would seem perfectly natural to just call 9-10 on the flop, which blocks 2 straights, and arrive at the river and then decide to make a. I mean, you can just have a flush yourself. I mean, you could just check back Queen 5 of Hearts and say, thank you very much. You're eliminated from the tournament. And yeah, he will let it go. And I think that's the right decision in theory. We could see, of course, it was the right decision against the actual hand he was up against.
Finds the fold as Luka Sorainen chips up to 560k. He's got around 30 big blinds. Katsus the second biggest stack at the table, but behind Ruggieri by some margin. But that is Thomas de Roy, another former EPT finalist, came 4th in Barcelona in 2016. Also won the Hyper Turbo Freeze Out here in Prague earlier in the week. Has just been eliminated from the main event by Alexander Sokolovsky. So de Roy out in 44th, and Sokolovsky now has more than 2 million.
As always, a very eclectic group of nations here on the table. Norway, China, Portugal. It's a really a European tour. It's amazing, really. There's not many things you could do with people from all over the world like this. I come to appreciate it more and more as I get older.
Joe and I joke about it, but I always enjoy looking at the pie chart that gets put together showing the breakdown of nationalities. Prague, more than any other stop on the tour, has a more even spread of nationalities. And I just think it speaks, fun enough, to location. You're slap bang in the middle of Europe. It's equidistant to so many countries.
Absolutely, yeah. Middle Europe, as they say.
So you play 6?
5 point something.
5 point something? Can you tell me, like, if you don't mind, just
400, 505.
5.
Well, here's a hashtag fun fact about Dimitrios Katsus. If he can make it to 39th place, he will lock up his best ever live cash.
Oh, wow.
There's a pay jump coming.
Yeah, that's really nice. It's always, you know, as much as we like to see sort of heroes returning, you know, like you've run deep before or have amazing track records. Obviously, Pierre, a very, very experienced pro. It's obviously part of the EPT to, you know, give people their breakout scores. And, you know, these are heady heights. If you're an amateur player or a beginning pro.
Now you can have king 5.
King lose. Like, it's not like 2 kings.
Suited is not bad.
This is not bad.
You can also jam a little bit.
And you play now
8.
8 century.
King Jack. and an under the gun raise from the table chip leader. Queens though for Oi.
Looks a little bit like die. I'm sure you've commented on it. It looks like he's...
Yeah, when you first see it.
Oi. Oi! I got pocket queens. And yeah, king jack off, just easy fold. Oh, sorry, I thought he was tossing it in there. When it gets back to him, will be tough continue because the offsuit hands just are sort of the first that you release. This was record-breaking.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it did shock me slightly. I think if I look at the poker landscape right now and I look at the events taking place on the other side of the Atlantic, meaning that fewer people are traveling from Canada and the US, for example, to come to the EPT, how the hell is the number still going up?
Sure, it's amazing. Amazing. I mean, also there was high stakes, you know, in Bahamas, and still got 25 for the 50K. I mean,
yeah.
Was a decent tournament for sure. Yeah, but to break a record, it is remarkable. The appetite for live poker just, it's amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it speaks well. I mean, I presume, I haven't looked at the stats. Some satellite winners as well, still, you know?
Yeah, there's a few, I think there's a couple of qualifiers. We have got one guy who was a Silver Pass winner to the Eureka main event, managed to get like a 12K cash in the Eureka, so he used that to fund his 5K buy-in for the EPT main.
Lovely, yeah. That's a classic story. That love that on the absolute spin.
So we've had the Ace-Queen open and the short stack all in with Ace-King, a domination situation, but very hard for Ace-Queen to fold here because Mao does not have a lot of chips. I think it's about 11 bigs.
Yeah. It's probably going to make the cut. We just imagine the 8s, the 9s, the 10s, Ace-Jack suited, Ace-10 suited, potentially. You know, he's not excited about it, but yeah, it will go in. And it's the hand that you fear when you have the Ace-Queen. You're always fearful of an Ace-King lurking.
So Mao gets it in good. It is a domination situation. Just has to fade some nastiness. $10-9-5 on the flop. Ace-King still good. Mao, a 4-1 favorite to get the full double up. Doesn't have to worry about spades because he has the ace of spades. Just has to fade a queen on the river, specifically the queen of clubs, the queen of hearts. Boom. Gets the double up. So we've had a few more questions today about what's happening in the new year. We did announce yesterday that due to circumstances beyond our control, EPT Paris will not be happening in February 2025. This is due to last-minute changes in French government policy, ongoing regulatory changes in Paris. Nothing we can do about that. But the most frequently asked question, certainly from our audience, is, well, what's taking its place? What are we doing instead? And the answer is nothing. And I appreciate that is also disappointing. There is not enough time in terms of locating a venue, securing the contract, doing the deal, branding, running qualifiers. We're talking about weeks now.
We don't want to rush out an inferior product just to fill our schedule or blah, blah, blah. That's not how we do things. Obviously, we have our standards, and they take a few months to, at least, to put in place, you know? I don't know which member of staff pissed off Macron. Was it Cedric? They were school rivals, you know? They were at university, and Cedric took Macron's girlfriend and never forgiven him. A vendetta.
40.
Here we go, a bit of star quality. Pierre Calamusa. Obviously been around a long time. Whenever I think of Pierre, I think of big stacks and big pots. And Mao here with the low connectors also just matches up well. If he was, before we saw a sort of wheel ace and ace queen, matches up well against those kind of hands. And this is probably the sort of board that Pierre was looking for. Be imagining the king jacks, the king queens that may flat. The only set that you have to worry about is pocket sixes. So it's a nice board, especially when we don't have a diamond, to put in some money. Begins with relatively small sizing, 25K. Kind of nice that he's sort of balanced here for when he has weaker holdings. Kings is a hand which kind of love to shovel in money, but it's not how these top players approach things. He has his sizing three-way on a board that hits the small blind really hard. And Ruggieri is out. And Mao with bottom pair. It is a small bet, and the three will be very live and deceptive, actually. But would love a backdoor flush draw. See if we had 6-3 of diamonds or Jack X of spades is where you want to pull the continues from. But verse just 25K will come along. Yeah, Calamusa not going to be excited to see the queen, but there are a host of straight draws and flush draws out there. Wow. And Mao now, we would imagine that a 6 is not quite strong enough to go for value with. And we'll check over to Calamusa. He might try for a second street now. I think actually probably mandatory to bet these kings again. And Mao, I would have liked to, well, maybe he hasn't changed. I think this is actually a hand you could shove sometimes, by the way. I think that would be kind of sexy. Doesn't look like he's considering it. Just deciding whether to bluff catch or not. And will pay off. And we're going to say Calamusa gets sort of the maximum there from the 6-3. Had he bet the turn, he, I don't think, would have got anything. Against his opponent's actual holding, played it absolutely right. A bigger bet on the flop even might have forced out the 6-3. And that's what it's all about, chiseling out some value. And a little setback for Mao after that double up. Pushed back down to 15 big blinds. Every pot significant at this stage of the tournament, of course.
"20 minutes into this level and 3 eliminations since the break. 42 players remain right now.
Wow. No feeling quite like it in live poker. Getting dealt the bullets. Oh no, Mao. Oh, no. I mean, this is just a great hand to find with 15 big blinds. This is really a disaster. Yeah. Will shove. And yeah. And ace, queen off. Such a strong hand at 15 big blinds. I mean, he looks resigned, and understandably so.
Yeah.
Just the offsuit aces against aces just don't play well. And yeah, things not gone his way. Will we see a 7 in 100 shot come to fruition? It feels like less than 7%, I gotta say, Hartigan. You can see Mal feels it's less than 7%.
Yeah. But it's now up to 9%.
Oh, let's go.
A queen on the flop gives them a little bit of hope.
It's a shame that the hearts are covered. Would be more exciting.
He has 2 outs.
2 whole outs.
A 5% chance of survival. The river card is not a queen.
GG, mates.
Renji Mao managed to survive the bubble after getting cooled horribly.
Oh, yeah?
It feels like 30% on the
King's cracked by ace king.
It feels like 30%.
But goes out in 40th place.
It's funny there, because Dassi saying it feels like 30% or feels like more. When you're on the other side of it, it feels like, oh, it's got loads of outs, but...
this hand happened just a moment ago. Mariusz Galiński at risk with 9s against Jae-Hyung Park's King Jack. And a jack on the river eliminates Galiński. So he was actually out in 42nd place. Florian Ribuchon was eliminated in 41st, and we just saw Renji Mao bust in 40th. That means 39 remain.
Yeah, it's a weird position to finish these, like, where it's not... it's a hella deep run.
It is.
But there's not... You're a bit short of the glory or the real tension of final 2 tables. So tough to get top 50 in a EPT. You come into today, day 4, really knowing that the big money is within your sights. That final table is a realistic possibility.
So a short while ago we had Vida Oy balanced off the table. Now, of course, we're down to 39. A table will break, so we will fill at least one of the 2 seats on the main stage.
Yeah, and loosey-goosey here from Calamusa. This is what I expect from the Frenchman. I don't play with him too much anymore, but always... Oh, he's just jammed. Look at this, really nice re-jam with the Queen 10 of clubs. Can fold out Ace 10, can fold out King 10, can fold out King Queen. Really strong play with the 20 big blinds. Someone that knows the more... I wouldn't say obscure pre-flop strategies, but it's more difficult to find the suited Broadway shoves. So easy to just flick in a big blind there.
Yeah.
And actually, there's a lot of advantages to shoving, particularly, you know, if we suspect our opponent's opening anywhere near as loose as ace-5 off.
So now that Mao has gone, no short stacks to the table. Artur Schuper with 580k still has around 30 big blinds. And yeah, we're just holding the deal because we are getting a new player.
Yeah, it's obviously... How much do you
play now?
I mean,
around? I had 540 the last hand, so...
Okay, so 6.
Yeah, 6.
As regulars to the stream or people that played EPT know, it's such a deluxe structure.
Right.
You know, I came back with 20 bigs yesterday and I was like, there's no rush, plenty of time to find the spot that you want to put the money in with.
Oh, this is hilarious. So having just been balanced off the feature table, Vidar's coming back to the feature table and has got exactly the same seat.
Wow, that's bizarre.
More sheep or same? Same.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah, that is strange.
And we're also down to 38 because Conor Bergen's been eliminated. to the next hand. 30 minutes into this level. Blinds 10K, 20K. Nine deuce for Arthur Schuper.
It's loose. Yeah. Decides not.
Wow. Aces for Luka Sarainen.
And almost a little bit of history between these two, blind on blind. Will come in for a raise. Oh my days. And I hope that Gatsus just calls here. We should realize that the open is quite polarized to hands worse than ace-9. Oh, he can't resist. Has he 3-bet here?
He has 3-bet to 180K.
Yeah, and I would potentially a slight misstep. And now Sarainen needs to decide how to proceed. In general, you would want to just flat aces because it plays so well against any bluffs. But if he expects his opponent to be too value heavy, he might want to go for it all now. So he's going to take, I would imagine this is a sort of real assessment. What am I up against here? Like, you don't want to let tens get away on a king, queen, 8 flop or whatever. So if you think your opponent is just going to have the goods, then you might want to just exploitively shove or click it back, even if it isn't a real thing. Oh my days, and he has. And Gatsus now. Really all at sea with a very mid-strength hand. I mean, it doesn't feel appealing to just call in position. Had we got a hand like King Queen suited,
yeah,
which is sort of mid-range, but we elected to 3-bet, we could just take a flop. Ace-9 off feels very junky versus the 4-bet. We are getting a great price, by the way. 115K to win 495. And this is how, I wonder if Gatsus can sort of realize that perhaps he's made a mistake here and just reluctantly bin it. There. Wow, good fold in the end.
Imagine playing the whole day without time banks. You know?
It's horrible. Pre-flop 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's too short. Yeah?
It should be 30 seconds pre-flop too.
My understanding is it's 15 seconds for your first decision and then 30 seconds for subsequent decisions. It's not 15 for all pre-flop decisions.
Always healthy.
You will be heads up with all the timings.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, I mean,
long and you may lose in one hand.
It's obviously a balance, and there's no perfect solution.
No,
I guarantee if we were to go back to 30, you would hear loads of players being like, it's too long. Why are these people? But it is demanding, is the one thing I would say, especially if you're a bit less experienced. Because, of course, sometimes it goes raise and 3-bet in front of you.
And your
now,
first decision, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
And that is tough. It's gone very well for Sarainen since we began today's stream. Chipped up nicely to 8-10.
Blind v blind. It's Gatsus with 10-5 of diamonds completing. Ace-4 in the bag for Pierre Calamusa. Would it be considered cannibalism if you were to eat some Calamusa? 7 of clubs on the turn. Gatsus now 3-1 favourite.
Checks again. A little surprised by this. So, oh, well, no. Calamusa checking back. Now finally Katsas might want to go for some value. Played this hand very cautiously. Oh. Calamus is going to be really surprised to see a 10. Maybe a little shell-shocked by the last blind-on-blind confrontations.
Should highlight that Gatsas did get the money jump and is guaranteed his best ever live result now, because we're paying players 22,850 euros.
And good for him. I mean, it's always a sort of benchmark when you break your own personal best, as it were. What a way to do it as well. Breaking your own record and knowing that, you know, it's just going to get better and better hour by hour.
Yeah, we're still in the part of the tournament where the brackets are quite broad, so we have to get to 31 players before there's another increase in prize money.
No.
You don't fold the Grafton in the presence of Sam Grafton.
Wow, that is a little tight as well. I mean, that's not just me, right? 20 bigs, I think we can still open the 10-9.
Didn't you get it in with a player at the feature table?
I was rooting for him, yeah.
And you actually said, I favour your hand. I think you're going to win.
Yeah. Yeah, I had his suits covered. That was his one mistake.
Dachi calling with King 7 of spades. And all good for Gatsas. Tom Mull says Sam would have to get heads up in the World Series main event to beat his best, or take down that tournament that Papo won the other day.
Yes. Amazing for the great man from Argentina. Absolutely delighted for him. Certainly shattered his biggest ever score.
Yeah. So Gatsas wins that one. Meanwhile, I'm hearing from the outer tables that we have a new chip leader. So Paul Runken from Romania came back from break with 1.6 million. Over the first 35 minutes of this level, he's won huge pots against Dan Kishu, Adrian Mack, and Pascal Voss, and has more than doubled his stack. He's now playing more than 3.2 mil.
3.2 million, wow, that's absurd. A behemoth of a stack.
And blind still 10k, 20k for another 55 minutes.
I mean, there's also, I mean, maybe I'm going on about it too much, but 90-minute levels as well. Very, very rare that you play a tournament these days with 90-minute levels. It's amazing. Real feat of endurance, the EPT main. Really deluxe poker. Katsas will take a hand off. Kalamusa folds the button.
A lot of blind v blind hands at this feature table. In the previous session and during this level, Dachi in the small completes. Rogeri checks his option.
Yeah, it's always interesting to observe as well from our perspective because of how wide the ranges are. How do people navigate 4 highs and 9 highs? And Dachi now turning the bottom end gutter. If it were me, I think I'd be...
Wait for it. I'm waiting in the chat on Twitch and YouTube. I'm just waiting for everyone to be going 5, 5, 5, because they love the sickness, Sam.
That would be sick indeed. Yeah, and the problem with Dachi, I mean, he wouldn't have got a bet through here. We can see, but we don't really want to check call the 4-3, so we're in a little bit of trouble now. Oh, is he going to check raise? Look at this. Oh, and I've done him an absolute disservice because this is very nice play indeed. His opponent's sort of capped by that quick check back. Knows his opponent doesn't have much Jack X. And with the sort of nut low type holding, will it be a 5? No, ace comes off.
Inconsequential and irritating Barry.
Yes, indeed. Very inconsequential Barry. But look at Dachi now. Yeah, little. Wow. What hands want to bet 100,000? You're really repping a jack. Wouldn't a jack want to go really big against 6x? But what can Ruggeri do about it? One imagines.
Move all in. If in doubt, move all in.
One imagines he's considering a bluff.
Yeah.
Very hard. I mean, could we see a 9-high call, James? Oh my days.
No.
And I said before, I remember Ruggeri. Oh, yeah! What a great hand of poker.
He raises it.
Go on, Dachi, shove now. He hasn't immediately. No, he has released. And that is.
I mean, I always love it when someone's bluffing with the best hand, but nonetheless, that is a superb play there.
Yeah, great play from both players. Dachi seizing on the sort of capped range of the big blind.
I love the fact you always want more. First you're like, maybe we'll see a 9-high hero call, and then when he raises, go on, Dachi, move all in.
Yes.
Stick it back to him.
I mean it's also great because you, in a small period of time, you immediately see why these guys have made it as far as they have.
Yeah.
You know, it's so easy to kind of get bet into with your 9-8 and release before you have a think about anything. But I wonder if he seized on the sizing and suspected a little bit of weakness with the 100K bet, whether it was he was dialed in that manner or who knows. But I mean, Dachi gave it the old college try there and didn't work out, but really nice hand of poker.
Sorainen with ace-10 opens to 40K. And round to the big blind. Queen 10. Tis a defend.
Indeed.
Jack 8-8 on the flop. Got shot at least.
Yeah, indeed. And Sorainen checking back a mid-strength hand. Doesn't open much 8x. Doesn't open the offsuit 8x from that position. And I wonder if we can go after this. Nice to have a heart in hand. Gives you a bit more flexibility in terms of bluffing and generates a few more folds, but we'll check again. Sorainen caught between two stools, probably wants to protect his hand, but on the other hand, fearing a check raise like we saw in the hand before. And now what for the big blind? A little surprised at this. I would have bluffed at the turn, but on the river, seems like Jack X would bet turn. So we're sort of repping pocket fours, ace 3, 6, 5. Obviously there are combos. It's not impossible to have a pair. But it seems like if we're bluffing queen 10, there's all sorts of 6, 4s, 6, 7s, you know, 10, 6s. But does he get it through? No, he gets looked up. You know, and this is the kind of problem. If we're bluffing queen high and getting called by ace high, it's not very efficient. Kind of felt obligated in the check down line to have a stab at it.
And Lucas Sorainen is now the second biggest stack at the table, 915,000. But apart from Ruggeri, the table chip leader, everyone else is below average. Everyone else has fewer than 50 bigs. Average stack right now is 1.1 million with 38 players remaining. Well, this hand is folded to the button. Umberto Ruggieri with Queen 8 of clubs raises. Ace King for Oi in the small blind.
Yeah, this is a nice spot to wake up with it. Obviously had a bluff gone wrong just a moment ago.
Oh, Schuper with Ace Queen in the big blind.
Yes, and this is an insanely strong hand versus the small blind rejam. I mean, we can imagine the small blind going all in here with an Ace 8, no problem, with the King Queen, with the Queen Jack suited, all types of combinations that we absolutely dominate. And Schuper actually probably thinking this is a decent spot. Uses the time back. Knows it's a big commitment of his stack. Also with the chip leader on the button. But one imagines that this might be too strong a hand to fold. Yeah.
So he reshoves. That'll get rid of Ruggieri. Cards will go on their backs. And it is a domination situation. The at-risk player is way ahead right now.
He's Queen of Spades. Always you have a hand when I open the button.
You want your hand backs? 5-6?
Queen 8 suited.
Oh no, not Queen 8 suited.
Don't tell him you folded a queen. Oh, Schuper's hopes disappearing. One card at a time.
We've seen that,
Jack 10, Jack 10.
No, Jack 10, 7-8.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, no, Jack 10.
Jack 10.
Oh, there we go.
7-8.
Even tougher now.
7 and diamond.
The spade
still alive.
is just the twinkle of hope.
I take 7-8 every day.
Wow.
There is a spade on the turn, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a sweat.
Yeah, sick turn always seems
like
to come.
5 of clubs, you know?
So many on which the ace queen is dead.
Impossible.
River card is a diamond.
Okay. There must be some problems with the deck.
Double up for ace king. So we are now midway through this level with 38 players remaining. And of course, tomorrow, the first ever Spin and Go Championship kicks off here in Prague. 81 players, including our very own Nick Walsh, will be competing in a series of three-handed tournaments for 100K in prize money. Nick is one of the 7 special guests, I'll have you know.
Wow.
Along with the 74 qualifiers who've come from Italy, Southern Europe, and the rest of the world. And this is going to play out over the next 2 days. And if it is a huge success, every reason to expect it will be, I'm sure we will do it again. Of course, updates across the PokerStars blog and across PokerStars social media channels as well. Understandably, the live stream will focus on the final 16 players and the final table of the main event. Time to welcome Joe Stapleton back into the booth.
Hello, my babies.
Hello, my baby.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I got a little pep in my step today.
Yeah?
Feeling excited about this tournament.
Beautiful.
Feeling excited about the record-breaking field.
Yeah, I mean, me and James have been talking about it. It's absolutely remarkable, given how much poker is played around the world at this time of year.
Absolutely.
That we continue to break records here in Prague. I mean, there's no reason why not. It is a great city, and it's a great tournament.
I know you were excited about the goulash as well, Joe. I do feel you oversold it slightly.
Griff was also going on about the goulash.
Pretty much everybody except for Negative Nancy over here.
I was just going to say, the caveat I'll issue is that because I ate it 90 minutes after you did, maybe it being less fresh made it less enticing.
Not only was it less fresh, but it looked like they had run out of some of the ingredients when you got there, and it was just meat, because I had mushrooms in mine and peppers.
I had none of that.
Because I mind swept the table and just nibbled on what you left behind. I wasn't as nice. And Ruggeri, checking back the 5-7-5, allows Serenin to catch up and overtake indeed. This guy's playing very cautiously against each other. A lot of checking. Which is perhaps understandable at this stage in the tournament. This young man seems to be playing very well, my estimation, from what I've seen so far.
Agree.
Doesn't feel obligated to check the queen over to the pre-flop raiser. Confident enough to put out some money.
Let me ask you a question about playing. Let's say you're at the table and you notice that these two are playing cautiously against each other. Is that a sign of weakness to you? Do you go after that? Do you think that you can pressurize them?
Yeah, I mean, it just it just means that when they do c-bet, you want to take it that bit more seriously. You know, if they're opting out of betting range on 5-7-5, okay, now when they do, you weight them a bit more to 9s and 10s and a bit less nonsense or whatever it might be. And by the way, that's a very loose float with the ace-3 high. Not a believer. And Serenin won't be happy to see a king come off. One hand we're concerned about is ace-king. Another is just losing to king-queen already. What can we be up against here? And we'll check. I wonder if Ruggeri's called just to show down against the 6-4s, 6-3s of the world, or whether he has designs on this pot in another manner. King is a very good card for his range. I mean, we are very low. I mean, given that I would even have just folded this hand.
The float would say to me that sometimes he is going to go for it here. Right?
Yeah, well, the only thing, yeah.
Wow, just goes for the ace-high showdown.
Yes. And it's okay to play tough.
Serenin still second at chips at this table. Paulie on YouTube writes in, they say, guys, I'm Italian. The pronunciation for Ruggeri is Ruggeri.
Ah. Thank you so much, because we can hear accents via chat. Oh,
Kenny Burke.
Ah, he's off on his. He's gonna get his
Harley.
Wow, what a legend this guy is. I'm sad we didn't get to see him.
I am too. But something tells me we will. Something tells me we haven't heard the last of Kenny Burke or Laszlo Molnar.
Yeah, top rag, leaving. We can see he got a swaggy leather. Don't want to play against people with a leather Louis Vuitton strap bag.
You want to play with someone who's got like an old sandwich bag with them.
Exactly.
Sandwich bread.
Yeah.
By the way, Laszlo went out, hashtag death by quads. Ace King flipping against 10s, flopped dead by 2 10s.
Not fun. At least it's quick, like a guillotine.
Yeah, right.
It's just over.
It just leaves your head blinking.
Yes.
Getsus versus Serenin. Blind
Domination nation here with the 5-3.
Huge domination situation. Queen, queen, jack with a 5 against queen, queen, jack with a 4.
Oh my God, he's gonna try and bluff him a 5 high.
What a loser, folding the best hand.
Pathetic. No one has any heart anymore. Stapleton, you would call that. At least,
you gotta call one.
At least, yeah,
you gotta
exactly.
call one.
At least go to the turn.
Maybe I'll turn a draw. It's been a while since we've had a brash young Finn splash onto the scene.
They're just what a nation of poker players. They don't mess around. No one's just playing cards badly in Finland, are they? No one's just splashing around.
They just come out of the womb pretty good gamblers.
Yeah. because it's dark all the time. You know, we start our games at like 9 and they go through to 5. But there, if you just play through the night, you start at 3 p.m. and play through till
about like 11 a.m.
Yeah.
So they're actually like getting
double the amount
75% more hours in per game.
Yeah.
Shoving.
Using his superpowers.
I can't believe Griffin didn't come up with that one earlier.
It's not really appropriate, but I feel like he might bust this hand, so I wanted to get it in before he left. Oh.
Here, Calamusa makes the call, has Shupa dominated.
Yeah, and I'm caught between two stones here because I love Pierre, but on the other hand, Shupa not run too good. Wouldn't mind seeing him big at 10. They're both, wow, Pierre stood up, and he just stood up and was like, no, I'm alone.
I'm the guy who's leaving.
Yes.
Yeah. Excuse me, but I'll be the one standing here, sir. Domination situation.
Looks like he's appearing in court.
Pleaded Your Honor, guilty. I'm very sorry.
Pleaded guilty to going all in with King 10 suited.
I've learned my lesson.
It doesn't change that much, actually. Look at that. Got the gutter from 3 outs to 4 outs.
Nobody hits 4-outers anymore.
Comes running spades, otherwise he's dead.
Right, exactly. Oh, boy.
King kick. No, oh, no, it doesn't do anything.
Just looks pretty.
Jack required.
And it's time for Shupa to ship out.
Stupid stuff. GG.
Out in 36th place for 22,000.
It's like
50.
It's like a tease. I couldn't come up with the phrase to be when you're getting 50th, 40th. You can't be like I was final 2 tables, but it's deep indeed.
Yeah.
I don't know what the final 50. It's a tease. Because also, I don't want to be disrespectful, but like once the min cash is 8K, going out with like 15 doesn't feel like too different. Exactly. I don't know.
But the problem is that I have.
It is a fairly unique situation to go out. I get what you're trying to do. We don't really have a word for it.
Yeah, no one remembers you either. You don't get any James Hartigan who finished 44th, and he got he made top 40 last year.
Well, because what'll happen is I'll be like, oh, I recognize this Shupa guy. He went deep in something, I think, and then I'll look it up and I go, oh, it's 36. Yeah.
Because it is impressive, but when you tell your friends back home, I got 48th, they're like, is that a lot?
By the way, I want to get out in front of something with you.
Yeah, go.
Yesterday, I think, maybe it was day 2, sorry, we were on the first feature table, and the guy called with like ace high or something against you. I was so excited to see the call of ace high that it sounded like I was rooting against you for a second. And so I just want to let you know, I was just like, holy.
I don't hate you.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I was just excited that.
I called with ace 10.
Yeah.
Nice call from the lad. Philip, good lad. Enjoyed playing with him. Yeah, good call. Here we go.
I thought it was a good bluff too, by the way.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I wasn't. Sometimes you get called and it's just the way it works out. Calamusa here with the ace king.
Again?
And it's a delightful spot to find yourself in. Don't blame Serenin for taking this 3-bet spot with the king jack suited. Wow, and Dachi with a hand obviously dwindles in value after raise, 3-bet, 4-bet. This is just for the cameras a little bit, one would imagine. Yeah. Ace deuce out of that as well, we imagine. And now king jack
shrivels up.
It does.
1.1.
Oh, go on, Jerry. I mean, if we were going to pile it in here as a 5-bet, we would use a suited wheel ace.
But ace deuce isn't used as much as the 4 and the 5.
The sound. Wow. the game's dead.
It started. Yeah, no, it's over.
It's
over.
We got to cut these streams off. I'm not giving away any more knowledge.
I think I unironically used visibility at the on a different stream I did recently. It's almost over. But
I'm not giving away any more strat on these streams anymore.
once it starts sinking in over here, you know that I'm the last to get it.
I mean, could Ruggieri pull the trigger here? He's got some fruitiness for sure. I would be very surprised.
Ruggieri, I mean,
especially +1. Sorry, under the gun, cut off small blind. These are very strong positions. Yeah.
he can get out of line though. He was pure action if I remember last year.
Yeah, he cold full bet Marley with like 10-5 off. Yeah. I reported him to Everyday Sexism after that. So
that's right. I knew that he was in some banana's hand. That was the one.
Yeah.
We got Fabian Bartushk.
This
has won a couple of events in Rosvadov this year. Welcome to the table.
I'm Fabian. Hello. You don't see the back to front baseball cap as often as you used to. It was a staple of EPTs.
I do feel like the things are cyclical, and like we've got Sarainen and we've got backwards baseball. It's
all coming back.
2008 all over again.
They're doing it like, you know, some of these people are like, yeah, I'm dressing 90s style. Like it's you know, our teenage years, our childhoods are back in a, you know, the way people used to wear flares and be like, flower power, it's the 60s, and we were like, wow, that's so old.
That was 100 years ago.
Sure.
I saw this this viral TikTok, whatever, this woman yelling at her son, going, 1990 was not 35 years ago. It was 2 years ago.
Yes, indeed. We go.
6-1 raise, 40,000.
The Kings for Katsas. Kalamusa with a hand that we do want to 3-bet at least some of the time. Back at it. Come on, Joe. What do we say about this ace-deuce suited? We say blocker, unblocker.
Blocker, unblocker. Okay, I know that the big little thing is a thing.
Yeah, we block the ace king, ace queen, and we unblock the 10-9s, 10-8s, king 9s. You know.
So
ace deuce is better than ace 9 because the first folds are sort of jack 9's always folding, 9-8's always folding, 10-9's always folding. You don't want to interfere with the offsuit. Yeah.
Oh, there's the all-in from Gatsis. Okay, so to continue about the ace-deuce there.
Yeah.
So the old school, not the old school, but the previous school of thought was, oh, you've got a suited ace in position, you can just call there. Is that no longer a thing?
Sure, no, it's a thing, but like, again, ace-8 suited, you're going to, when it comes 8 high, you're going to have their king 8 in trouble, or you're going to have their jack 8 in trouble. Whereas ace 2, it never comes too high, you know?
Hold on.
And
yes, that tracks.
And you're not like 150 big blinds deep where it's like, great, I'm going to have ace high flush and you're going to have a jack high flush and I'm going to take 8 million chips as if we're in some huge
Hell yeah, I get that. That makes sense to me.
Good thing a 5 didn't come on.
You know, even ace 8, sometimes it comes, you know, 7 high and you got 2 overcards, whereas again, so we just 3-bet it. Because also when they call ace 10, we don't often get stacked. We are sort of in position, we're controlling the things. I mean, we do a bit of money ace deuce ace 10. We don't, you know, we rarely like get.
So is it 3-bet there or fold?
I think it's
just like a mandatory 3-bet.
We definitely play it.
Okay,
but I feel like it's just a very good.
Okay, cool. No, this is good.
Yeah, there's that cheat with the kings. The premiums are out this orbit.
Yeah, and maybe we've got queens here. Ruggieri is re-raising. Big blind folds.
Ruggieri's, you know, whether it's the confidence of having been here before so recently, he's looking to get involved. Oh, yeah. And he does have the ace-queen suited. And versus 25 bigs, there's not much we can do. Even if we suspect that there's not that many bluffs, we just flip too often. Yeah, and you feel for Umberto.
Umberto can withstand this loss should the Kings hold.
I wouldn't mind seeing an Albanian EPT winner. I don't believe that great nation has had one.
I can confirm there has been no Albanian EPT winner.
So I don't mind Daci doubling here. I tend to root for the player that is covered. As much as Ruggieri is a great character, nice to see with the chip lead. And 34% equity. He will be triumphant often enough.
Queen high flop, 1 club.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over by a long stretch.
Ruggieri with 5 immediate outs, which, as you know, is more than enough. No help on the turn. Daci just needs to fade aces and queens. Gets it done. Double up Daci.
And it's a nice feeling to have 1 million chips in an EPT. Not easily done.
I wouldn't know.
I had invested a little bit for this with 3-4 and stuff like that. But.
Yeah, I mean, ace queen suited. Setup. Open the bottom. Huge setup. That's it. Impossible.
Ruggieri still 3rd on the leaderboard despite that double through.
Yeah, and actually there was a bit where there was like a couple of big stacks and everyone else was not short, but in the 30s, but actually 34 bigs, the shortest stack. 60, the biggest stack. Everyone in and amongst it. It's nice for us, means we get to see some of these 3 bets, 4 bets, post flop.
Yeah, I guess it is a really high lowest, but a pretty low highest.
Yes, it's a nice way to put it.
Raise from Sarainen, ace 9 suited. King 4 for Bartushk. We're going to see a defend.
I guess it's close versus under the gun, especially as we're in somewhat late stages.
This is a no-go for me, dog. All right, Bartush does let it go. Want to address this question real quick here. Sacramento asked Joe, are you still doing your stand-up tour road trip you were talking about on a previous stop? I did it. It was one of the biggest and most expensive mistakes of my life. It was a total disaster, except for the comedy actually went pretty well almost everywhere. But the tour was, I torched like 20K, I'm not going to lie. So we hired a documentarian to film it for us. And on day 3, he decided that
It was the megalopolis of comedy tours.
It was.
It was a vanity project.
It was a megalopolis of comedy tours. If on day 3 of filming, Francis Ford Coppola had decided that he was going to play the main character in his own movie, because that's what our videographer did.
It was a vanity project gone wrong.
He started filming himself on day
really?
3, and then started doing stand-up on day 7. At 63 years old, and made the whole thing about himself.
That's almost like a, I don't know, like
that's the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the movie.
We could take the footage. Werner Herzog could repackage it. We could turn it into an art house documentary. Very meta.
Ace 9 of diamonds for Oi.
It's huge.
I had that idea. Someone looked at all the footage. They were like, he was so bad at his job that there's no movie here.
Huge for day 3. Is it for day 4?
6s for Sarainen.
Yeah, and at 30 bigs, it's just having a pair because this goes in at a lot of stack depths. But just over 30, and at this stage in the tournament, he elects to defend. We're looking to play stubborn, even if overcards flop.
And those are some overcards.
That's a remarkable flop because 6s very, very strong on 994. And Oi, call the police. The trips with the 9 kick-up.
I guess to very comfortably continuation bet this in a spot where he probably would be c-betting with all manner of things that sixes are beating.
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame Serenan for check raising here. We get value, we get protection, we get folds from overcards. Obviously, the button does open 9x offsuit, so it's not a, you know, trips are a significant part of the button's range here, but nonetheless. And it is a check raise. And now...
I can't believe your luck.
Yeah. Oe has to decide how to continue. Whether to 3-bet the flop or just call. Seems like...
Nobody 3-bets this anymore, do they?
I think that you can when you call all the other 9x.
Okay.
On the other hand, it's also nice that you can raise the river with this one. But yeah, I mean, I would... I mean, your opponent doesn't fold Jack 10 of spades when you 3-bet the flop small, so... Look at this, he is reaching for chips.
That's more than 80 that's been cut out.
And, you know, this is for sure a rare eventuality. But it is the downside to check raising sixes. I actually think it's a very good check raise. But now, how do we continue? We'd almost rather have spades. But I do think Serenan will call. Can hit the 6. Depends, again, what he thinks of his opponent. And you hope that if your opponent's bluffing, they just slam on the brakes.
And things get even better for Oi on the turn. I mean, maybe slightly worse.
Well, I mean, you're just
relatively.
Hoping, you're hoping your opponent has you.
Now you want them to have pocket fours.
It's much more likely that they have 8-7 of spades than pocket sixes. So now, wow, this is a weird old spot. I mean, we've set it up so that we have pot back. Yeah, I think check is good.
Check, check. River's a 10. How do you get more money out of sixes here?
Yeah, and Serenan, no need to bluff. Can't really value bet.
Bet 130,000.
Wow. And Serenan, very hard hand to decipher, isn't it? Because it needs to be somehow, they need to have 3-bet the flop with ace-9, turn the it's very...
I'm an overfolder, I know that, but I'm thinking to myself here that some of the best case scenarios when I get 3-bet on the flop are now also beating me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I think the 10 is a bad card because a lot of the bluffs you would imagine would be like Jack 10, 10-8, you know, something that wraps around the 9 that isn't comfortable causing the check raise.
7-10.
Yeah, something of this ilk. It's a very odd hand, indeed. And also, where are we?
Oh, is he going to pay it off? He does.
Cool.
What a hand from Oye.
Yes.
Flops the world, locks it up on the turn.
Yes.
And gets paid. Nice little check back on that turn.
And very nice flop 3-bet because if you're just calling the ace of spades comes off, against that actual holding, very hard to get more money in. And to be honest, it's something I've experienced a lot of times. I think, by the way, you know, when you're a strong player like this lad in the big blind obviously is, when a story doesn't make sense, your instinct is to pay it off. But when it is something weird, it's often something like quad somehow, or it's just some incredibly strong hand that's taken a weird line, you know?
That's certainly what it was in this case. Calamusa, 10-8. Diamonds. Dachi's out, Ruggieri folds. Boy is probably not going to play this one.
Boy, he's loving life. He's just counting out.
Yeah.
Like, how much was even?
What do I have right now?
It's
Yeah.
huge. Look at that. It's such a delight. Let me. Are these 20s or is there any?
Those are not the biggest ones, but they're the bigger ones. Bartushka's got some of the biggest ones in front, the red and black. Bartushka's going to call in position with the suited ace.
And Kansas could be enticed in here with the low suited connectors.
Low suited connectors on board to see the board. I see a 7. Pair of 7s for Gatsis.
Yeah, and a
7-9 wraparound for Calamusa.
Yes, indeed. And the 7 of diamonds out there, very enticing for Calamusa to sort of match this hand with the time he has jacks and 10s. It's sort of card matches, and it's sort of going to work quite nicely.
Continues for 40,000.
It's a small bet. And Batushk with backdoor diamonds and sort of the possibility of turning straights, considering whether to call, raise even, as the worst hand that wants to continue. He looks kind of interested. It's very hard versus the small sizing. One thing people often think is that the big sizings are the hardest to play against. Actually, against good players, it's sort of the small sizings where you're sort of tempted to continue, but is it too weak? That's the hardest to navigate.
I mean, I think that's where I lose most of my chips in tournaments, is in spots where I go, well, I got to call this bet.
And what a turn card.
Second pair, a second pair, third pair.
Yeah, Katz's with 2 pair is what I'm going to say. And Calamusa, you know, to use some jargon.
Make it a little easier.
We're calling that 2 pair these days. And Calamusa improving to the first. And Katz's checks. And Calamusa with so much equity.
You think ace-6 of diamonds is pissed? No?
Well, that actually was. Wow, imagine if he'd floated as well.
Yeah.
It would be a car crash hand. Yeah, and Calamusa gonna really elect to pressurize hands like 7x.
Pressurize 7x and avoid being furious when somehow you miss the river.
Yeah, and now Katzis has the opportunity to check raise.
365,000 out there. Gatsis with basically 2x pot left behind. Does not appear to have raised. Now has just over pot left. And Calamusa does what so many open-enders do. Makes a pair.
Yeah, and Katzis actually considering leading. Ace-6 of diamonds would have got there, by the way. Would be the best hand here on this river.
Oh, no, you're
considering
right.
leading here to try and get value from the jacks and queens and what have you. He is the person that's going to have a sort of 9-6, 7-6, etc. And leads out for a tiny amount. If you could actually see Calamusa's hand, he might be the size that you would go. And you know, Calamusa doesn't sort of break his position. considering if he could raise here, like, does he play Jack 10 like this on occasion? And he can force a fold from a hand like 8-7. Like,
What, he's gonna have some sixes ever or no?
Not too. Yeah, I mean, he might play ace-6 of diamonds like this himself.
Right. Oh, not that many though, I guess.
Yeah, and he's open under the gun, and pocket sixes will just check at some point, one imagines. But you notice he doesn't switch to bluff catch mode.
Oh boy! Calamusa shoves.
I mean, I love it. This is do or die poker. This is how you win at EPT, by the way. It might not work, but it's an incredibly bold play. And Katz's 2-pair, which was so strong on the turn, reduced to a bluff catcher. If he does make the call here, he'll be propelled to 1.5 million. Katz's, by the way, who has broken his own personal best cash with this deep run. Not a hugely experienced live player, we don't think. Can he make a big hero call? What sixes does his opponent have? What straights does he have? Jack 10 is the hand that you're worried about.
Is there any other value that isn't those things but is beating 7-5?
No, I mean, Calamusa has a straight or he doesn't, basically.
I think Gatsis.
He calls. What a
Makes
call,
the call
from Katz's. Remarkable call. And Calamusa, a gentleman as always, taps the table.
Last second there.
Calamusa, not the first time today, has gone for it, and not the first time today it has not worked.
A remarkable hand of poker.
I was going to say that I think that Gatz's lack of experience might hurt Calamusa in that spot, that it might be
sort of tied to actual hand strength. Okay, I mean...
Correct.
Yes.
And that it may be, you know, against a player who has a similar playing style, maybe would work a little more often.
Yes, yes.
Maybe against you, for example.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Katz's taking the chips quietly, but inside he'll be jumping for joy.
And that makes him table chip leader, by the way. 83 big blinds.
Yeah, and you got to feel for Pierre. A lot of heart there. So deciphered correctly that the 8 wasn't good. Didn't sort of cop out by, okay, I just pay off the 75K. Went for the heroic play. And with 34 players left, Dimitrios up to 1.67 million. And one of the most experienced players left in the field, plunging down to under 20 big blinds.
He spun it up before. Giselago says, well, that was impressive. Not many that can call on the TV table at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not both players going to war, basically.
40,000, 6 1 pass. 6 1 pass.
Bartush has raised with King 9. Calamusa is going to defend the big blind with King 8.
400 behind?
Yeah, something like that. 350 behind.
350 behind. Ace Queen 5.
Check. Seven bet 30,000. 3 pass.
Bartush continues after being checked to. Calamusa releases.
Yeah, and he won't be rattled for long, but there was a little bit of emotion there on his face. When you pull the trigger on a big bluff, you know, and also, as you say, when you see a call and suddenly think, well, maybe I wasn't getting any folds from the hands I wanted to, as Daniel Erlandson is eliminated in 35th.
Right, nearly 23,000 euros. And that final hand was a 6-ped shove with ace-king into pocket aces.
When the 6th bet goes in,
Yeah.
you've tightened up the range.
And the chips have gone to Geno Esquis, who we just saw very briefly there.
That's the guy that eliminated me. So let's all
really?
Let's all root against him.
Well, apparently he's a very well-known member of Lex's Twitch channel.
There we go.
Insult to injury.
Loser.
Ruggieri with the Jerrys. Dacey in the big blind. It looks like it was an under-the-gun raise that's made its way all the way to ace-6 for Daci.
Look at Pierre, he's shaking his head. He looks shell-shocked.
Queen 7-6, pair of sixes for Daci. Pierre's handling himself very well, but in your head, are you like, how the
Well,
that?
I think it's just sometimes you're sort of, the showdown gives you new information, right? So if now he didn't check raise his 2 pairs on the turn, he's got all the 2 pairs, and he's calling all the 2 pairs, and he only leads 2 pair on the river, maybe you were just getting 0 folds there, basically. And that's, you know, and in which case you just torched 500,000 chips, basically. So it's just he's just trying to decipher that. But I mean, as I say, you know, Calamusa been playing top-level poker for well over a decade.
Yep.
And also someone that has moved the chips in before. Oh, what a river.
Daci trips. Sign of the beast, 666.
I would love to see him go a little bit bigger than this.
75K, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, I actually don't think this could be just a 9, by the way. I don't think we could fold to 75K here. I guess he's going to 3-bet the flop if he gets, maybe he's trying to induce a raise somehow. I don't know.
Who knows?
5 seconds. 6, 5, 12.
And does get the call from Ruggieri, also showing a little emotion.
Yeah, I mean, it's these guys all seem like, you know, the majority, the overwhelming majority of poker players now that you play with, particularly at the level of a 5K, you know, played in such good graces, such good spirits. You don't see as much ego or, you know, much rudeness at the table anymore. It's really, like, lovely to play at EPT. But, of course, running deep inside, you know, 4 days of poker, there is a lot of emotion. People want this so much, and it can be frustrating when you feel things going against you, or when your instinct is like, I should fold here, I'm beat.
I find that to be one of the most exhausting aspects of poker, is having to keep those emotions inside.
Yes.
It is physically draining.
Absolutely.
To not express, to not go, ah!
Yes, indeed. Him again!
Yeah, jeez!
I find it just sometimes when I'm commentating with Griff, to, you know, have to be professional, not be like, come on, mate, again. Another comic book reference, bloody hell. I mean, have we not had enough?
We all get like that with Griff.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, for them, even more so.
Pierre with the queen suited.
Yeah, it looks delightful.
Will be happy to be played back with this hand, I think.
Yeah, my guy. Calamusa getting back on the horse, picking up the blinds, over 20 bigs. You know, and as I say, he'll just recalibrate, get used to his new spot at the table, and you know that he's not by no means out of it.
OG1 Kenobi writing in on YouTube to say, Joe, that's why sociopaths make the best poker players.
Yes, probably.
I know a couple, and they're pretty good. Bartushk under the gun.
6, 7, 5.
Nah.
Nah, brah. I'm out. Nah, brah.
I'm out. 5,000 this hand. Yes. Broheim.
I knew if I teed you up there with just the word prior, you
catch you dudes later.
Dear.
This hand is so 2000 late.
Go on, Calamusa. We're all in here. Let's go. Let's roll.
He is all in.
There we
go.
go.
A Jack 10 suited, huh?
Let's go. Let's go.
Dachi with 2 4s.
Yeah, it doesn't play well, really, versus raise and shove. And an opportune moment to do it as he catches Katsus with one of the worst hands he's going to open.
Calamusa up to 24 bigs after getting that shove through.
Yeah, just needs to do that 14 more times and he's back where he was. No problem.
Doesn't seem that tough.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah,
Brandon
here.
Shields, love to see this.
Here he is these are the folks coming up to the feature table. Brandon Shields, Luke Porter, Christian Rudolph.
Wow.
Jay Young Park.
You've been keeping...
Sylvia Studnyarts.
Looking glamorous, love this. I mean, this is just...
And Stanislav Grodek.
Oh.
The only person I didn't name check there was in the seat one, Siari Alonso.
I mean, that is just... Brandon Shields loving it. Loving to see him. And Wotnalos as well.
It's
all
Christian Rudolph.
7 guy.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah. And one of the goated online players of all time.
They will be our next feature table. We're going to give these folks a break. They've done their part. Oy.
They raised, they 3-bet. They did stupid bluff. They hero called. They did everything we would ask of a feature table.
They ticked almost every box.
We sit them down and give them a pep talk beforehand, before the camera's on. Guys, I want to see smiles. I want to see jazz hand. This is show business. Anytime you can run a stupid bluff, Pierre, I'm looking at you particularly.
Just like we did in rehearsal.
Yes. We want to see.
Where's that energy from? I need that energy from yesterday. Well, blind on blind battle pre-flop happening.
Yeah.
And 5 tray. He's gonna win that shoving match.
Folding out the dominating 5. That's why you do it.
Did you hear an announced race, or should I say it louder? Did you heard it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Actually doesn't have the Californian accent we were hoping for.
For a short moment, I was worried.
He's not from Sacramento.
Yo, bro, you catch that raise?
Thank you.
Bro, I've been catching some wild...
I don't need the ladies.
Catching some wild races. I actually watched the original Point Break the other...
This is a movie you revisit from time to time, right?
Yeah, of course, I love it. So. It's great to see Keanu running. Like, just him running is that is movie star quality right there. And I watched 80% of it, its spiritual sequel, which is, of course...
What is the spiritual sequel?
Speed is the spiritual.
Oh, really? Interesting. So I don't want to disappoint you. I've seen Speed. I've never seen Point Break.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's insane. That's very good. But that's because it's directed by a woman. Hey, you don't.
Exactly.
You heard
I
that?
don't do lady movies. No.
Yes. It's going to be some sort of romantic comedy.
I'm so sexist that I didn't even know it was directed by a woman.
You just assume that's impossible.
Exactly.
You mean the hair and makeup was done by a woman?
You're talking about the actresses who are women.
Directress.
Oh, God.
And here we go. We remember this clash from a couple of orbits ago.
I mean, I think every 2 players at this table has had multiple clashes, like every combination that could have happened. Some of these folks headed to break.
Yeah, it's always intimate when you're alone at the table together. But I suspect so much action on Ace, Jack, Deuce. King 7 looking good here for C-bet. A board that really favors the pre-flop raiser, as we know.
35,000.
And with spades, not much you can do.
And that is going to be the last hand of the level, not of the tournament. We're coming back. They're coming back. Well, they're not coming back. These players are going back out into the field, and they will have to duke it out without the cameras and the lights, which may take some of the pressure off. We'll be keeping an eye on Pierre Calamusa, the shortest stack. Lucas Sarainen down to just 21 big blinds as well. I would have guessed more. Ariel Daci, second in chips for 48 bigs, and Dimitris Gatsis has got M at the moment. We are headed to a break here in EPT Prague. When we get back, lots more action from the Czech capital back in 20.
I learned to play poker, I think, 20 years ago. Well, my most poker achievement is not something big. Third place at the Big 11 or something like that. I played Power Pass. Everyone who loves poker should try it. If you got a few hours time, do it. And I get first the Silver Pass and a month later the Gold Pass. That's how I came here. The first time you get here, it's a little bit much for big fans. I need a few hours to calm down. Only the first hours, then it was wonderful.
At the secondary feature table, Gledeby Brito is going to the turn in a hand against Artur Galanek.
Glad to be here, everybody. Glad to be here.
Brito with a straight draw, Galanek with a flush draw, and currently the best hand, King High. The turn card is an 8, giving Brito the straight. He checks to Galanek.
Brito's playing this a little too chill in MH opinion. This board is so wet it's practically pruning.
Galanek fires 35,000 into 44,000.
Mr. Galakanekas.
Brito, as a 3-1 favorite, calls the bet. This hand goes to the river. And Galanek does not hit his flush card.
He had a huge draw, and these are two bricks so big they could have been used to build the pyramids.
Brito's checked again. Galanek is betting again.
He's got to be frustrated.
He tries to buy it, bluffs the river for 70K.
I'm Holly.
And Gledeby Brito shoves. Now he has to make this look good.
Just give it a minute. Check it out. It's Gledeby's wife, Samara, and fellow Brazilian Charles Modesto, the dance instructor. Think they're going to bust a move if he wins? Word.
Tudo do Brasil, pai. Vamos, pai.
Galanek finally folds.
Does anyone speak Brazilian?
Thank you.
Gledeby Brito wins a sizable pot.
And now getting a text from his wife. Nice hand, hun. Can you cash out?
Brazilian qualifier Gledeby Brito going heads up to the flop against Ankush Mandavia.
Ankush, one of Daniel Negreanu's favorite players.
Brito way ahead with pocket eights. Mandavia with 7-5 offsuit. The flop is King 8 deuce. A set for Brito. A 97% favorite.
I think 3% equity is kind of good for Mandavia, considering he's got no pair, no draw.
Action goes check, check, and Mandavia does pick up a gut shot straight draw on the turn.
Spoke too soon.
Here comes the delayed continuation bet from Brito. 5,300.
That's Brito's. I really hope you have a king face.
Just a draw, 9% equity.
Oh, I didn't know his international picked the worst time possible to raise an amateur day.
Semi-bluff. A shove from Brito. And a fold. Burrito continues to crush. Takes more than 30K off Mandavia.
Bet that hand's not going in the Insta story.
Gledeby still chip leader here on day 2 of the PCA main event. And staying out on the field, Michael Stashin has just shoved on Gledeby Brito.
Gledeby here, Gledeby here.
What's the qualifier going to do? An ace, queen, 5-3 board. It's straighty with a flush draw out there. Brito calls all in. Stashin has 2 pair. Brito's got a set.
It's practically the nuts.
Just has to fade an ace on the river to survive. Double up.
Absolutely huge on the bubble.
Gledeby Brito takes a decent chunk of Michael Stashin's stack. The Brazilian qualifier now has 562,000. Action on Barry Greenstein. He's under the gun. Pocket kings.
It's Barry's turn with the Cowboys, and there they go.
All in for 42,000. Action now on David Peters, who's got ace-king. And he just calls.
Playing cautiously, he's super deep, and so is Brito.
Gledeby with pocket 7s.
Still looking okay for Barry to not be eliminated.
Looks like Brito wants to get involved. And this is an interesting line from the Brazilian qualifier. He re-raises to 112,000.
It's a little reckless. I think he thinks when Peters just calls, he's not going to have much of a hand here. Little does he know, he's dealing with D. Peters, who I think is going to keep the same cautious line.
Yeah, he just calls. So we already have a significant side pot between Peters and Brito. Barry Greenstein all in and at risk, playing for the main pot. A Jack 9-3 flop. Peters checks. Brito bets pretty small, 65,000.
This isn't a good flop for Ace King, but the bet is so small that David can definitely peel one off.
He does call. The turn card is an ace. Bad news for Barry Greenstein.
Every time with kings, every time.
Peters now a 93% favorite. He checks once again to Brito.
Not sure why Brito is going to beto.
135,000.
He's in pretty bad shape, especially for the main pot with Barry all in.
Peters calls.
Barry's got to be hating this.
He's dead unless the case king hits the river. It's a queen. We will be losing the bear. A check from Peters.
And Brito's going to have to bluff this super hard if he wants to win the side pot.
No, he checks it back. So David Peters wins the main pot and the side pot and eliminates Barry Greenstein, while Brito's just lost a third of his stack.
Greenstein, Gonstein.
Barry, our 47th place finisher, cashing for $22,020.
And D. Peters on yet another D. Peter.
He is the new chip leader with a stack of nearly 1.2 million. Last hand of the night. Action on Jonathan West.
He's just starting to get warmed up.
King Jack of clubs. West raises under the gun to 12,000. Ace Jack for David Peters.
Too strong to fold, not strong enough to 3-bet an under the gun raiser.
Ace 10 for Gledeby Brito. He calls as well. Liv Barry with King 3 of hearts on the button.
And getting some okay pot odds, assuming no one 3-bets behind her.
She calls as well. Oliver Weiss folds the small blind. Lucas Blanco is in the big blind. He's got a piece of cheese, 9 deuce.
One of the worst hands you can wake up with here, but come on. 6,000 wins 64,000, come on. Come on. Come on.
He calls, and we have 5-way action at the feature table.
I love it 5 ways. Nice.
The flop is 10-4 deuce. Top for Brito.
How does he do it?
Action check to West, who was the pre-flop aggressor. He continues for 20,000.
He's got a lot of backdoor possibilities.
David Peters has folded. Brito calls.
Yes, much like the term influencer, top is going nowhere.
Barry and Blanco have both folded. Heads up to the turn. 7 of clubs, and West picks up a flush draw.
That is one of those good backdoors I was talking about.
He fires a second barrel, 55,000. Brito is a 71% favorite here. And he calls. The river is not a club, but it is a king. West takes the lead.
Such a good card for West. Probably the best card.
220,000 in the middle. West bets 65,000 for value.
West's got an aggressive image. This bet is not for a whole lot of chips. And ace-10 is going to be good sometimes here. A call would be totally understandable.
Brito does call and loses another sizable pot.
I hear you, buddy. That is annoying. If it's a club, maybe you get away. Random king, tough to know your beat.
This has been a great session for Jonathan West. And Gledeby Brito ends day 3 an above average stack, but he is not the powerhouse that he once was. And we're heading back to the main stage, where Corey Aldemir is in the big blind and facing a raise from Brazilian qualifier Gledeby Brito.
Glad to be here, everybody. Glad to be here. We know Aldemir is dominated, but that is a tough fold to make in the big blind.
He calls the raise. These two go to the flop. King 6-5. Couple of backdoor draws for Aldemir, but Brito is still ahead with ace queen high. Action goes check, check. Aldemir pairs his 7 and takes the lead. And once again, the action goes check, check. Oh, the river is a queen, and Brito now has a lock on this hand. Aldemir bets 26,000. Brito calls. And the Brazilian will win this pot.
That's right. Chuck him over. Make it look like it doesn't hurt.
Vamos!
Glad to be her name is Samara.
He's very excited for a man who still has less than half the tournament average. And at the main feature table, Carl Stark has just taken a seat. Action folded to Florian Maurer, who's got queens.
Queens for witness protection over here.
He raises under the gun +1 to 22K. Stark folds queen 10. Aldemir's out. Round to Brito in the small blind. He's got ace-9 of hearts.
Oh.
He calls. Liv Baree has king-7 of spades in the big blind. She calls as well. We've got three-way action.
Not a huge fan of the Brito call out of position against an early raiser.
The flop is 9-6-3. That's top pair for Brito.
Okay.
But Maurer is still best with his overpair.
Liv should be checking as well.
Let's see if Maurer continues.
Pretty good flop here for 2 queens.
$33,000 into $73,000.
And Brito's got no shot at folding top-top.
Oh.
He calls. Liv folds. Heads up to the turn. Maurer currently a 3-1 favorite over Brito. It's the 6 of diamonds pairing the board.
No money.
What?
Okay.
Brito shoves?
How much, Chris?
This would be a very weird way to play a flop set or a bigger overpair or even a 6. So I think queens are gonna have to find a call here.
There's the call. And Brito will be busto unless he can hit an ace or a 9 on the river.
I mean, his wife did win $1 million spin and go, so he does run pretty good.
5 outs. The river is a queen. That's a full house for Maurer.
Alexis.
The Brazilian qualifier is out. Things have not been going well for the amateurs today.
Still a pretty good run for this guy. Glad to have been here, everybody. Glad to have been here.
He cashes for just shy of 29K. And Florian Maurer now has an around average stack as Gledeby's PCA dream comes to an end.
And Bornstein is getting closer into shove or fold territory, but with this particular hand, I would, like to see a limp, but instead did shove and got quickly called by the ace-10.
Wow, Borenstein shoves from the button with the 10-9. Becherhead wakes up with ace-10 in the big blind.
We're not.
Borenstein doesn't even have live cards, Griffin.
No, but nines have been hitting today.
A domination situation on the 4th hand of heads up. And it could be the last hand of heads up if ace-10 holds. Sammy Becherhead, who has dominated short-handed play, is on the verge of winning a North American Poker Tour title.
And Sammy thinking over there, oh, I deal so much faster than this guy. Can we just do this?
Well, it's a king-10 tray flop. That doesn't change anything. The 9 is the card that Borenstein needs. There are 3 of them in the deck. Sammy on the verge of sealing the deal. Ace on the turn, and it is over. Borenstein drawing dead. We have our winner. We have our first NAPT champion in 12 years. Sammy Becherhead has taken down the Las Vegas main event.
We did it.
He'll lift that trophy and he'll collect $268,000.
And bring out his newborn baby. What a performance.
So cool, calm and collected. I'm not sure it's hit him yet.
Very emotional. Wow, yeah, that feeling is something. It is something to win a big event like this.
Now it's hit him.
Can I have my phone, please?
Yeah, you need to tell everyone. Meanwhile,
thank you, sir. For you.
congratulations to John Borenstein for laddering up to second place and cashing for 168 grand.
Yeah, what a brilliant result for Borenstein. Played a great final table, but it was a heck of a hill to climb at the end there against Sandy Mountain. And what a moment.
Did it. We fucking did it.
I just won an APT. No one's been able to say that for more than a decade. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, where day 4 of the main event continues. Here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, 33 players returning from the break. We need to lose 17 of them. The plan today to get down to the final 2 tables, the final 16. And for this session, we're going to have a new lineup on the main stage. We don't have the overall chip leader, Paul Runken, but we do have Sylvia Stutnyarts, who has been dominating for the last 2 days. And she is one of 4 players right now with more than 3 million chips. And she's not that far behind Runken in the standings. Also on the main stage, the online crusher that is Votlo's Christian Rudolph, aka Seventh Guy. Plus, Jae-Hung Park no longer one of the chip leaders, and Luke Porter, who came here to Prague on a silver power pass, played the Eureka main event, managed to cash, and has used that money to buy his way into an EPT main, and it is working for him. So, new feature table for a new session. We're about to kick off level number 23. Blinds going to 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. All the players guaranteed nearly 23,000 euros. Tomorrow, we're going to see players earning 6-figure sums, 100k and upwards for making the last table. And on Sunday, the winner, the champion of EPT Prague 2024, will receive the trophy and a first prize of 1.1 million euros. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
So 6-handed at the feature table, Nick. Of course, we are only 1 elimination away from being down to the final 4 tables. At that point, a random table will be broken. We no longer do it high to low. So even though this is table 1, there's still a chance that we lose this table after a single elimination.
Yeah, and I actually quite like this, James. It gives us, the commentators, something to sweat, because obviously smooth and controlled is the preferred action here.
Yes, it is definitely preferred.
However, I also know that it's just better for the format overall. Players have told me how much they prefer this methodology, and it makes sense, right? Anything that gets through the tournament a little bit faster, get to a champion faster, is better for poker.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm sure the players prefer it. I guarantee you the production team hates it.
It's a flip of sorts, absolutely.
Stanislav Grodek is the other big stack at this table. Sylvia's got 3.6 million. He has 2 million, which translates to 83 big blinds. Park, the second shortest stack with 35 bigs. And it's Luke Porter who is the shortest stack with 30 bigs.
To keep the cards in the box for them to be rushed?
I'm very excited to see these players returning. A lot of faces we've enjoyed interacting with here on in the commentary booth. Jae-Hung Park, particular interest for me, just because I really enjoyed watching him play the other day during my session, and just seems to have a really good, firm grasp on the game, but also seems to kind of know where he's at and what he's doing. We've seen some really interesting moves from this player. Having not seen him much before, it's great to see him on the circuit. Hopefully we'll see more in the future as well.
So this is Sergei Alonsov from Belarus. He folds. It is Luke Porter in the small blind with Jack-6. And it must really suck on day 4 of an EPT having Christian Rudolph on the direct left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, Rudolph, under these circumstances, having a similar stack to the initial opener here. Sorry, to the caller, excuse me, in the small blind.
Stack of 20? This one is. Oh.
Yep. So Rudolph covering slightly. Let's not forget the blinds are 10K, 25K though, so not by a whole lot.
Both flopping straight draws.
Yeah, only about 7 big blinds separate the two players. And on the flop now, straight draw for Porter. Straight draw for Rudolph as well, of course. Jack high checks. If I'm Rudolph, I'm loving a bet here. Maybe just start with the 1 big blind, see how we go. What's interesting here, James, is just a single big blind or some bet of some variety can actually clear out a lot of those hands that actually have you outkicked at this point. Jack high, queen high, king high. All combinations that we can get to fold if we size correctly. And of course, when we do get called, we end up having equity as well. So Rudolph goes bigger here, 45 into 75, so about 2/3 pot, but of course it's only a few bigs either way, so it makes sense. The sizing here really just the difference between 1-ish and 2-ish bigs.
Well, here is my favorite hashtag fun fact of the day. Luke Porter started playing poker back in 2001, and he used to play with Howard Swains from the PokerStars blog. Howard says back then he was known as the baby-faced assassin.
And today they call him the baby-faced assassin. Still looks really young.
As he raises to 135,000 and gets called by Christian Rudolph, taking this hand to the turn. Which is the 5 of spades, pairing the board.
Yeah, the option to sort of check raise here, James, is interesting because when we get called, it's difficult to know where we are in the hand. I guess if we're trying to tell a story that maybe we limped with, an overpair or something like that, we need to continue now. We're getting into precarious territory as we get shallower, though, because it represents a increasingly large percentage of our stack to continue barreling against these streets and inflate the pot. But I think checking is also probably on the agenda. There it is. And having been check raised, Rudolph, who probably thinks at this point will have considerable equity. Let's say Porter just does this with, maybe 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw or something. I'm not saying that's perhaps the right line, but might consider just taking his equity, checking, and then reassessing on the river. If his opponent is check raising the flop and giving up, we have the opportunity to bluff if we miss, but then also perhaps any 10, any 6, any straight would also be good. Thinks we're gonna fire here then.
$125,000 the bet from Rudolph. Porter currently with the best hand, Jack high. Effectively, they're drawing to the same straight. So if one gets there, they both get there. That'll make everyone happy.
Porter might potentially be regretting the decision to check raise now. Definitely a tricky one facing that turn barrel. It's not to say it's not a good line, but obviously when called, we actually might just have the best hand with Jack high with the straight draw when our opponent bets. Let's say our opponent is betting with like an 8-9 or something like that. They got 2 overcards and a gut shot on the flop.
Well, that's a call from Porter, and we go to the river. 5-9-5 in the middle. Porter with less than pot behind. River is a 3.
Oh.
They both have the straight. They both get there.
I see. It is a paired board, James, so obviously potential for Rudolph to have boats, sometimes boats that want to bet small on the turn and continue the action when they've made it, 5-4, 7-5, that kind of thing. So I think we just check call with the Jack-6, knowing that we're going to be good a lot. Rudolph is thinking this is a great spot for him now as well. He's thinking he has the nuts basically at this stage. This would be a very unusual line for Porter to check raise with a boat, check the turn, and then continue to check the river. Okay, fair enough. Both players have the 6 in this case.
So this is a chop pot. Nick, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Now, I love it when we have a chat pro who is willing to put their money where their mouth is. We have Boys82 on YouTube who asks, can I still enter this tournament? I think I can win it. I believe in myself. Thank you to Ed, our moderator, for pointing out that you can no longer enter this tournament, but there is another EPT in the spring.
For the TV.
To which Boys82 responds, thank you. I am Crusher. I never lose hand, so I will go to Mount Carlo. We wish you luck when you play on Mount Carlo in the new year, Boys82. Nordman8 says, I believe in him. That's right, Mount Carlo is beautiful this time of year. That is a raise and take it for Studniats. Looks like we've done some colouring up during the break. Right now we've got baubles, tinsels and crackers in play. The 5Ks, the 25Ks, and now those beautiful crackers, the 100K chips.
The crackers. Love it.
I'm sorry. Didn't notice.
Kings.
50.
For Stanislav Grodek, and he is raising to 50,000.
Kings is a good hand, James. I'm pretty sure it's a top 3 starting hand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Jack 10 of diamonds isn't a bad hand.
145.
It's also a good starting hand. Mr. Rudolph wants to apply some pressure. It's not going to work this time.
I literally don't understand this question. OG1 Kenobi, aren't they biscuits in the UK, Hartigan? What on earth is he talking about?
Crackers. Crackers, like Americans call crackers, like little biscuits you put cheese on our crackers.
We call them crackers.
Well, I know, but
also that's not the type of cracker we're talking about. We're talking about Christmas crackers.
Christmas crackers.
So double misunderstanding on your part, sir. Thank you for your comment.
Grodek, very deep stacked, 81 big blinds. I think we're going to see a 4-bet. Decides just to go all in. That is also a 4-bet, just of the all-in variety. You know what? I love this about Christian Rudolph. It's safe to say this guy's played an absolutely insane amount of poker in his career. So much so that everything about his demeanor just reminds you about how you're supposed to handle these situations. You're not having hand funerals. You're not 3-betting, and then when you get 4-bet, you have to fold. It's like, the most hurtful thing in your poker career. Just gets on with it. He just knows what he's doing with his hands. He understands that will be a profitable line pre-flop. Sometimes you run into kings, whatever. And it's kind of cool because when you want to improve in poker, you got to kind of get past these things quickly. And people that get too emotional about these situations are ones that tend to falter, and they can't keep it consistent when the chips are down, so to speak. Bois in YouTube chat says, I like the commentators read chat. We feel like family. Oh.
This is the guy who never lose hand.
I know. But we're all family.
I'm just saying, show him some respect, Nick.
We all fam. We all fam. Oh, thank you, Mose. That's nice of you to say.
It's Rudolph's turn to have kings.
That's what you get for being a good sport. You get kings.
145.
He did a lot of flatting with premium hands yesterday, but today he is re-raising.
Mr. Porter.
I always know when a viewer is from the United States, or from North America rather, when they start questioning the dealing. Why is he dealing like that? He's dealing weird. Slide dealing is the standard in many European casinos. It's been the standard at the Hippodrome in London for some time, and it is now the standard on the European Poker Tour as a preferred way of dealing that ensures that no cards are accidentally flashed. Helicoptering can often involve cards being read. There have been some game integrity scandals involving highly pitched cards.
Yep, helicoptering is strictly forbidden in the tournament area. Mr. Park in the cutoff. Nice hand. Let's play some poker.
Wow, we're really showing some imagination with these free roll passwords. Anyone would think someone was on a plane to Prague and remembered, oh yeah, I was meant to come up with free roll passwords. Let me just quickly think of some poker related words.
Okay, Mr. Grodek, small blind. I think we're going to see some 3-betting here.
175.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So Alontsov squeezes from the big blind, raising with the aces, gets a fold from the original raiser. Grodek, who flatted with ace-queen.
Got about 40 bigs here. Do we just click? Do we shove?
Shoves with the ace-queen, gets called by aces. And this is a great spot for Alontsov to double up through Grodek.
Yeah, there's a chance if Grodek had 3-bet that we could have seen a fold maybe, but the flat just looked a little too inviting as a back raise, understandably so.
It is a queen high flop, giving Grodek an out.
Always a sweat.
Just one card for Alontsov to fade. And aces holds. That is a double up. That means Sergei Alontsov is now playing 2.3 million, 95 big blinds. Stanislav Grodek has dropped down to a mil, 43 big blinds. So yeah, registration is open in today's free roll. Remember, this free roll is not available in all parts of the world. If you play on PokerStars on a shared liquidity license. It should be available in most of those markets. If you can't find it in the lobby, it probably means you can't enter. The password for today's free roll is flush. I'm sorry. I mean, look, it's the end of the year. Everyone's been very busy. Christmas is coming. They're distracted. The finest creative brains in the live stream department clearly were not engaged, and we ended up with flush as the password for today's free roll.
What he means to say is our finest creative minds here were engaged with more engaging things than free roll passwords, and therefore this one got left out.
I think you're being too kind. Anyway, flush, as in the poker hand, as in a toilet, FLUSH is the password for today's free roll, which starts in 50 minutes' time at 5:30 Central European Time. And remember, $2,000 in tickets available in the prize pool, specifically tickets for the first ever Power Path Open, which is taking place on December the 29th.
Good luck, everyone. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think I am probably jumping into that myself. So, James, I wanted to run something past you. As we saw some lovely dealing there, by the way, shout out once again to our EPT dealers. I was reminded of a couple notes I had while watching the BSOP coverage the other week. So they do a couple things differently. I thought the production value is actually really high, and I gave them a shout out on that stream as well. I'm always a fan of the behind-the-scenes action. One thing that I did like, and I wanted to get your take on it, when the new dealers came to the table, they got their little lower thirds and they were announced as well. How do you feel about, you know, making our dealers some celebrity status? It didn't slow it down at all. It really it was the same as if they came on and came off just as normal.
I'm not trying to deny anyone any attention. I know that we have a lot of dealers on the EPT who prefer to just be in the background.
Fair enough.
They don't want to be stars of the show. They're there to facilitate the game. They don't want to become a thing.
We had there was one particular dealer. I think her name might have been something like Maria Tempestade. And yeah, I think it was cool. I think it was cool that they got the lower thirds.
Luke, we can't hear you.
Speak up, Luke.
No, I guess we're not going to hear from Luke.
a man of few words. Anyway, this lady's name was Maria Tempestade, something like that, and she was otherwise known as the Hurricane,
right?
By reputation, because she'd come in and if tables need to, if the tournament needs done, she was the one to come and bring the sickness. And I like that people have their own little lore, but I appreciate what you're saying. I think chat kind of enjoyed it too.
50. The way Toby Stone runs things is the staff are not literally in the background, but you know what I mean? They're not meant to be the focus. They're not meant to be...
Seen but not heard?
Kind of, to a certain degree.
I'm joking.
But in a positive way, in the sense that it's not about them, it's about the players.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. All right, so it was open from Grodek and a call from Rudolph. Continuation bets from Grodek, and a fold will take this one down.
Turka has a good point.
Yeah.
People will only use the names of the dealers if they do something bad, in my opinion. There is another reason, which is I do find that some people, not all of the audience, but some people in the audience get a little bit creepy when there is a female dealer at the table. And that's another thing that I would not really want to encourage.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that's fair.
So yeah, we are currently at 5 tables. When we lose someone in 33rd place, we'll be down to the final 4 tables.
Yeah, you know me, James. I'm a bit of an optimist. I tend to lean into we can have nice things, but usually our audience shows us that this is why we can't have nice things. But I'm just putting it out there. It's one for thought. This time we're seeing Jack 9 suited under the gun +1.
One thing I guarantee you I can always bring to any conversation is I always see the worst in people.
It's a useful skill sometimes. Meanwhile, Nick is creating something called the Chat Pro Poker Show and trying to publicize it to the best of his ability.
I mean, that is the very dictionary definition of feeding the trolls.
Speaking of which, guys, Chat Pro Poker Show coming back the week after we arrive from Prague. I'll give you more details. You're not going to want to miss it. There's extra Christmas joy and extra added value.
Boys82 says, did Joseph Staples lose job? Why he not commentate no more? Yeah, it was half an hour ago when he completed the last level with Sam Grafton. We fired him.
That was it. That was the last straw.
I don't know what you're meant to do with a straight draw when there's 3 of a kind on board.
Yeah, I mean, so flop was check. So no c-bet from the Jack 9, which I thought was interesting. Just decided against it, and I think it's all right.
Good call back from Nordman 8. Joe Staples is on his way to Mount Carlo.
Joe Staples, Jamie Staples' long-lost brother. Yep, sure. Monte Carlo.
Well, I believe we have seen an elimination from one of the outer tables. It's Pierre Calamusa. Everyone's favorite squid-flavored dessert has just busted in 33rd place. He cashes for the better part of 23K. It takes us down to 32, and it does mean that one of the remaining tables will break. Players will have new seating assignments. We will be 8-handed once again across the final 4 tables. And apparently, our feature table is not breaking, but we are going to get 2 new players up on the main stage.
I think we should all have some honorary Calamusa this evening to commiserate that bust out. Extra squid.
Queen 4 on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
This is a spot where Park wants to bet. Oh, hello. Park with the quick call. Always pretty quick decisions with this guy like that, but it's consistent, James. That's important, right?
Yeah, agreed.
And the river, King of Hearts. Just gave up on it there. Maybe could have gone again.
9.
Oh, she's saying she thought she had a 9. Possibly a little misread there. I was going to say, it's not the worst hand to maybe raise turn and then go for it on the river to try and, rep the straight, rep the trips.
Yeah.
That's okay, though. Happens to the best of us. Actually, ultimately, probably wasn't the worst line regardless of the misread. Fizbo in YouTube chat says, "Hey James and Nick, I hope to see you guys at this year's Irish Poker Open. No, the Irish Open. So I can greet you in person and thank you all for the great things you do for us poker fans. Fizbo, it'd be great to see you there at the Irish Open."
I think there's a very good chance we'll be there.
I think there's an extremely good chance we'll be there.
Small blind. She raises with ace-8, jack-9 for Grodek in the big blind, and he defends.
Yeah, I think this size is a little bit too small for the small blind, especially at the stack depth. I think you want to be going close to 3.5 big blinds. These two players very deep.
Ace-high flop. Studniart's better than a 9-1 favorite.
So 145K in the middle. Goes for 50. Very reasonable. And a quick fold from the jack-9, no equity.
So, the two new players coming to the feature table. Pedro Marques returns. Remember, he's a former EPT finalist. And Geno Esquez is coming to the main stage.
Yes!
So, I don't know this dude. Nick, tell me the story.
Okay, so Geno is a very good poker player who's been part of the Twitch community since pretty much day one, or as long as I've been around. Not just in the PokerStars chat, but also in Fintons and Spraggies, and he's basically just been online for yonks and yonks, and over the years has been sort of silently crushing. We don't get a chance to see him at the feature table all that often. He's been in this field now for some time, and we have yet to see him. So everyone's been very excited to potentially get a little bit of action on the actual feature table, see some cards up.
There you go. This is going to be your box. This one is.
All right, perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually bumped into him during the last break.
How much do you have?
Here he is. That's him. That's the man.
Wow, he's got a decent stack as well. He's going to be third in chips at this table with 3.2 million, more than 130 big blinds. Pedro Marques has more than him, though. He is second in chips at the table with 3.48 million.
Yeah, those of you watching who attended Lex Live would have met him on a couple occasions. Really friendly dude, very good player, and actually somebody that I would love to see more cards of action from. This is exactly that moment, chat.
Action has been folded to the big blind. And looks like a defend. The flop is Queen 8-3 with two clubs. Alonso playing in flow. Checks to Esquez, who does have the best hand right now with a pair of eights.
This seems strong enough to go ahead and bet, especially against that wider big blind range. Goes for 95. Nice work. Good chat as well, Ed. He actually did some streaming as well. How could I forget? A little bit of Twitch streaming. Oh, that's a good one, James. Andro on Twitch chat says, bad lookalike Geno and Ferris Bueller / Matt Broderick.
Sure. That is a really bad lookalike.
I don't know. I see it. I see it. There's a look at the feature table counts, obviously now including some of our new players. Studniart's is still looking really good up top with the 3.5 million. Esquez joins the action with 3.37. And Pedro Marques, about 139 bigs at 3.4 million.
Do I keep it here during the hand, or when you scan it, it's all right? just checking, you know.
Yeah, I think this is a better one. Thank you, Keydog. Colin Hanks, much better bad lookalike.
I always have to Google the name and then I know who it is. What was it? Colin who?
Colin Hanks, Tom Hanks' son, the more famous one.
Ah, okay, yes. That is a better one. Yeah, I will take that. We'll accept that.
50.
Grodek with ace-7 suited, raising the button. A 7-5 defend and a king-high flop with 2 clubs. Grodek should feel pretty happy about this one. Continuation bet will win Stanislav Grodek the pot. And we are now 30 minutes into this level. We're just a single elimination, 32 players remaining.
Yeah. I got the pointy end, basically.
Christian Rudolph, first to act. Folds. Park is out. Sylvia Studniarz, 9-5 of clubs. Suited dolly, also folded. Round to Grodek, who's got king-10 of clubs.
I think we got to play this one, James.
$90,000.
Right. $90,000. How much is that? $90,000.
Oh, hello.
Timing might be a little bit off here for Alonsov. 3-betting with Queen 8.
James, I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this was a misclick in the first place.
Okay, well, Eskers has understandably 4-bet with queens, and it looks like Porter has a hand. He's got ace-king suited.
Oh, wow. This... Okay, I don't know for sure, but I'm almost positive Alonso misclicked raise to kick us off here, James, because it went from 50K to 90K. That's the absolute min click.
Well, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Grodek and Alonsov are going to be out of here, and we are going to be allowing the sickest and classicest race to be run at the feature table.
Porter's all in, of course, yeah. King 10's not in there. Queen 8's not in there, so it is just the sickest and classicest.
All in for 725,000, 2 folds, a call from Eskers. And we are going to run this out. It is a race that Porter needs to win to survive.
Oh, man, this is a big moment for both players, guys. This is really where the EPTs are won. You got to win your flips. And this is the sickest and most classicest that it gets.
How much you reckon you have? 350 or something?
Eskers has him covered. Jack 10-4 and 6 outs now for Porter.
That's fun.
Case queen, an ace or a king. Cards that save Luke Porter. Well, that reduces his outs by 1. Has to be an ace or a king now. One last chance to hit. It's a 3. And Luke Porter is KO'd. He had a good trip here in Prague. Won his way to the Eureka main event. utilizing a silver power pass. Had a decent cash in that tournament and used the money to buy into the EPT main event. Actually, someone went out in 32nd place before Luke Porter. He is actually our 31st place finisher, so he gets a pay jump. Luke actually got 26,250. Geno Esquez now playing 4.18 million, possibly the chip leader with 31 remaining. In case you're interested, by the way, it was Enrico Komoski who went out just before Luke Porter. So Komoski out in 32nd for 22,850 euros. Porter out in 31st for 26,250.
At least.
Yeah, but you know I fired one queen.
You had a queen as well?
Yeah, had one queen.
One queen?
Yeah.
And one ace? That's fair. That's both one of our outs gone. I can live with that.
Yeah, nice little spin-up story regardless. GG's. As we continue now, hand number 81. Stuniais is going to start here. No longer our chip leader, but still a monster chip stack, 138 bigs. So about 140 to start the hand.
Here, I guess.
Just a raise and take it. Easy games.
Action folded to Pedro Marques. He's out. Round two, Alonsov with 10-7 suited. Now the chip leader on the button. Esquez not going to play 5 deuce. Christian Rudolph in the small blind, king 8 of diamonds.
Rudolph got 30 bigs here. Another raise and take it. All right. That'll do.
Aaron says, Rudolph seems angry this is taking so long. Yesterday, I thought that might be the case, but actually the demeanor is more of someone who really needs to go back to bed.
Yeah, his hair looks perfectly disheveled at all times. Just so.
It's a look best described as Stapleton-esque.
Yeah, especially at the moment. Joe's got a real bedhead thing going on right now, which I'm a fan of. Don't get me wrong, I like it. Pretty sure there used to be a product called Bedhead specifically to get that look. Although I think that this one might be more organically grown. Park comes in with a raise, just the mid-raise blindy blind. That's interesting. And Park still with the best hand on a flop of Queen 4-6, 2 checks. That is the Cinco. That is trips now for Park. That's a set. Start betting, my man. Start betting.
Of course, Stutniarts could still improve.
Yeah, we're not folding Niet.
Raising. 150,000.
Her raise to 150,000 called by Park.
And that's a boat.
That is indeed a full house. No straight for Stutniarts. Park has checked it.
Stutniarts has Showdown now. Doesn't necessarily need to turn her hand into a bluff. Imagine Park betting with a 7 and then calling for the straight draw and then missing. Although she might still want to continue repping stronger to get some folds from better pairs.
Did you just say all in? Wow. Shoves on Park and walks into it as he tables a full house.
Wah, wah, wee, wah.
Whoops.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well, that will see her drop down to 2.7 million. She's still got more than 100 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
Park, now an above-average stack. 1.6 mil, 66 bigs.
Yeah, okay, and also, guys, just to give this some context really quick, Park's all-in was for 615K into a pot of 425. So it was like a little bit more than pot, but it's not as crazy as the numbers indicate with those big stacks going in. So really committed to the bluff, actually, like the gumption on that move.
You gotta have gumption.
You gotta have gumption.
Bottom of that outer stack.
But in reality, it was basically a 615K bet into a pot that was already 425. So, you know, 1.5x.
Quick flashback to the moment that Enrico Komoski exited the arena. 32nd place finisher. And then we did see Luke Porter bust after him in 31st place. So we are at 30 right now in the EPT Prague main event.
Hard to get a person to fold a boat, though.
Grodek with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, opens under the gun.
$170.
170,000 raise. 5 folds. 6 folds. Seven folds. 8 folds. 10 folds, yeah.
Grodek gets 3-bet by Eskers with ace-queen and folds. So we are halfway through level 23. A reminder that the New Year Series starts on December 22nd, taking us into 2025. It runs till January the 14th. 352 tournaments, and right now there is the opportunity to win tickets to the New Year Series via the $1 Million ticket machine. Between now and January the 6th, PokerStars giving away $1 million in tickets for the New Year Series, for Power Path, and the Sunday Million Anniversary that will take place in April. Tickets are awarded daily and weekly in raffles. Opt in via the challenges window. All you need to do is log in every day and you'll receive a raffle ticket. And one of the highlights, I think, of the New Year Series is the Red Spade Open on December 22nd. I was asking Nick if I could play from Gran Canaria, but it's Spanish territory.
Yeah.
So it's PokerStars Spain.
Yeah, I will, however, be playing it, so you guys can look forward to stacking me at some stage. Fear not.
Yeah.
Not exactly, approximately.
Like 4.2.
Just to know that you are cheaply there. No?
Maybe. I think so.
60.
Hopefully.
You have position on me, so it's not good.
you have a good stack, you know.
It's going to be a good one, though, guys. Check it out. If you were in the appropriate territories, of course. Not a naughty boy like James.
So nothing. And I was about.
I'm going to miss out again. This will be the second red spade open in a row I've missed.
Then a little bit won.
Hashtag ambassador.
Pre-flop all-in, just on step by step. And when I sit here, I got aces on a big blind.
Wow.
And on a small blind, there was ace queen. He raised, I 3-bet, he all-in, I call. Now I have 2 million.
Welcome to TV, I guess.
Yeah. It was yesterday as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's nice and friendly. So on this texture, Studnia is actually looking pretty good with just the 4 of clubs.
75.
75K it is.
Zeddy, your bad lookalike is disqualified. There is a very strict rule about bad lookalikes. You can't compare poker players to poker players.
You'll see.
Okay, well, earlier we tried to hear from Luke Porter and failed. If you don't, first you don't succeed, try again. Let's hear about his deep runs here in Prague.
I'm Luke Porter, 43, from London. I work as a financial modeller for an energy company. Well, I've been playing for over 20 years. Played a bit more online over the pandemic. 2024 has been very good to me. I've run pretty well in some of the big tournaments I played. In January I won the EPT main in London, and this year I came with a silver pass. I've had quite a deep run in the 1K. I got 30th place, so that was nice. And then so far the main event's going very well. Won a big hand on the bubble with aces versus kings.
He's run kings into aces, and there's a king on the flop! No way.
10 card, please.
Oh, ace on the turn!
When the king came on the flop and the ace came on the turn, that kept things interesting. And yeah, so I can't complain at the moment, but we'll obviously a long way to go, so we'll just keep playing and see how it goes.
Obviously that would have been a lot more relevant while he was still in the tournament, but he's out in 31st place, cashing for 26,250 euros. Seems like a nice fella.
You know what? Seems like a really, really nice guy. And I love talking to people who work in jobs like that, James, like quants, you know, those proper quant brains. And I just wonder, like, what do you do all day?
Yeah, personally speaking, I'm not a big fan of speaking to people who work in finance, but you do you.
I just mean from like a lifestyle perspective, not like, you know.
Oh, what, you mean the strip clubs and...
No, that's what James Hartigan does.
Let's see a flop.
The baby-faced assassin who used to play poker with Howard Swain.
I think he retains that title. That's fine. He can keep it. Look at this flop. 7. It's always coming 7. How are we not talking more about this? Christian Rudolph is at the table. Can we get a shot of Christian Rudolph, please? Can we get a reaction to this flop?
Shockingly, the director not responding to an instruction 30 minutes later.
Chris, change cameras.
That's a scary flop right there.
It is.
Deuce B saying the free roll's not showing up. Is it available in Canada everywhere other than Ontario?
Tango on Twitch chat says, someone do the math on the chances of a 7-7-7 flop. You know who'd be good at that? The baby-faced assassin, and he's just left the building.
Oh, I'm sure you've got some random piece of software on your computer that can tell us, Nick.
I do. I do.
8 raise 50,000. 610 pass.
And these my pants made great TV. I'm sure.
I'm going to take a guess without doing any calculations.
Okay.
39.6% chance of a 7-7-7 flop. Because the 7 is always coming.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Still in the end.
So Marcus's raise flattered by 7s, flattered by Rudolph with the 9-8 suited. 3-way to the flop. 8 tray deuce. Markesh with the wheel draw. Continues to 45,000. Gets called by Alonsov with a pair of 7s. Rudolph has the best hand right now with a pair of 8s.
Yep, 7's got to feel like this is probably still quite a favorable flop for them, though. How does Rudolph proceed? Do we have any leads?
He's folded the best hand.
Oh, a bet and a call and a fold? Top pair folded?
Top pair did indeed fold.
Oh. What did I miss?
Sometimes you get a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was because the previous flop was 7-7-7. He just thought this is bad juju.
He's freaking out right now.
The 7 is always coming. It's really coming true. He was joking at first, but now it haunts him everywhere he goes.
Not being funny if there's a 7 on the river. He will look like a savant. The savant of the 7s.
I've got the number, by the way. I've done some quick math on a pad and pen.
Yeah. What does the software say next?
The probability of a flop coming exactly 3 7s in an 8-player Texas Hold'em game is 0.0181%, or 1 in about 5,525.
I was pretty close with my ball partner.
Sure. Yeah. That's just some quick maths for me. Yeah, just flexing a little bit. It's standard trinomial binomial equation.
I guess we're not going to a river. Markesh wins it on the turn, playing 3.6 mil, close to 150 big blinds. Blinds up in 36 minutes. We're still at 10,000, 25,000 right now.
It's okay. It looks a lot of fun to just slide the cards like that.
That is a nice table, I can confirm. This is a very well-kept, fancy poker table. Very spacious for our players as well. And a dream to play poker on, honestly. Really nice. One day I'll have one like that in my big mansion, James.
So Studniarz has opened with Queen Jack suited, Eskers with Ace King on the button.
195.
3-bet. Sacramento says, how much does that table cost to transport from EPT event to EPT event? Well, the good news is now we no longer have to have the private jet on standby to fly Joe from Brazil to Nottingham. We can use it for the table. So what's each flight cost? Was it 150, 175K? So it's 175,000 to get it from one EPT to another.
We'll just use your Avios miles, James. Don't worry. Sure it'll work out. Or are they Avios points?
They're just called Avios.
Oh, Avios.
And trust me, you can't spend them on a private jet. I've tried.
Ah. Man, sick flex.
$240.
40,000.
All right, let's go ahead and fire here. Just got top pair, top kicker, no big deal.
Yeah, and Studniarz has flopped a gut shot. But is not going to continue in the hand.
Yeah, that pre-flop defend was a little loosey-goosey for my liking, James. Did manage to not get too caught up post-flop, however. And another nice pot there for Geno. Now our feature table chip leader, 180 bigs. Let's go.
I think he's the tournament chip leader. With 4.5 million, he is well ahead of the rest of the field.
Go on, then. I tell you what, James, if Geno wins this tournament, that would be a very full circle moment for me. He was watching the streams from the very, very beginning back in the day, and I would love to see him going deep in this one. Yeah, Croaks, I think you're right. If Geno makes the final table, you're definitely coming to Prague, buddy. Forget about moderating. You can do it from a laptop next door. And if he doesn't wait for me to get that winner's photo, I tell you what.
Six raise, 150,000.
So Eskes opens with King 6, gets 3-bet by Park with King 10, Studniarz with Ace 3 in the big.
Is she thinking about cold 4-betting?
That would be really cool. And the timing would actually be perfect.
Oh, ho, ho, hello. Hello there, cold 4-bet bluff. Let's go.
Stick it in his eye.
She's like, no. You two are messing around too much. I'm taking charge, and it's going to work. Get out of my pot. Yes, let's go.
I wanted to see a flop, but no luck. She didn't want to see a flop. So.
Some fellas are lucky and some ain't.
I don't know.
Turn and river.
I love a cold 4-bet bluff, James. It's just when the setup is just so. Oh man, it just feels great when you get those through.
The sevens are back.
No rest for the wicked. Let's continue.
50,000. Sevens guy has folded. Markesh has defended with Queen 5 and has flopped an open-ended straight draw.
This is a tricky one. I really don't know which way to go on this. I think I probably end up checking a lot. Looks like Geno does agree.
That is the straight. Was a post-flop flip. Now Markesh has Eskes drawing to a chop.
I think I'm probably checking again. How does Geno feel? Okay, so far so good. Oh.
That's an annoying card for Markesh.
It is. And now I'm 100% bluffing, without question. 95,000. In fact, you might even get away with bigger. Croaks likes the overbet. Fair play.
150.
Hey, Kurzer called it in the chat. I think you got to bet, though. You got to try and get him off the chopper.
So annoying.
Get off the chopper. Nice work. Yeah, very good stuff. Perfect run out for Geno there to actually make the move, get him off the chop.
4.5 million, more than 180 big blinds. And we have ticked down from 30 to 28. Lukas Sorainen out in 30th. Sorry to see him go. Joseph Schusterich out in 29th. So 28 remaining from this record-breaking starting field of 1,458. Oh, Nick, I know you can't wait for the Chat Pro Saturday because you're going to have plenty of analysis like this from Beefy
No,
Keithy.
don't. I wasn't going to do it, James.
I would 100% raise that bet. There's no way that guy wasn't betting his ace early on to gauge where he's at. Oh, I wish you could see Nick's face right now.
James, like, okay, look, you know how tolerant I am. You know, I love the Chat Bros, but I wasn't even going to bring it up. It was hurting my
You have to bring it up. That's a solid point. If he had an ace, he'd have raised earlier to gauge where he's at.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
You got to know where you're at.
Sometimes you got to put out a feeler bet. You got to figure out where you're at.
Got to raise for information.
Sometimes you got to bet for information.
Thank you for doubling down, Beefy Keithy. 0% chance. Zero. They wouldn't bet their ace. Come on!
Oh, no. I can give you so many examples where they wouldn't bet an ace, but okay. No, we're not going to do that. Yep. What day is it? What day? It's not Saturday yet. Never mind. No. Disagree.
Beefy Keithy, our guest commentator for the last 25 minutes of this level.
I mean, if we're going to get Beefy Keithy, can we get DJ Funny Bone? Boing.
150.
Don't worry, Beefy. You just keep your analysis in the chat and I will articulate it for you. And I will challenge Nick Walsh and all of his misconceptions about how to play hands.
I mean, honestly, what do I know anyway? I don't know why you guys ask me. Just guessing. Nice pot there as well from Studniares. And has chipped up considerably after that that bluff that went awry just now, which again, I kind of still like it. I know it looked kind of silly when you just get all the chips in against a boat, but then again, it's pretty hard.
Yeah,
it's pretty hard to get people to fold boats. So I don't think that was the intention somehow.
So she's back up over 3 million.
Baboon in the chat asks, "Is this really live? If I went to that club, would they be there right now?" Yes, Baboon, absolutely. We're actually live with you. However, what we're watching is on a 30-minute delay.
In the words of 50 Cent, or as we call him in the UK, 50 pence.
Yeah.
You'll find me in the club.
On a 30-minute delay. No, that's right. They are in the club right now. Welcome to the chat, buddy. I love 50 pence, don't you?
Was never a huge fan.
I mean, 50 cent maybe, but 50 pence, I think there's an opening there. Christian likes a check here. Okay, okay, now it's getting interesting. On the turn, gang, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the nut flush draw. And Rudolph now has the double gutter. The double belly buster. That's what they call it.
Same like last time.
Yeah. But the previous time you put one green more. Yeah.
Has it gone bet raise? Okay, okay, wait 1 second. Bet and a raise.
And a call. And Christian Rudolph did not get there. Bluff him. And Christian Rudolph is going to bet.
Cool.
And is that an ace high call?
No.
Oh, he's got the straights.
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Nicht good river, you know. I'm afraid of full house. But what could I do? I would do the same. I mean, check, even if it is not spared. And you will fold on my raise, so it doesn't matter. On turn, super nice. On turn, on river.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
The shovel.
Yeah, it's very slick.
Yeah, I'm learning. This felt feels nice for it, though.
All right. Solid analysis from Osmo in the chat as well. Rudolph, fish.
We got Osmo. We got Beefy Keithy. We've got everyone who knows about poker watching right now.
Let's see what happens.
You'll know this, James. 50 pence. How many shillings is that?
I have no idea, mate.
Oh, come on,
Born
James.
in the era of I'm not that bloody old.
That was back in your day.
Decimalization, I believe, came in the early 1970s. I was born in the mid 1970s. I've never. Not being funny, there still were some like shillings still in circulation, but they were translated directly into the value of like 10p or 5p.
James popped down to the local butchers. Excuse me, sir. How many shillings for a pork pie?
I mean, not being funny, that old currency was just like nonsensical garbage.
It was like basically as silly as the Harry Potter currency, just completely made up values.
So stupid.
It'll cost you a halfpenny.
Just free to see the turn.
Almost free.
12 pence and a shilling, is that how that worked?
So I'm just trying to work out why I've been presented with an oversized laundry bag.
Very friendly.
Apparently it's a dust bag for my suitcase. Zerdy says, James, you're going to do another behind-the-scenes video. The Cyprus one was really cool. So I did do one from Vegas, which nobody watched, which shows you how screwed up the YouTube algorithm is. Because people who enjoyed the Cyprus one don't even know that the Vegas one was published. Now, granted, if you subscribe to the channel and click the notification icon, it should have told you. But don't think just because you enjoyed one video that they're going to tell you there's another one.
Yeah.
175.
And you're right, Zeddy. I'm not sure how different stops are. I kind of feel we've done like how it works behind the scenes on the EPT, and it's hard work with everything else going on. There isn't really time to shoot and edit something from every stop.
Yeah. And
tell me your cousin now, or I
the
will
last
check
couple
them
months have
in
been
20
particularly
minutes.
strenuous.
Yeah.
Please.
Very busy.
Better than 6?
Better than a 6, yeah.
Oh, so...
Better than a 6.
So remember I ended up
That
buying a
was-
watch that I didn't intend to buy and
Yeah.
did an unboxing video. Well, there's another one coming because I also, in the summer, bought a watch which I
That
didn't
almost
intend
looked
to
like
buy,
your trip
and that's
from
going to be
last time
delivered
against him,
hopefully before the end of the year. So I'm going to do another unboxing video soon.
How often do you accidentally buy watches, James?
Twice this
I
year.
saved myself from a very expensive...
Is it just the
call
wrong
on
model,
the-
or what happened?
I think so.
No, it was one of these auctions that I didn't expect to
Oh, I
win.
see. I got you. Yeah.
I
yeah.
entered 2 lotteries this year to buy limited edition watches thinking I wouldn't win, and I did. But when you win the lottery, you're then basically forced to buy it.
That's right. I see.
You shouldn't enter. You shouldn't enter.
You've explained this to me before. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Oh, Mr. Hardy." This is when you find out that the lottery's not a thing. It's just they're entrapping you specifically, James.
Yes, yes.
So, like, James, would you like to join the lottery? There's only 3 people in it.
So in answer to your question, Scubatol, which watches? The first one was a Mad Editions Mad 1.
Very cool, by the way.
And that video is already on YouTube. You can see me unboxing that and my first reactions to that one. I'll do a better job with my second unboxing video. I saw all the problems with the first one. That watch will be revealed when it arrives.
All right. And also, James, let's talk about how spicy this flop is. We got a royal flush draw versus trips versus trays.
I am very much enjoying the street flash potential for Grodek. Well, fun enough, we got rid of the 3s. Park betting 80,000 on the turn.
Park trying to pump the chips in the middle. You still have a royal flush draw. Let's not forget that, gang. River is quads.
And it's a full house for Grodek.
Oh, yeah, going for a max.
And Grodek quickly folds.
Yeah, Park obviously trying to target some of those ace combos. Unfortunately, just the queen here.
So Alfred Packer says, I get the feeling that everyone who enters wins that lottery. I take your point. I can tell you that's not true. The Mad 1S was a genuine limited edition, and I know that because I could sell it right now for 3 times what I paid for it.
Fair.
Because people really, really want this watch, and there was a very limited number released. There will be more released in the future. They'll do another run in about 6 months' time, and that will bring the value down.
No,
but yeah, the
apparently not.
Potential return
guess
if
it's
I
gonna
were
turn,
to
right?
flip it would be not insignificant.
That Vacheron I sent you the other day, James, how pretty was that with the rotated sort of face? Oh, lovely stuff.
Vacheron 1921. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Beautiful. Are we allowed to ask how much the Mad was?
I paid retail for it, which was around $3,000 US.
Oh, okay.
So I could sell it now for $7,500 to $8,000.
Yeah. Still really, really fun watch. Like that a lot.
50. 6 of them, but 50,000.
One day I'm going to rock in chat with like a really gaudy something I know James just hates.
An Invicta.
And then try and convince him that it was completely legit purchase and it's definitely not on loan. And then probably lose it at a player's party somewhere and cry when this stupid joke has come back to bite me.
Just to be clear, I buy watches because I like watches. I don't buy watches as investments, and I would not recommend that anyone do that. The monetary value, the return on investment is not a reason to buy watches.
Yeah. And also, on my Christmas list, I really want that that gold Casio we were talking about, James, the one that
That's
Jeff
cool.
Goldblum wins.
That is cool. I'll answer Dre's question very quickly. Is the classic Submariner too popular, or is it still something you'd wear? I wore a Submariner for 10 years. I would, if I were to get another Submariner, I'd want a vintage one. I'd want like kind of like either the 70s or 80s Submariner, the kind of with the aluminium bezel. I don't know what it is. The modern one, the one I had, was a little bit too blingy with the ceramic bezel, and it's more of a kind of like, you know, I guess it's more a flex watch than it is a tool watch, whereas the original was very much like a diver's watch.
Sure, I'm with you on that.
I think that, I'll be honest with you, the reason why I got rid of the Submariner is it's too ubiquitous for my liking. It's the kind of watch that people who don't know about watches buy when they want to say, hey, I've got money.
A Submariner is somebody that works on a submarine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like watches that look like they have utility or they're classic. All right, Mr. Rudolph, are we thinking something aggressive? Ooh. Besides against it on this occasion, I think I might have fallen in that trap somehow. Park doesn't want to fold and actually ends up having a weaker king here.
Ten, 8, 3. Two players with a pair of eights.
50.
One bet 50,000.
Huh. 50K into 175 multi-way. Both players with an Ocho here. Hearts working in favor of Student Arts.
150.
Oh, she loves the raise. This is such a punishing move as well, especially if you can see the 8-9 of clubs here. I got to be honest, James, I don't know if I like the initial bet from the 8-9 in the first place. I think you just kind of check and play your cards from there. Player in position is going to end up with a lot of hands that you don't want to see, and it's going to be difficult once you bet the flop to know what to do on turns, unless you directly improve, which is a big ask on that texture. So opened up the door to get check raised and was immediately punished. Which is your favorite Casio, James?
Does this include G-Shock as well?
No.
I mean, that is Casio.
No, I know it is, and I think you've mentioned that before.
I can't remember the model number, but it's the one that's known as the Casio Royale, the world timer.
Okay, let me take a look.
10 fast.
There's a really, really lame, inaccurate Bond connection. That basically, I have that one, I have the silver one.
That silver one there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you know I'm a big kind of dual time zone watch person. So anything that can do 2 time zones is always going to... So the reason why it's known as the Casio Royale is it looks a bit like the watch that James Bond had in Octopussy, which was actually a Seiko.
Okay. You know what I love about this, James, is whoever designed this and released this initially, that would have looked so futuristic at the time. That would have, like, people were like, what is going on here? That's got to have some serious tech in there.
So we have got a raise from Christian Rudolph with kings and a call from Pedro Marques in the big blind with ace-4 of spades. 8-7-7 on the flop.
5 bet, 25,000.
25k, the continuation bet from Rudolph. Literally betting the minimum. We'll come back to Casio after this because there's another Casio watch I want to mention, which I've been thinking about getting. Okay, the board gets a little bit straighter on the turn, doesn't actually impact who's ahead, and Rudolph actually is a 92% favorite right now.
Rudolph only about 11 big blinds behind. How do we proceed now? It is a bit of a tricky turn. I would probably bet money that Rudolph continues barreling, though. Okay, never mind. Checks it over on the river. 4 of hearts. So completes the flush draw potential. Does give Marquez a pair, which is now 2 pair. 7s and 4s with an ace. I think if this is a situation where Rudolph checks the turn, does he overbet shove the river now?
Yeah.
Especially if there's a check. Does Marquez want to sort of blocker bet first, though? So let's actually wait for the action here. I think there's a chance Marquez's hand might be good enough to sort of blocker bet facing that check on the turn, because some ace highs can still hero call. You control the pot if they have pocket 6s or something like that. Yeah, that is a blocker bet sizing 35k into 185. Now, if I'm Rudolph, I'm probably just going to want to call here just in case my opponent has a little induce with trip 7s or a straight or something. And yeah, good enough. You see how powerful that is, though, James? Because the ace 4, it loses the minimum. If it goes check the river, Rudolph now suddenly realizes he probably has a lot more value and can go and put Marquez in a much more tricky situation.
So it probably hasn't gone unnoticed that I'm not very good with numbers and have pretty much nothing but contempt for mathematics, which means I am very reliant on the calculator app on my phone when playing poker to work out how many big blinds I have. I got into a mild panic while playing at the lodge in Austin recently because I nearly got moved to a live stream table. And they were going to take my phone away from me.
So you can't divide by big blinds?
Correct. And I thought the obvious solution is if I'm playing poker and there's any chance of being on a live stream, the Casio calculator watch. It's not a smartwatch. They're not going to take it away from me. But I have a calculator on my wrist and can know how many big blinds I've got.
James, I'm going to steal that, mate. Casio calculator watch. Do you want it in silver?
No, I like the kind of just the black, the Marty McFly one, that one.
This one?
Yeah, it's the one he wears in Back to the Future 2.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is that a rubber strap?
It's resin.
Okay.
I mean, it costs next to nothing. It's going to be, I think you get it from Argos for less than like 30 quid.
Okay, so my question to you is, I'm terrible at math too. This is a great idea. Once you've done the equation, can you keep it on your wrist so you still know how many bigs it is?
Yes.
Will it just remain there?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is revolutionary. I'm about to win a lot at live poker, James. This is gonna you've just changed my life.
Hold on.
That's too funny.
We are coming to the end of this level. Just 4 minutes left on the clock. We're going to keep this same table for the next session of
Not so
play.
much anymore, but still breathing. Yeah, about
600.
like around 700k. Just before the hand, I had I think 725 or something like that. But yeah, it breaks basically.
Big shot.
I love the fact you were literally about to order that from a Czech store. By the time it's due to be delivered, you'll be back in the UK and you'll be paying through the nose for postage.
No, I'm having it delivered to the hotel so it's ready for tomorrow's action, the Spin and Go Championships, mate. Nice. What are you talking about?
Nice. Stokey Pokes, this is not a bit. I suck at math. I always did. I was terrible with numbers. I was a English student, but I'm really bad at like multiplication, times division. I literally have to do the calculation in a calculator to know how many big blinds I have.
Noon says a good suggestion. That's a bad suggestion. We could just practice math. Don't be ridiculous.
I have no interest in learning anything. I have no interest in studying. I'm not going to go into the lab. I'm not going to do work.
I'm good at the colors, and I'm good at the graphage, but I'm not good at the mathage. All right, we're on the flop. Action, stations.
Marquesh still sticking around with the dolly.
I think it was Marquesh C-bet.
Yeah.
Lancel might just be a little bit speedy in the action department. I feel like he's given off a little bit more info than the rest at the table thus far.
$125.
125? Today bet 125.
He's not slowing down. Kid's got moxie.
Kid's got moxie for sure. This is a great turn barrel for sure. I would definitely be firing twice with no equity, no problem here. If you run into ace-4, you run into ace-4. Sacramento makes a good point. I say I'm good at colors. I'm actually colorblind as well, so I guess you're right. I'm not even that great at that.
Are you a fan of the Darius Dinesh song?
What's that?
Colorblind. Remember Darius from Pop Idol?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I have heard
died
that.
recently.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez. Didn't the drummer from My Chemical Romance recently die as well? This is very sad.
I mean, you've been called on 2 streets. Are you prepared to empty the clip, Pedro? No. White flag of surrender has been waved.
It's good.
Yes, an ace is good. Yaroslav says, what do you mean math studying? It's just practicing division. Practicing division is studying math, and it's boring.
When you want to drive a car, are you not studying? That's not. This is not a comparison, mate. What are you talking about?
Studying mechanics? I've got no idea what's going under the top of a car. I just press a button and it moves.
Somebody else did the math for us. That's why cars work. If we did the math, they would never get off the ground.
Wow. Way to construct an illogical argument.
Trust me, if I was involved with the mechanics of any car, it would not move forward. Nor backwards, for that matter. Might just explode.
Tom, you've got a point. CPS is on ice right now. On thin ice.
You raised this time. That's not. How's that friendly?
Yeah, because my friends, they're watching.
Maniac says, if your car goes off the ground, someone did the math wrong. That's right.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, I could invent the first flying car, perhaps. On accident.
In that case, I gotta give your friends a show, you know?
All right, we're on the flop, guys. 4 of clubs, queen of clubs, 8 of diamonds.
Check.
Big flop action, raise and a call from the big blind. So blind v blind, in fact.
Check.
Yep, 2 checks. Now diamonds working for Alonso. 125K in the middle, bet 75. And if I am Esquez, I am not folding. I am calling. Nice hand. Three of clubs, still clean for Esquez.
165. 165.
Call. No sweat. A little bit of a nervous sort of, exchange there as well, James. You'll notice that. Definitely something we need to think. He sort of said 165, not a very concise exchange with the dealer. That's definitely going to be some sort of information. Might be a false tell. Might actually be a sign of strength. I would be hard pressed for Esquez to fold. He's got the club blocker. This is a pretty straightforward call.
I do want to see. I mean, yeah, call.
Nice hand there.
Good call.
So Geno Esquez winning the last hand of the level and retaining the tournament chip lead. He is closing in on the 5 million mark right now. We think the second biggest stack in the tournament is Anton Bergstrom, and he's got 3.3 million. So Esquez will have more than 160 big blinds at the new blind level, which is 15,000, 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante. While Christian Rudolph will be approaching the danger zone. He'll be down to 16 bigs. And a reminder that we will keep this lineup, the same feature table for the next session, as we continue to try to play down to the final two tables here on day 4 of the EPT Prague main event. This is a 19-minute break, weirdly specific, and we'll be back straight after that. Eugene Kachelov has aces in the cutoff. And he will 3-bet to 3,600. Uh-oh, Kokoschka's got queens.
Bad luck for Kokoschka. Just because Eugene 3-bet doesn't mean he has to have aces or kings by any means. He just happens to. So another bet here usually is pretty much mandatory.
He makes it 7,000. Action folded around to the limper.
Should be an easy decision for Boyasian, and that decision is to fold like the wind.
He gets out of the way. Mason does the same.
I think Eugene's move is pretty obvious, and it rhymes with ballin', which he is, by the way.
He is all in, and Kokoschka immediately calls, and we'll see the bad news.
I genuinely think there's a shot that some folks could have gotten away from that hand. Sounds crazy, but I don't think Eugene's messing around all that often with a 4-bet. What do I know, man? I can see all the whole cards.
Jack 6-4 flop. Eugene a 90% favorite to double up here. Oh, a queen on the turn!
What am I talking about? You have to call the queens every time.
Eugene drawing to just one ace. One out for the 2011 Super High Roller champion.
Eugene's so good, he could do it.
No, it's a 3. And we lose Eugene Kachelov from the tournament.
I don't get saying nice hand after you win. Seems inappropriate.
Come on, buddy.
King Queen suited for Nico Senninger.
Love Queen suited.
He raises to 1,200. Both Elke and Chainsaw have folded. Mick Graydon's got aces in the small blind.
We know Senninger is super active and doesn't really fold to 3-bet, so raising here is a no-brainer.
42. Sorry. 42.
It makes it 3,200.
There are 9 people at this table and 11 accents. I love the EPT.
Ace 4 for JMP.
He's finally decided to join us.
And he folds.
Senninger's got a strong hand, but he probably doesn't want to put in a 4th bet.
He will call, and he will see a flop in position. That flop is King, Jack 5. Senninger with top pair and the second nut flush draw.
Huge flop for Senninger. It's the kind of flop you're happy to get it in with.
Graydon's made it 3,400. Senninger calls.
Senninger certainly could have raised, but he likely thinks he's so far ahead of Graydon's range that he'd lose value, and usually he'd be right.
6 of hearts on the turn. Graydon now checks.
I assume Senninger will want to bet now to try to get 2 streets of value.
Senninger makes it 7,100. Graydon's all in. Seninger calls.
Pretty standard. Don't think you can really fold. Both guys played it just fine.
There are 13 cards that Seninger can hit to improve. As it stands, there's a 68% chance Mick Graydon doubles up. But it's a spade on the river. There's the flush for Seninger.
Thank you.
Watching aces get cracked is never pretty, but always entertaining.
Actions on Xuan Lu. 6-8 off. She folds. Carl Julius mucks. King Queen in the small blind.
Alan.
Faraz moves all in.
Call.
And runs into aces. DeBella makes the call. And Faraz Jaka, who's been such a dominant force in this tournament, is now on the verge of elimination.
He has gotten his money in oh so bad. He's actually a bigger dog now than DeBella was on the last hand.
The reigning champion has come to watch the horror show.
Faraz looks like he's about to have his verdict read by a jury.
The flop does give Faraz a little bit of hope. He is drawing to a gut shot now.
Oh no, you didn't.
Jaka supporters calling for a 10. And there's a 10 on the turn!
And aces are drawing dead. The crowd goes wild. The poker gods have served up a sweet justicey vindication. It'll be a while before Faraz can complain about getting sucked out on again.
Karma, anyone? There it is in action. Balance has been restored to the force.
There are either a lot of people here to cheer on Faraz, or some of these guys don't understand what just happened. I'd say DeBella's taking it well, but there's no gum in there.
Patrick Sluzarek has just taken a seat. Welcome to the table, sir. Pocket aces.
Yeah, not bad. This is one of the best starting hands you can have.
He understandably raises, makes it 8,500. Tom Hall has pocket tens in the cutoff.
Sluzarek just got to the table, and he raised from fairly early. I don't know if I can get behind a 3-bet here, and for Tom's sake, I'm hoping he keeps his pot small.
He does re-raise. The 3-bet is 21,500. Everyone else has folded. It's back on Sluzarek.
There's only two ways this can go. Although fold is an option that is available, I don't think he'll take it. Now I'm just gonna say one thing here, Tom. You better Sluza-check yourself before you Sluza-wreck yourself.
It's a 4-bet to 49,000.
I think there's just too many chips to get it all in here.
All in.
Hall moves all in.
Well, GG online qualifier. Who's next?
Call.
Sluzarek calls, and the qualifier's flame is about to be extinguished.
Yeah, not good, Tom. Not good. I put my faith in you, Tom.
He is a 4-1 underdog.
Hearts.
He's gonna need 4 or 5 of them.
No hearts on the flop.
Not a lot of hope there.
Hall getting ready to head for the exit. The turn card is another deuce. Just 2 outs for Tom Hall. He needs a 10 on the river. Sluzarek a 95% favorite. It's a 10!
Oh, suck out city.
Jesus. Tom Hall binks a 2-outer to survive.
And it's like winning a frivolous lawsuit. You're happy about it, but you're certainly not proud of it.
Well, Luca is making his way to the next table with Naoya Kahara and Jonathan Roy.
Our all-in player is Jonathan, and he holds 2 red queens, and Naoya has pocket aces.
I like Naoya, but I hate to see anyone bubble, especially on a cold deck.
Queen ball.
The flop is queen of spades, 5 of hearts, 8 of clubs. Once again, our all-in player holds pocket queens and needs top set.
Well played.
Will it hold?
And a turn card. Turn is a 6 of diamonds.
Jonathan has to fade 2 cards.
And the river card. The river is a 7 of hearts, and Jonathan will double up with a set of queens.
And the bubble rolls on.
It's all right.
Over at the secondary featured table, Brazilian qualifier Charles Modesto has picked up aces.
All right, look at his photo and then look at him. Would you ever suspect that would be what's hiding under his hat? That is not a man bun. That's a man croissant.
Here comes the raise.
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 Who learned you that? Oh, yes, yeah. Don't understand. Okay, don't mind.
Whatever he says, just say yes.
Okay, yes. Say goodbye. I'll say goodbye. No, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Okay. Oh man.
Streltsov's got jacks.
No, it's small. This is help you. Okay.
Yeah, he almost got it.
I'm all in.
Well, he's going to get called in at least one spot. Let's see if the blinds wake up with anything. Farhad Hakim is in the small.
14.
He passes. Anoshka in the big. Gets out of the way. Okay, Charles.
Call. In Portuguese, call.
Show me.
Pago.
Great spot for our qualifier.
This. Whoa. Good luck, guys. My God. The hashtag this is incredible.
Oh.
Here comes the flop.
Oh my God.
Unfortunate.
Aces on river, please.
Or just one ace.
Charles needs a two-outer. At least he's not the at-risk player here.
No. Not this time. Good. Yes. I hugs in you. Oh. But you have more. You don't need to be upset. You have a lot of chips.
He doesn't actually, but he's taking it remarkably well.
Oh my God. Good.
Gotta love the attitude.
What?
So now that hand is concluded, we can go back to table Greenstein. Barry all in and at risk, called by Brian Potashnik.
So we have an all-in and a call in the main event on table 6. Our all-in player is Barry Greenstein with pocket 8s, and he has been called by Brian with pocket aces.
The bear is way behind. This could be the hand that bursts the bubble. Everyone wants to capture the moment.
Everyone's rooting against him.
The flop is King 6-4.
Barry down to 10% equity.
And the turn count is 3 of hearts.
Barry needs an 8 on the river or the bubble bursts.
And the river count. The river is an 8. So we have a double up.
Time to write a new book. Oh, the bad beat alarm is working.
Barry! You got what you wanted. I know it was the only hand I would have played against, Joe.
Barry Greenstein doubles up, and we are still on the bubble at the PCA main event. Let's head over to our secondary feature table, where Oleg Titov has opened with aces and been called by 2 players. Andrei Lubovetsky with ace-queen, and Daniel Kupel with pocket 5s.
There's a 5.
In the window, a set for Kupel.
What do you got there, Daniel? Kupel of 5s?
He leads the flop, 17,000.
The flop lead is polarizing. Usually the person leading is looking for a fold or a raise.
Titov with his overpair raises to 45,000, gets a fold from Lubovetsky.
Huh.
Action back on Kupel.
I'm all in.
He shoves for 150K.
I know no one's going to believe this, but I can honestly say I would fold aces here.
Titov calls.
Set of 5, of course.
Probably you get aces. Ace on the turn, ace on the river.
Hey, come on.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Always. Probably.
There's a big chance you're in.
A 91% chance.
People just get overly attached to aces.
A 10 on the turn. Daniel Kupel just has to fade the case ace on the river to survive. Oh, it's the case 5.
Godzilla. 2 pair.
That's annoying.
Kupel doubles up through Titov. New player at the feature table. Brian Ponce has just taken a seat. Action on Adrian Mateos. Queen deuce.
Nice snap.
Well, he's folded. Corey Aldemir with 9-6 of diamonds. Decides to raise. 21,000.
Speaking of unnecessary.
Oh, hello. Aces for Andrei Lubovetsky.
Go on.
Sneaky, just a call.
I love it.
Ponce and Barry have both folded.
Juan Ponce de la Fold.
Florian Maurer has pocket eights in the big blind.
$80.
Bad time for a squeeze, Florian.
Oh boy.
Fold from the original raiser, but there's no way that Lubovetsky's folding. He's the effective stack here with 410k behind. And he is all in.
Last time I saw a trap this good, a ghost was being sucked into it at the Millennium Biltmore Hotel.
Wow, quick call from Maurer, who will see that he is crushed. And Lubovetsky is a 4-1 favorite to double up here.
Love it.
Maurer will be left with a bowl of rice. The flop is Jack 7-4. Maurer drawing to 2 outs. Lubovetsky now a 9-1 favorite. Four on the turn. Maurer down to 5% equity.
If the light is green, the trap is clean.
The river card is an 8.
That is not clean at all.
Ooh, Maurer gets there.
Look, I gotta step away. I gotta go. Look, I'd be no good to you the rest of the day after this.
A bad beat for Andrei Lubovetsky, which sees him eliminated in 25th place from the PCA main event.
Me and Andre, I'll see you at the bar.
Is this where the comeback starts? Hamilton is going to be first to act here. Has ace-king. Continues to pick up solid hands. And is counting out a raise. Opens to 900k, 3x's it again, and ace-queen for Sinclair.
No, no. What a setup for Sinclair.
All in, called, a domination situation. Sinclair at risk and behind. At least he's got a smile on his face. And the way Hamilton runs, I don't see how Sinclair comes back from this.
Come on. Come on, Dave.
Queen. Diamond.
Come on, come on.
The Sinclair family looking for a queen on the flop. That's his best hope of survival. If ace-king holds, this is over. And Ian Hamilton is an EPT champion. Okay, straight draws for both players. They switch outs.
And now we need a king.
Three cards that Jack Sinclair can hit. Unless we see a king on the river. we have our latest EPT winner. The river is a blank. Hamilton, the hometown hero.
There we go. That's the rail we were looking for this whole time.
Celebrating with his boys as he wins the EPT London 2022 main event. And Jack Sinclair will have to settle with a second place finish. Hamilton gets it done. Goes to commiserate with the guy he just beat heads up. Jack congratulates him and will cash for £414,650. He's the runner-up. But Ian Hamilton is the winner.
Yes. Well done.
Yes, mate. Someone's going to be making a reservation at Tiger tonight.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from the King's Casino at Hilton Prague in Prague. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, everybody.
We are middle of the day here on day 4. 27 players remain of the 1,458 who started. And it looks like things are still stacked pretty deep. Christian Rudolph, the only player with a sub-20 big blind stack at this feature table. Christian, a very talented player, has as good a chance as anybody to work his way out of that hole. Real quick before we get started here, blinds 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante. Oh, we are well underway here. Action's been folded to the blinds. Ace 8-6, pair of sixes for Eskes is the best hand. I don't know if you guys are following my Ultimate X adventures.
Yeah.
Just a quick update. I don't want to have it take over the whole broadcast. As Eskes.
Same problem, bro.
Leads with the pair of sixes, is not going to get a fold from Rudolph. And Rudolph turns real good.
Portugal?
Yeah, I do. Lisbon.
Nice, very
No?
cool. Yeah, I went to Lisbon in 2015. With
Rudolph,
my dad
with
for
your
the
nose so bright,
final,
won't you
14,
pair your
14.
king tonight?
That's right. The Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid final with Ramos scoring, last minute.
Ramos
header.
scoring, yeah.
And I was sat in like 5th row on the side where the goal was scored, and it was like madness. Just
Amazing,
crazy game. Very good. Amazing experience and really fun to memory.
And Rudolph taking this opportunity once it's been checked to him.
Beautiful.
Just start bet for value.
Food, beautiful architecture, great climate as well. Like, what is there to?
Pedro says they're talking about Lisbon, his city.
Yeah.
What's up, Pedro? Glad to have you with us.
Pedro.
Hope to visit Lisbon one day.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
In Warsaw. Warsaw, yeah.
Gets away from it, man.
Yeah,
Too good. Genoa is looking real hot.
I came back to Poland and I live.
And that's a big pot for Christian Rudolph, who now has 18 big blinds.
Funny enough, my first ever live festival was last year EPT Prague.
Yeah?
Yeah, so this is my second go at EPT Prague, and it's been going pretty good so far. So
what a cutie, Stanislav.
Still keep it going, right? But we'll see. The deck will decide. It's the next victim.
What a positive attitude. I hate it.
No, I think it's really sweet, Joe. He'll learn.
Get out. Misregs only. Haven't get to do any commentary myself on Sylvia just yet. It's pretty exciting for me. Of course, Pedro Marques out of Portugal. Must have been the
60.
fella talking about Lisbon. And now, yeah, we're going to see Stanislav in action here with 2 6s.
Stanislav?
Oh, Pedro in chat is also named Pedro Marques. Huh. And once again, it is going to be Christian Rudolph involved in this hand. Ace-queen in the small.
He's all in.
Ah.
All in.
He's all in.
Oh.
Count, please.
A Psy count request.
Yeah, this is...
Seems like a lot of big blinds to call it off with 6s. Nick?
Yeah. No, you had it right, Joe. Harry says spoilers. No, that was just a prediction. It was not a spoiler. No, this is really tough.
555?
Yep. 555, exactly. I don't know. We're getting pretty close to call territory, but small blind versus hijack.
Fives.
Could be 5s, absolutely.
How much closer to a call are we with pocket 7s here?
Getting much closer. Much closer with 7s. 8s is definitely a call.
8s is a slam dunk.
Yeah, 7s is probably... I think 6s actually might end up on the fold side, but... You just feel like you probably dominate some of this stuff, but not as much as you'd like is the problem.
When he's thinking this hard, Christian Rudolph's like, he's got ace-jack.
I mean, if they're thinking about it, Christian Rudolph is overjoyed because you're making a hand that has equity. Think about folding, which is great for your hand. And then also, you know, they're going to have stuff that's marginal that you probably crush.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
6 is pretty grody in that spot.
Sorry. Have you taken the...
Yeah, I did.
Yep, okay.
The 6s.
I mean, that's pretty obvious, no? You don't see this on the stream anyway.
So
it's very
cute.
close.
I want to see if Christian says something here.
I'll let you off the hook this time.
Jacks or hooks?
We are probably slipping.
Yeah, no, I think this is
Sometimes,
fair.
Yeah.
It's gonna...
I mean,
if you...
stranger things have happened, you know? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, like with the 7 is always coming.
Very generous contribution.
I thought he was talking for a minute
So my
there,
humble
Joe.
So you have 7.
I really thought that was him saying that for a minute. Yep, seems pretty reasonable stuff.
What say you, Pedro? Oh, well, look at that. Patience rewarded.
There you go. That's why you fold aces.
60.
Start with an open.
Oh, Grodek is an anagram for Red Rock. No, it's not. Can't double use the R. Never mind. And unfortunately, Grodek just told a story about how what an amateur is, so now everyone's just immediately folding to his early position raise.
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just trying to think of an anagram that worked.
I will gladly accept the pot.
We don't believe you.
Does he know that they can't see that he had aces?
We can see that he had aces. I do believe him, but it's got to hurt a little.
Great question here from Tobias over on YouTube chat. Any good players left or all just whales?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for your question.
All right, so Ultimate X.
Yeah.
Yesterday we were so back.
Yeah.
Then I busted my account again.
Yeah.
But the problem is, just like real life, when they know you're a whale, they give you a little free play every day.
They give you a little freebie.
They gave me a little free play today, which amounted to $5 in fake money.
Yeah.
And I decided to play pennies.
Yeah.
And I hit a royal today.
And I clicked the button when you hit
That's
the royal.
right. You click the button, which technically I think is illegal, so don't say that.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Player
sorry.
to a hand.
Sorry, yeah.
And I hit for 12,000 pennies.
Yep.
Because it was on a 3x multiplier.
Oh, wow.
And now we're so back again. We're back.
How much back?
Well, now I'm back up to the 5-cent denom.
Oh. So
I said once I 5x my money, I'm gonna 5x my bet, and I'm up at $288.
Wow. Okay, that is a huge comeback.
So, and speaking of upping your bet, by the way, we're talking about Play Money Ultimate X Hold'em on my phone, which is nearly as important as this record-breaking Prague field with a 1.1 million euro first place prize.
Yeah.
3 bet here out of Rudolph, and is going to get Eskes to fold the Estres.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a spot where Eskes might have considered doing some 4-betting, but cutoff versus hijack a little bit less so. If it was button versus small blind, perhaps we'd see a little bit more of that action. Nice move from the 10s. Nice pickup. There's a reminder of the colors of the chips.
Bauble.
Bauble.
Tinsel.
Tinsel.
Cracker.
Cracker. Crackers are the newest chips to be introduced, the 100Ks.
You know, tinsel. Green tinsel. Just like you put on the Christmas tree.
You're not a fan of Christmas crackers, are you, Joe?
I actually do like the Christmas cracker. Although I am physically incapable of like doing the pull the right way that makes it crack.
See, the trick is you gotta like hold the little ribbon on the inside when you pull them.
Oh, right, that would be the trick.
They're like molded into the actual cracker.
I'm American. We just fire guns into the air. It's a lot easier. Or tortoise school, whichever you prefer.
7 balls. 8 balls.
Just in the direction. Anyway. Dudniars has called this raise from Park. Grodek in the big blind with King 9 off.
We going tree-way to the flop.
Ace 6 4.
That's right.
What do we like here? What do we like? Still the 7s.
7s are still good.
10 checks.
Grodek checks. Good on you, Park, for having the chutzpah to continuation bet on an ace-high board into 2 opponents.
Park's got a lot of chutzpah.
And speaking of chutzpah, Studniar's getting sticky with nothing but some backdoors. What am I missing?
Well,
oh, it's backdoors. It would be backdoors only against the ace. 9 and 8 are still live against the 7s, the actual hand she's up against.
Yeah, it's also maybe just because Park's bet there was 60K into 225, so it was really small. She may be thinking she can get brave on a later street and do something if we see a slowdown.
Or turn a bunch of equity with a 10 of hearts.
The second barrel from Park, though, just so spicy. Dude.
Second bar.
I don't know, Stapes, but I'm not sure I'd like to play against this guy. Seems really good.
Well, would you like to play against Ken Oberleben? Because he's eliminated. Out in 27th place for 30,200 euros. Got it in with got it in with 2 pair versus Joshua McSweeney. Remember him? His top pair. But unfortunately, Oberleben counterfeited on the river. More like Oberleben.
$60.
Let's guess. Gonna give it another shot, this time with suited connectors. Park with a suited hand himself. Student Arts folds the 10-9. Markesh out. Over to Alontsov, who has got it. The biggest of slicks.
Yep, let's start pumping it up.
A hand more rare than aces.
Would note here as well, Joe, that the sizing is a little bit small. Although, to be fair, Esquez is on the shorter side as well. Sorry, what am I looking at? Sorry, wrong number. Excuse me. Both players very deep. Should I start that again? And therefore, I think the 3-bet size is actually very small. Initial open was to 60K, and then the 3-bet was to 150K. It feels like it should be more like, 240K or something like that. And so far, Alonso has allowed Esquez to get into a lot of situations for relatively cheaply that have cost chips. I was going to say, since when did Geno lose any chips? I thought he was shorter than he was. In fact, probably our overall tournament chip leader. Yeah. I mean, look, facing that 3-bet, it's like 2.5 big blinds. Sorry, 2.5x the initial open. You should be calling with pretty much any two.
I mean, no reason to lie for me.
It's a great sizing if you know it's coming ace high.
Yeah, this is a good spot for Geno.
Yeah.
Wait. You one of these too. Yep.
You had a middle pair?
I needed a different suit.
You had a middle pair draw.
And then it would have been a really good flop for me.
If it would be hearts, would it be nice?
No.
Nah, not hearts.
No hearts.
I don't like hearts.
Geno's got really good responses to these questions that don't give away anything while also coming across quite friendly. He goes, did you hit middle pair? He's like, I was looking for a different kind of board.
Oh, I needed clubs. Yeah, I needed the Bolkoli flop. That's what I needed.
Okay, Mr. Grodek. 21 big blinds.
All in.
Just the ship. This is fine.
Small blind folds.
Ooh, gets the deuces to fold. And 8-7 suited pretty hand, can't call.
Brodek grows a stack.
You mean before that? Oh no,
This
right
one,
now.
both. This one too.
This now I had also pretty one.
It was pretty, but not 600K pretty or whatever that was.
Next hand, please.
Shout out Felipe and Flavio. Got to meet those guys a couple of weeks ago when I was in Brazil for the BSOP. They are wildly popular. I did like an Instagram reel with Felipe and it got 10 times as many views as anything I do. And I was just, what do they call it? Collaborator.
Tag me, Felipe, tag me.
Yeah, right.
Cool.
Dudenarsh. 65,000 and a flat from Alontsov.
So what position is the next page up? Do you know? It's like 0 to 11, right?
All right, we continue with 5, 6, ace, all hearts. 10's still the best hand with the heart.
Yeah.
As well.
Doing pretty good about that heart backup.
Sure.
75.
75K C-bet.
The 10s are always calling.
It's strange just how much more calling there is. Wowee.
What?
Women always have it. That's what it is, Nick. They always have it. They can't bluff.
I don't care if they always have it. You got the 10 of hearts. It doesn't matter what they got. Goodness gracious
I
me.
shouldn't say. I don't know that that was what his thought process was. That would be unfair.
Oh, dear.
But it is a bit of a standard spot for a call there. Nick's literally puking from that fold, that flop fold. He's having an allergic reaction. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine now. Sorry.
Someone get his inhaler. Kojak for Grodek.
Raises 60,000. One fold. Three folds. Five folds.
KJ seated feels good.
Park is going to defend his big blind and big blind ante with 5-4. And that's a pretty fun flop for 5-4 with the 4 of diamonds.
Yep, street flash potential. Hijack versus big blind. I think actually I just like one small bet. Grodek does check. And that is literally the street flash. That is literally the street flash.
Royalty, clip it.
A wah wah wee wah.
Pretty tough to get paid on a 1-card straight flush. But here's the good news. You can check.
You can check, and your opponent can start repping ace of diamonds. Absolutely right, Joe. Grodek isn't going to take the bait here. Aaron Paul Kramer says he had quads. Now he's got a straight flush. Pretty insane run here.
2 royalty hands. All right.
He wants something. Give him something.
50K. Can't do it.
You got to show the straight flush. That's not cool. That's not cool.
That's absolutely right, Nick.
That's actually not cool. I don't like
What the
that.
heck?
No, that's it. Me and Park is on the naughty list.
That is a demerit.
That is a demerit.
You think quads are better? You got to show.
I've been very complimentary. I'm a big fan of the way you're playing, my man. You got to show the street flashes. It doesn't happen often enough to deny your opponent. What's the information? Oh, I bet a straight flush on the river. Yeah, I don't want to give that away. Outrageous behavior.
Somebody may pick up a tell for when you have a straight flush.
He didn't show the quads either? Goodness gracious me.
Hey, maybe he didn't know he had a straight flush. He thought he had the 4 diamonds, the 4 of hearts.
He's doing an Oberstad and not looking at his cards unless he needs to.
Yeah. We got a purist, Peisel. Says, now you don't deserve if you didn't pay to see it.
Yeah, 2 big blinds, bro. All right.
Modkeep says, I'd rather be card drive for an entire session than high a straight flush against an opponent with a hand that will fold against even the thought of a bet. Wow. Nick, what kind of diet are you on? Do you like word salad?
Makes me hungry, Joe.
It's not very satisfying.
Nom.
Ace, King, 7, pair of 7s for Heskes.
Sometimes I think we have too much fun, Joe.
I think we have just the right amount of fun.
I've been really enjoying watching Studniar's play, just actually finding a lot of really cool little raises here and there, a lot of ballsy bluffs, and decides to relinquish this one. We saw that interesting float with the backdoor straight draw, flush draw just now as well, Joe. Keep an eye out. He's got moves. We saw you missed this one, Joe.
He's got boss vibes for sure.
He's got boss vibes, but more than that, that cold 4-bet bluff was one of my favorite plays of the day as well.
I don't think I was here for that one.
No, you weren't here, unfortunately, but it was a good one.
So Cross Guns has an explanation for he's trying to help me out with the word salad.
Okay, I gave too much.
He's just saying that he'd rather be card dry for an entire session than bink a straight flush against an opponent with a hand that will fold against even the thought of a bet. That was not an explanation. That was just a copy and paste. I should have read that one.
Did they get you with the ... read more ...
Myself, I should have.
Read more ...
Yeah. We're giving him the keys to the Lambo, basically.
60.
Alonso, fourth in chips at our feature table. Going to open up. This guy don't miss. Ace King. Now at this stack depth, let's just go for a
200.
3x, maybe a little bit bigger. Yeah, goes for the 200. Very nice stuff.
So go back to the showing the straight flush situation. Mo on YouTube says you got to charge to see him. Mo, he did charge to see him. It just didn't pay, and it's kind of like you can charge someone for a loaf of bread, but if at the end of the day you might just give it away anyway. You know what I mean? If nobody buys, you might go, hey, have a loaf of bread. And that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, 15.
In the straight flush situation, it can't be sold anymore. Might as well give it away.
I think what he's trying to say, Joe, is he just would rather be card dry than not have cards in a straight flush situation where he didn't hit board with his friend having cards.
More word salad.
Nom, 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 nom,
nom, nom, nom, nom, nom, nom. The Avenger says, I would rather be out in 27th place than to be in Twitch chat watching. Damn, that's cold.
That's actually a really good one.
That's so cold. Ouchie, mommy. Crooks just added a question mark to it. Excellent. How is Babby formed? Nice, Stuart. Can I get Pregarat?
Perganent? Pergant?
Mark would check 10 off.
Pergante.
Am I Pregante? Pergonante. Good work, chat.
That still gets me every time.
Marquesh folds ace tray in the small blind. Oh, yeah, this one's a fun defender.
Yeah, why not? Oh. Please note, chat, we are sub 20 effective. However, Grodek is the shorter stack. The shortest stack of this table, but not super short. Starts the hand with just over 20 bigs. And the board is ace, queen, 7. Much better for the initial opener than the big blind defend range.
Much better in theory, much better in this exact situation.
One big blind C-bet, just 30K. 45 will work too.
Hey, parquet. Feature table chip counts. S-guess on top. That's 160 bigs. Studniarsh. Excuse me. 105 big blinds. Marques, 101 big blinds. Then a huge drop-off. 68 bigs for Lontsov. And Grodek at the bottom with 18.
Absolutely huge.
60?
Oh, here we go. Eskis opening with a pretty wide variety of hands from under the gun. This time, deuces.
Yeah, they never loses. That's why. Park not one to shy away from action. Might find some 3-betting here. Is playing against the chip leader as well, who will have a wider open, as Joe just indicated. And we do see the 3-bet to 150K. Again, on the smaller side here, guys. I was thinking, you know, 180 min, 180K to go. Maybe I'm missing a chapter somewhere. Oh, ooh. Oh, the cold call from the 4 is in position.
I love a good set mime.
There's a lot going on here, though, right? We can't just, this is not the same cold call as a generic cold call.
Sevens get out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, this cold call looks crazy strong, right? It certainly looks stronger than 4s.
It does, but again, let's take into account the fact that we are extremely deep here, and also the 3-bet was very small.
Yep.
And also the cold call looks very strong, and she has absolute position, which gives her further strength if she wants to bluff on later streets. So she actually finds a way to be in a pot to see a set potentially, or to bluff very well.
Always coming. Ace high board. 4s are the best hand, by the way, of the 3 that went to the flop.
Park just ain't gonna guess here. He checks it over. Stuniar's
wow.
Just bet. She could bet so small here, and it would be so good.
Take over the betting.
225. This is very cute. This is very good.
I don't think you can call.
Yeah. Little hand funeral. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is some bossy poker. Very nice. Very, very nice little move there with the 4s. And also just finding a very unique spot where a cold call is somewhat unconventional, but I think is very well timed, especially given that smaller 3-bet from Park.
Nick, I've got some really, really bad news.
Uh-oh.
2 times.
Everyone's favorite player, Lasse Hansen,
You remember as well, right?
out in 26th place.
Okay, I'm really sad about this because somebody earlier said he looks like a mix between Ramon Calillas and Espen Jorstad, and I cannot stop seeing it now.
100%.
It's actually crazy how accurate that is.
Are you allowed to do lookalikes as long as it's 2 poker players?
No, that wasn't a bad lookalike. It was just a funny one that somebody mentioned earlier, and I thought I would use it and pretend it was like mine, but didn't actually end up on the future table.
I knew that news would be particularly upsetting to Drea Carlson. I'm sorry, Drea.
And also to Lasse.
Lasse himself, sure.
Western.
Oh, the other Lasse.
The other Lasse.
200.
7 raises to 200.
This lady is a bouse. Park opens, King Jack suited. We got a 3-bet from Ace 10 off. Winner. I saw someone ask moments ago if we were streaming the Spin and Go Championship. No, unfortunately not. Maybe we'll get a little footage of it.
Well, you say that, but if you guys don't already follow the Grind Live X-Flick stream, there is, in fact, a good chance he will be streaming it. So if you wanted to follow along behind the scenes, there's a good chance the camera crew will be down there following that versus the main event.
Do not tune out of this broadcast for any reason, ever.
No. Multi-screen. Go out, buy yourself a second monitor. Watch both at the same time. Watch ours with the sound on, and you can watch me win that event.
You can
in
occasionally
League.
look at the other event or other screen. Occasionally. And if it's for too long, I will know.
You go on the bad list. You go on the naughty list. Okay, we are sub 20 effective here. Pocket sevens. He's just counting his chips real quick. So 18? I think we still just open none all in here. Might be considering just the shove. Okay. Yep, this is also okay.
Take the guesswork out of it. Rip it in.
I think maybe with ICM, we might just want to min-raise this more often, but
ooh!
He might be, yeah. He might be concerned that Esquez is going to bully him if he has a non-all-in opening range here. In this situation, tens is a snap all day long. We're just double checking stacks for us, which is understandable.
If by ICM you mean ice cream machine, because this is a cold decking.
5 seconds.
All in?
All in?
Esquez also all in now. Any shot, the big blind wakes up with a hand.
Yeah.
Domination situation.
Always
Grodek.
coming 7.
Aha!
I guess we'll see.
7-7 money maker.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Man, he's looking like he's having the time of his life. I'd be sad for this to come to an end for him.
Yeah.
This
I think
is
it's always coming 7.
I mean, if it's ever coming with Mr. 7 on the table, it would
You
have.
don't-
But I can't call
Seven
it.
is coming.
You better not.
7 in the window. 7 in the window.
What if this whole time Christian Rudolph was just completely unaware that that was a thing? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Why do you keep saying that?
And then 7 on the river.
Sure. If
That's good TV.
If that's the case, that's good TV.
That's some good TV. 7 from heaven? Oh, that's pretty rough.
unfortunately, it is a
But there's
10
some
on the
hearts.
flop.
Hearts. 9 of hearts? 9 of hearts? That would be a sweaty card.
There are a lot of sweaty turns, with the 8 and the 4 also out there. That is not a sweaty turn.
Yeah, GG.
Lock it up for Esquez.
Good luck, everyone.
Time for Grodek to hit the Rodek. He was a pleasure.
Yeah, GG, good run. I don't really see how the sevens would even get away if he played it alternatively. I think if he opens and gets 3-bet by the chip leader, you're still going to put the chips in. So kind of is what it is. Played his hand well and unfortunately just runs into it. It was his turn.
And we did lose another player during that hand. Pascal Voss was knocked out in 25th place. That puts Grodek in 24th place, which puts everyone else further into the money. There is, in fact, a pay jump that has just been reached. Everybody now guaranteed 34,700 euros. And we've got a new player at the table out of Germany, also kind of a short stack, Carmelo Donato. Classic German name.
You've never heard of the Donatos of Liechtenstein?
I have not. Which, by the way, is also a different country, Germany.
No, it's a town in Germany as well.
Is it?
Yeah, named on the
border
on the country.
Okay.
Yep.
How much are you playing? How much are you playing?
5 8.
Thank you.
5 seconds.
Action is folded around to Christian Rudolph, sevens guy, ace-4, small blind, limps in. Jae-Young Park, queen-7 of diamonds. Check it, run it. I love this bad lookalike, actually. We're going to get to that in a second. Trip queens for Park.
All right. Good flop.
And they're good. Rudolph's continued for 30,000, and Park continues to call. Just 98% of the time he's going to win this hand. Make that 100. Now Rudolph pumps the brakes a little bit. Park also has a flush draw. Rudolph folds. Folds to the bet of 50,000 from Park. We had a bad lookalike here from Untimely Pinky. Uh-oh, wait a second. These are the last two outer tables. And one of them will be our new feature table after the break. I mean, one of them was our old feature table, so kind of just leaves us with one option for new feature table. Oh, wait, that one was earlier too, wasn't it? At least Dan Kishu was at a feature at one point. I feel like there's more faces we haven't seen today at this table. Okay. Bad look like for Studniarz. The Mona Lisa.
Nice, I like it.
Kind of a fun one. Thank you, Untimely Pinky. All right, Carmelo Donato. Nope, not playing. Christian. The Back to the Future hand. Raises from the button with it. Jack Trey, pretty bad. Pass. The pay jumps come a little bit faster at this point. 21st through 23rd. All make the same amount, and then everybody gets a little bit more.
All the way up to the top, 1.1465 million. Very specific. I'm not gonna lie, I really want Geno to win like 1.1465 million euros.
You want who to win?
Geno.
Geno?
Esques.
Oh, is that how you say it?
Or is it Iskis?
Oh, no, I would just say Geno.
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 I've never pronounced it right, but he told me it was okay.
They're usually pretty chill.
Yeah, no.
We get the least amount of corrections from people.
I'm not.
He's from, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even joking, by the way. I've literally asked him to his face, like when I first met him, like, I have no idea how to say that. And he's like, don't worry, just say how you want it. It's fine.
There are certain nations that tend to correct you pretty hard, and other ones that are like, yeah, no, our language is hard. Don't sweat it. We're chill.
Well, it's funny you say that, Joe, because there's also a lot of chat pros that like to correct us.
Yeah.
But they're not here anymore.
One of them.
Because they're banned.
The band.
Sivan in YouTube chat says, Geno is pronounced Geno.
Nice.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Sivan. It is always coming, Sivan.
Sivan!
Sivan says, nailed it, Nick. Okay, you know what? You banned.
Aaron Paul, you know I will never pronounce Yonshite correctly. At this point, he's trolling me. I've definitely said it right at least once, and he just refuses to accept it.
He also doesn't seem to care either.
He doesn't. He doesn't at all. Me and Jan are friends.
Good? 7-10.
I think I accidentally called him Jonathan Kite one time, and he was like, "What?"
Yeah, no, I think that's quite common actually.
And yours? I didn't look. Yeah. It can only be bad news if you look. Yeah. It can only be painful. No upside.
Who's got like the straight up American accent? I think it might be Carmelo Donato.
Okay.
Donato with 5 deuce. Donato want to play. A good thing he didn't, because Christian Rudolph has got a premium.
Looks like about 23 bigs.
First EPT? Or?
Yeah. You? From?
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Oh.
That's awesome, man. Sick spot for first EPT.
Yeah. First time.
That's great.
And you? Played a lot? Or?
I think this is my...
And wowee, do we have a hand shaping up here. Rudolph, not super deep.
First one so deep?
I think we want to have some not all in 3 bets here. I think this is a good hand to do it with. Great size here too for Marquez. 185. And it's going to be an easy push for Rudolph. This might be the sickest and most classicest of all races, Joe.
Put in.
All in. All in and a call.
All in and a call, and they're going to be flipping for Rudolph's tournament life.
Not many bluffs. Yeah. This is first. Good luck. I feel
like looks versus brains.
Yeah,
one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Like Kite versus Kite. Good luck, guys.
Rudolph needs to hit to win, needs to hit to survive.
Oh!
Does not need a queen.
Top deck queen.
Mano Jack says always an ace on the desk. That may be true, but it's not going to be enough to run down a set of queens. Turn.
Good game.
Good game.
GG.
Flipping deep. Didn't want it to jam.
Playing the games.
Not like
the flipping.
Some A6. I'll get it. I'll see that.
GG, man.
Don't worry, everyone. Christian Rudolph disappointed, but at least he'll be free to guide Santa's sleigh. The Rudolph clause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Let's
you.
go Netherlands.
Thank you.
You both from Netherlands?
Well, Nick, now's your time. Your time to shine. Tomorrow, the first ever Spin and Go Championship. 74 qualifiers, 7 special guests, one of which is the man sitting next to me. 100,000 euros guaranteed in prize money. Nick, do you want to go into a little more depth about what we're talking about here?
Sure. 81 players start tomorrow. 3-handed tournaments. $100,000 guaranteed. The way it's going to work in round 1 is we'll be grouped into 3 players, and we will play until one player has won 4 spin and goes, at which point they will go on to round 2. And so on and so forth. We play all the way down to a final table of 3. But on the way, as soon as we get to round 2, there will also be some randomized elements added. We'll put some envelopes on tables. The first player to win the first game in round 2 will have a chance to pull envelopes that will contain cash prizes.
So there's a speed element to this, that if you're quick about it, you get, if you win 4-0,
yeah,
you got a shot at pulling a bounty, a mystery prize.
Well, so if you win 4-0, then you go into round 2, and the first game in round 2, that's your only shot to win that
Oh, the
envelope.
first game, not all 4. Got it. Okay,
And
not
then
winning the round. Got it.
It will continue until we get down to the final table of 3, and then the final game will be best to 6 games. So round 1, best to 4, or first to 4, excuse me.
Yep.
Round 2, first to 5. Round 3, first to 5, and then the final game will be first to 6.
So you could be playing as many as 7 games in your first round.
No, way more. Because each player could win 3.
Oh, there's 3 people.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. It's not heads up, you dummy.
Each player could win 3, and then there would be 1 decider.
So it would be up to 10 games.
Yep. And then the following round, it's just 1 more each. So up to 4 each plus 1. So that's 13.
This sounds outrageous.
It's going to be fun. It sounds a little bit more complicated than it is. It's basically just a shootout, but we're going to play spins. And there's going to be some fun prizes to pull.
This hand, Alonsov versus Studiarsh. Pair of 5s for Alonsov is the best hand.
This is a good question from Keedy. People that watch my stream know that I like to label players based on my experiences with them. I wonder if Nick Walsh TV is going to put different color labels on each player at the start of each tournament. That's not a bad idea. What if I go get some like Post-it notes, just straight on the forehead?
That's pretty funny.
Labeled.
I like to label players based on their physical appearance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Gender, race. That's kind of how I do it.
Sure. I am going to be playing, guys, and I hope you will follow my journey on my Instagram channel. Give me a follow over on Instagram, guys. Do Nick a favor. I don't have enough engagement there. Check out my Instagram. It's instagram.com/Nick Walsh TV, or click the link in chat now if you're on the Twitch side.
He's Nick Walsh TV. I am InstaStapes. PokerStars account is worth a follow. They're putting down a lot of fun content.
Yeah.
Grabbing me during my breaks. Nick is constantly in the videos. You get to see what's going on at the events. A little bit more of the color that happens at the events, the parties, the activities. Barney Boatman won like a curling tournament here this week. So all that stuff goes up on the Instagram. And a bet from Studniarsh gets stationed by Alonsov. Nice call. I honestly launched into the...
You almost mucked there for a second.
Into the shill for Instagram, thinking that nothing could possibly happen on that hand, but I was wrong.
Yeah, it got kind of wild.
You almost...
And it's the start of day chip leader, and EPT final table is from almost 20 years ago. Anton Bergstrom arriving here with 74 bigs.
Worse now, but
Too much.
This guy, way too good at cards.
lost a lot, but I lost some like last half hour.
But I do want to give a little more credit to Alonsov on that last hand. I think that was a triple barrel from Studniarsh, and Alonsov just stationed the whole way.
Yep. 700K score, 700K chip increase. Very nice. But yeah, guys, if you are going to be following along tomorrow, of course, we will be focusing on the main event, but there will be some other content made surrounding my experiences in the Spin and Go Championships. And if you don't like me, that's cool, because it's not just about me. It's going to be about the actual format itself and how it goes down. And if it's successful moving forward, we might do these more regularly. For all you Spin and Go fans out there.
I got to be a special guest in one of these.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so S-Guess is in with non-suited connectors, flops bottom pair, second pair for Donato.
Spins with Stapes has a good ring to it.
It does, actually.
Yeah, I've been, I don't know, you weren't really part of, oh yeah, of course you were, Joe. You were sat across the table. I'm kind of honing in on my, I really don't want to call it a challenge, but like my little fun thing I'm going to do on Instagram next year with some heads up hyper action that you guys can follow along with. Cool. So if you want to preemptively follow, and I'll let you guys know when that starts, it'll probably be around the January time.
APK says it sounds better than Stapes and Go.
I don't know. I quite like that, actually.
You know what I like? Sit and spin, personally.
Big fan of that.
Big fan of the old sit and spin. Repeat queen on the turn. Eskes checks.
Before bet 80,000.
PokerStars will have a 24/7 channel soon. Have I got news for you, pal?
Uh-oh.
Soon is like 4 years ago.
Who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell him? Yancey being a smart aleck. If gambling is popular with folks, we'll do more. No, we're talking about the spin and go thing, buddy. It's specific.
It is specific.
Jeez. It would be cool if it was a buy-in event as well. For those of you that don't know, the Spin and Go Championship was a qualify-only event. Players competed in leaderboards to find their place and win their package all the way here to Prague.
Is there a buy-in for the people who qualified, or is
no.
So they also have to buy in?
Well, the buy-in is the package.
It's covered, right? Okay,
yeah,
so it's kind of a free roll.
It's like $1,500 basically.
Yeah.
So it's not inconsequential. The entire prize pool is $100K if you include the mystery prizes as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like people could get behind buying into that, making it a bigger thing. The problem is the three-handed play. You got one dealer dealing to three players, and it's a bit, can be a bit slow.
If it's only 3 players, there's room at the table for a second dealer, am I right?
Oh, here's the follow-up, Joe. Yancey says, yeah, but Spin and Go is pure gambling. They're going to love it. Bruh. I think...
I would say aren't there plenty of winning Spin and Go players who are very good at poker?
Well,
Are you one of them?
I wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point, buddy. But yeah, if you wanted to check out the Instagram, I got some evidence for you.
Yancey, you're cruising for a ban.
You don't have to take my word for it, but there's graphs. People have graphs. There's science. It's scientific.
You sell some booze. One more? Oh. Okay.
Good question from Mod Keeps here. Why does the dealer get such a cool and comfy chair, and the players get these uncomfortable fake leather monstrosities?
No, why would you even ask that?
We're trying to keep them. We're trying to keep them on their toes.
We want the dealers to be comfortable. They're sitting there.
Remember, you asked me for some strategy advice.
We want the players to be uncomfortable.
But you've told me correct strategy.
So they make better TV.
Don't act like the dealers don't
The
deserve
strategy
the
was
best.
just to wait.
You're out of
The good
here.
opportunity to re-steal
You're
from the
banned.
aggressive players, and it worked.
Pocket nines for Eskes.
60?
63 raise, 60.
That's what Nick does whenever our boss is around. Eskes.
64 pass. 5 pass.
Park with an ace in the big blind.
6 pass.
Squoze, you got it. You banned. Anybody else? Daddy's handing out spankings. 6-5 tray. Gut shot for Park. Yeah. Overpair for Eskes.
125.
63 bet, 125,000.
Eskes continuing for 125,000. Sure would be nice to have the ace of hearts in your hand.
65.
Decides not to continue. Edja noticing that was healthy sizing, liked it. Apparently, the bands you can buy with channel points are out of stock right now.
Is that how that works?
I mean, how does that even... Is there a stock room?
There's an actual stock room.
Did someone
with
check the
bands.
stock room for bands?
Do we need to buy more bands?
A bunch of them expired. I think that's it. They went bad.
Turns out they expire. Yeah, they go off. They're consumable.
Anyway, I'm handing them out for free. Adieta asks, what are the payout ranges? So that would be sort of the min cash to the first place prize would be the payout ranges. Thank you for your question.
Got about 30 minutes more on this level, guys. Are we headed to a dinner break after this? It is a dinner break after this, guys, so 30-ish more minutes of play. Plenty more action to enjoy now and then after our dinner break, so don't go anywhere.
So a quick update here. Kiri, you banned. Senzo, you banned. Immortalized, you banned. Amoba, UK, you banned. Johnny Lamberton, you banned. Squirtle, you banned.
'Tis the season of giving, Joe. You said you were more into taking than giving.
No, I was saying I was kind of feeling taking these days. Like I'm kind of like, oh, you know what? That cookie?
Yeah.
I don't want to give it or receive it. I want to take it.
Okay, yeah.
200.
6, 7 raise, 200,000.
Studniarsh gonna take the betting lead out of position. Quite an aggro player.
Yeah, absolutely. No, like I said, finds a lot of these interesting three bet moments. We saw that cold 4-bet bluff earlier. Quite an active sort of check raiser / aggressive raiser post flop as well, which is fun.
475.
6, 8 raise, 475,000. 6, 5 plus.
Oh. Why don't we just 4-bet?
Yeah, that is a warm 4 since the big blind was out there already.
That was a very warm 4. Hey.
with a stare down.
Not happy about it.
Give him a look.
There you go. Wonder how much history there is there as well. I wonder if this was an adjustment for experience at the tables, kind of noticing a little bit of a tendency there to be aggro.
My friend Michael from Houston dropping a fun fact in chat that cannot be read on the air if you look at where that word comes from. Made that mistake before. Action is folded around to blast from the past, Anton Bergstrom. King Jack suited.
7 plus. 6, 8 plus.
And that's going to be a raise and take them. Came out of nowhere.
What was that?
Well, right by my head.
Swooped right in there. What?
Chip counts flying in, flying out. Mason asks, can someone remind me why the cards are being dealt this way instead of the regular way? Yes, because there's far less opportunity for a card to be flashed when they are slid.
6, 6 plus. 6, 7 plus. 6, 8 plus.
At least pay me the small blind.
Yes.
At least.
I'm sorry.
Not bad.
You're much more higher.
Not bad.
A walk for Eskes.
Yeah, too scary. 172 big blinds, 5.18 million chipperoonies. Quite the imposing stack. Very likely our overall chip leader as well, not just here at the feature.
You're right, the Lonely has. There is slightly more opportunity for a double card slide when the dealing happens this way.
Yeah, not really.
Depends on the cards, that's all. And these cards are doing just fine.
The thing is, if you do it and you have proper cards, you find out, you see the 2 cards when you do it, and then you just shuffle them along. It's less dangerous than actually exposing when you
Yeah,
throw.
you just, exactly. It's pretty rare that someone's going to be like, oh, I have 3 cards.
Yep.
Without someone catching it beforehand.
Exactly.
Next is folded around to the blinds again.
Yep. So Donato in the big blind, 19 bigs. Eskes could probably go like max aggro and just ship here if he wants.
Really?
90?
I think just raising not all in is fine. This probably has a similar effect for cheaper as well, because I think Donato's got to keep it pretty honest from the big blind.
And 5 high ain't going to be enough.
Yeah, because we're like 19 big blinds effective. I think I prefer this line, though, from Eskes. I think just the big raise is good. Make it like a 3x and just get it over with. If your opponent chips on you here, I think you give them a lot more credit regardless. And also, it's not like that's a combo that we mind folding, so I think just the 3x is going to be the superior move. Perhaps as the pay jumps are looming a bit more heavily, we can go extra aggro to get even stronger hands to fold. This might be a little bit too early in the game.
The Avenger says it sucks when a card flashes and it would have given you pocket aces. There were like probably 4 or 5 exposed cards when I was playing the other day, and every single time the card that was exposed, it helped me.
Oh, wow.
It was unreal. It was like a 4 was exposed, I had pocket 4s. A king was exposed, I got dealt like king 10.
I've had an unusually high number of spots where my opponent has exposed their cards, like with me to call. Like on the river, they're all in, and they've like flashed their cards on accident.
Really?
And I'm like, oh yeah. Then in that case, yeah, I call.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Studniarch has made it 65,000 from fairly early with deuces, which is going to elicit folds from the blinds. I mean, she did get stationed pretty hard with a triple barrel bluff a few minutes ago, but it feels like the amount she's making from that aggression is far worth it to even lose one big pot like that. She's just printing.
Well, did you see the hand where she shoved in against Park's boat? No. I think it was the session just before. So she made a big bluff against Park and got snapped off by a boat. And there was a lot of criticism in the chat about how stupid it was, worst play they've ever seen. Yeah, usual chat pro stuff.
I agree, it's stupid.
But since then, the continued pressure, like you say, is paying dividends. And that's the kind of the point, guys. If you can just be crushing people and putting them in awkward spots often enough, you're allowed to lose those ones. It still can be a profitable strategy.
Check this out. This is a put this in the record books on the internet.
Okay.
In 2024, Yancey is back and says, "I stand corrected. Just played a spin and go on the Play Money app. That was fun."
Oh, mate. Okay, there you go. And look, Joe, seriously, kill him with kindness. Yancey, thank you for saying that. And you'd be blown away by how many people come to my stream to tell me how stupid spin and goes are and end up being like actual sincere fans. It's a lot of fun. They're fast-paced, yes. They're high variance, yes. You have to understand how to bankroll for them. But it can be something that you do, and it can be something that is not only entertaining, but also strategically good for your overall poker experience and strategy.
For somebody to come back on the internet and say, "I was wrong about something," well, that's more rare than a royal flush.
That's right. I'll take that over a royal flush any day.
Bergstrom correctly 3-betting ace-queen. And it looks like Alonsoff is going to kick it in.
You have a good one?
He's got a good 2.
Is that all you have to do? Just say you have a good one and they
Yeah.
all fold?
I think he had decided before.
This
And
is
you're not
very
gonna
honest
shout
guy.
out this
I know
time either,
him.
you whiner.
We played together several days, from the beginning till the end.
You banned. Also, I'm pretty sure I did say it.
Yeah, no, spins are a lot of fun. I know a lot of, well, there's loads of players that you wouldn't even realize started playing spins.
Does it still go? Does it do that still?
Yeah.
Do you have that noise on?
No.
Okay, good, because you'd probably
Oh, yeah, and alerts need to go off as well when you're multitasking. Yeah, got need those off. You would be surprised how many players started off playing spin and go, started taking the game more seriously, became very good playing short-handed and short-stacked, and then went on to be massive crushers. Ramon Calillas being one of them. One of our PokerStars ambassadors and super crushers. It's all poker, guys. Being good at short-stacked and fast-paced poker is also beneficial for your overall poker development.
One time, when I was hosting this thing called W Coop Radio, I thought it would be funny to take the alert noise and just randomly lay it in the track
of
the podcast.
No.
And we got
You didn't even have to say it was a good
so
hand,
many
already-
complaints.
Yeah.
She read me.
People were freaking pissed, and they immediately told me I couldn't do it anymore.
After so many years, Joe, like that is so burned into my psyche, it's actually very
Can
triggering.
you imagine you're just like playing W Coop and you're like listening to W Coop Radio, and it's just like you're like, "Where's the table? Where's the table? It says I have to act. Where's the
previous
table?"
one was a little bit weaker than that one. I mean, against you.
Ace Jack or?
Ace 10.
Oh, good.
You were better?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What the heck? How did that guy get the ban when this is the guy saying weird crap? Ichko says it would be fun if you guys talk about their career, how many years they are playing, and are they full-time poker players?
No, we do.
It would be fun if you... Shut the... Shut the...
All right, here we are. King Deuce, small blind. She likes to steal. Goes for 75. So again, I feel like these raises might be better as bigger, but again, I might have missed this chapter somewhere. These guys are very deep stacked. Perhaps she's not interested in increasing the bet sizing. I think for this size, though, I just don't think you're really supposed to get any folds, Joe. It's like just over a 2x raise. And for that reason, I think the big blind with the big blind ante still in play just needs to call almost ATC.
And flops nearly the nuts here. 5 going to be good so often.
Yeah. Good board to C bets.
Okay, Ichko. Sylvia Studniarz has 2 live cashes for a total of $11,880. We don't know how many years she's been playing for because that's impossible. Unless we went and asked every single player.
Yeah.
And also, it's boring. I've been playing for 7 years. I've been playing for 8 years. I've been playing for 4 years. Like, who cares?
190.
Marquesh is allowed to raise here. He's going to go for it.
Okay, it raised 190,000.
Time to go, Sylvia.
Yep.
In the words of Event Horizon, we're leaving.
So if you look at their initial stack depths here, guys, Studniarz, 90-ish bigs, Marquesh, about 125. So the effective stack starting at like 90 big blinds. I think that the initial open like steal needs to be like 3.5 bigs to even start generating folds, maybe at least 3.
Ooh, that is a very daring call. with king high.
Yeah, I actually found the call versus the raise on the flop.
And this pot is now over $500,000. Someone's just handed me hot off the presses the new feature table. Are we gonna do an official talk about this, or do I just say it just now is good? Okay, let's wait till the end of this hand. Studniarz does not improve. She does have the deuce of hearts if she wants to rep the nut low flush.
Yeah, sure. Instead, I think she's just hoping to get to showdown with king high.
King high.
Yeah.
Not the best.
You know, perhaps anticipating some flush draw bluffs that she beats, some straight draw bluffs that she beats.
I mean, certainly not overfolding.
No. But also finding some really good aggressive moments that are chipping up as well. So kudos to that.
All right, let's talk about some of these names.
Don't give him chips, okay? He's very dangerous guy.
He is right about that.
He will be on final table.
Half my stack for the first hand this day. Half stack. It was like 750.
Yeah?
Yes.
Kitty asks, has she said a word? Yes.
But I would do the same.
Thank you for your question.
So, well played.
60. Eskis with Jack 9 suited. We'll broach the subject of the new feature table maybe between the next hand when there's not words being spoken. Oh, I ran into that young lady last night. Peggy? Is that her name?
Pocket Peg.
That's not what I think of. Okay, now I know. And another couple of big paint cards for Sylvia. Just calls.
Yeah. Cool. Raise and call, yes? 60, yeah? Okay, cool.
No, he said raise. That's binding.
Oh.
Just kidding. Spirit of the game. Alonsoff is gonna try to flop some diamonds and does not succeed. Queen high.
Everybody kind of just whiffs here.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot going on.
Yeah. Which means this pot's gonna be huge. Checks around. 7 of spades, still missing everybody. Nobody's got spades. Does anyone even have a draw at this point? No, right? That's pretty hard to do. 3 total pie gows. Looking again. Beep bop boop bop beep bop boop bop beep bop boop. No, no draws.
Computer says no. Let's start betting.
This is one of those situations where Sylvia's aggression is probably just going to work out. Picks up a 3-way pot with king high. Was the best hand. All right, here we go. After the dinner break. Remember the Aussie hippie guy? Joshua McSwiney?
I remember Joshua McSwiney.
He's going to be at the feature table after the dinner break.
Perfect.
Remember from earlier today, Alexander Sokolovsky?
Of course.
He'll be back. Remember Romanian film director Danut Chishu?
How could I forget?
Donut. That's what I think whenever I see Donut, but we call him Dan. Hashtag dog poop girl will be at the feature table. Other players including Adrian Mack from the USA. Vincent Melli will be back.
60.
Georgios Vrakas, Paul Runkin, 2 Romanians, and Pavel Wojciechowski from Poland.
Very exciting.
I don't think I needed to say from Poland once I said Pavel Waszczykowski.
175.
Pavel.
Pocket jacks here for Alontsov. He's going to 3-bet the open from Marques. Ah, the 8th floor. Got it. Marques trying to figure out if he's just getting effed with this button small blind dynamic, but does eventually make the correct fold. Just 10 minutes left on the level. Any word on what is at dinner today?
I think it might be goulash.
Oh,
Good one. Yeah, good one.
I did love the goulash, but I'm not sure I want to have a 4th bowl today.
I could have it every day. I love it. Joe don't like the goulash.
No, I loved the goulash. I really did. I was raving about it today.
Do you like it with chips or potato mash?
Teriyaki salmon. Okay, I'll go with the goulash.
Oh.
Salmon. I think Nick's accent being indeterminate is the only thing that makes it from being completely offensive.
That's just my voice.
Because you don't know. You're like, hey, you're being offensive. And then you're like, well, I don't even know what country that is. So how can we pull you up on it?
That's just my voice.
That's just your voice.
I had a frog in my throat. Calm down.
A frog from which country? Marques opening 8-7 suited. Donato with one of those stacks where, I thought maybe he'd peel a little bit here, but he's going to let go Queen 7 with a 16 big blind stack. Is it bad? Is it bad to peel there?
I think it's okay.
Play anything else?
You got so much money in there already.
Yeah, there's a lot of dead money on the table, Joe. That's right. Got to keep an eye on that.
Oh, nice. You cash on either of them? But it doesn't matter now, does it? Who cares about the cup when you got the main event? Yeah,
Oh man, embrace the squeak. And embrace those aces. Studniars is going to kick us off here. UTG +1. Okay, might be a problematic combo here in the hijack. Marques has a very playable hand. Studniar is giving absolutely nothing away, though. Great poker face. And going to start with a call. So far, so good. Folding round. Button doesn't like it.
There's one. Yeah, you can definitely get away from that one.
Folds, yeah.
And Anton Bergstrom is going to get to set mime.
Yeah, this is a great spot just to peel and see some 4X.
Queen 9-7. Sylvia has got this pretty much on lock.
Yeah,
that's the good news. The bad news is nobody's really got anything they can pair off with.
Yep, not one to slow down. I don't anticipate she checks, although that might be an interesting line against the bigger stack to your left, who will have 7s and 9s and king queen and queen jack and king jack and all that kind of stuff. Some jack 10 as well, I imagine. Just the bet and take it. That's probably not the worst outcome, you know?
Totally fine.
Totally fine.
We play 2 more levels today, right? After this one, unless we get down to 6.
Maybe 2 more levels.
40K, 50K?
Definitely one more level.
So 50K.
No more than 2 more levels.
But only 6 left, so
Hey man,
it may happen in the
I mean,
nearest 20
a lot of
minutes.
people have a lot of chips, you know? But yeah, could go quick, go slow.
Under the gun fold from Sylvia. Pedro out. Sergey was out. Cheno, no thank you. Donato. The old J6, the insurrection hand.
16 big blinds, doesn't want it.
Not a very good hand, can land you in jail.
So Anton here, 71 bigs, blind v blind. Jae-Young Park, 50 big blinds next to him, so the 50 big blind effective interaction here starts with the raise. I think Park is supposed to defend this a lot in position. Decides against it.
Average stack right around 2 million chips right now. Pretty cool when you realize that everyone started with 30,000. That's a lot of starting stacks just to have average. I saw someone incorrectly say that Pedro Marques is Lena 900 online. They do look a little bit alike, though.
Yeah. We're not allowed to say that, but... Okay, Donato keeping it chill. 16 big blinds in the cutoff. Actually don't mind that at this stage in the tournament. It is a little bit iffy. And just a walk, no problem. Shows the 10-3 off. Very sporting.
The Kitchens.
You almost look sad to not get to play 10-3 off.
I like play, you know.
No, I get that, I get that.
They should bring you back your
Yeah, music,
speakers.
my
Yeah,
music.
music, yeah.
Right.
Disney songs.
You don't feel stimulated enough in the silence? You need like some music or something?
No, I like some singing, you know.
That's fine. As long as it's good, that's fine.
All right, sneaking up on that break now, guys. How many more hands can we get in before that? Is it going to be a dinner break? Once again, don't go
3
anywhere.
minutes, you can listen an hour of music, and then it's back to silence.
At least one more level, Joe.
And after break, also TV?
I think we'll go back to the original.
I think there's still 2 scheduled. Park folds the button. Blind v blind once more.
From the Kitchens to the Dirty Diaper.
Raise.
Oh, hello. Not slowing down.
And not a call, but a raise. There it is.
Again, this sort of small sizing. If I'm Marques, I'm just going to literally call ATC. I just don't think you can fold anything. Yet pot odds are like a bajillion to 1. I don't even want to do the math, Joe.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Jack 6-4, second pair from Marques. He's probably going to get pretty sticky with it. Nick?
What's that?
You seem concernicus right now.
Why
are you acting concernicus?
It was a raise pre-flop, right?
It was a raise.
Yeah.
65,000. There was an error and it was entered as
I see.
a call first, so it's kind of
that was my confusion.
messed our hand history up a little bit.
Concern a kiss.
It goes check, check. And Student Ars has the same gut shot now that she had on the flop.
75.
Yeah, we start betting now.
75,000.
Great card to barrel on, not only representing the ace, but also having the gut shot, which is always useful.
Call.
Calls with the best hand. And it is the 10 of clubs on the river. Does she want to continue the rep?
I don't know if it's going to be one more hand, but you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, just wait 20 seconds.
I don't know. I think you take the showdown value here, Nick.
I'm playing the board. All right, let's chop it up.
But I mean, overall, it's going to be good because the TV table is always the most quiet one.
It feels like these players have gotten a little keen
Exciting hands, and it just
to her antics, her aggression. I'm afraid that a bet here might just get stationed by fourth pair.
Potentially. 175?
She has double-barreled turn and river, right? So maybe that's a little more believable.
Yeah, 175.
175 into, what was it, 310?
Yeah, I think this
More
works.
than half.
I think this can work. I don't know. Marquez does seem to, like you said, Joe, I think it's very, very well spotted. He does seem to start having some, he's being a bit more bold as it pertains to Marquez, as it pertains to Student Irish.
5 seconds.
Oh boy. This feels bad. This feels real bad if he's just like 6. Get some.
You know, might be thinking, don't you bet king queen on the flop, don't you bet clubs on the flop, don't you bet jack 10 on the flop.
But it is hard to come up with hands that you're beating is the other thing.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Like-
you're not expecting the range to be as wide as trade use off as well. So
Right.
yeah, nice work.
It works.
Beautiful.
Last hand of the level goes to Student Irish.
You had flush?
No.
Student Irish, excuse me.
Okay.
And that's going to be it for this session. Let's have a look at the chip counts as the players head to dinner. Cheno Esques still on top. Pedro Marques next. Both of them with over 100 bigs. Sylvia still riding high, over 3 million chips, 75 big blinds. Everyone else, Alonsov, Bergstrom Park, all pretty healthy except for Carmelo Donato, who do not have a lot of time left. Gonna have to get it in with those 12 big blinds pretty soon after the dinner break. Players are heading to dinner. We are gonna do the same. You don't have to. We're gonna show you lots of cool stuff during the break if you wanna stick around. But for now, we're gonna have something to eat. More from EPT Prague in 60 minutes time.
It's the hand of the night.
Bad news for the overall profit if Parker rolls a die with this.
This would be a nice, you know.
It's a big comeback.
This would be the big comeback, yeah.
This would be good for poker.
Good for my mental state.
It's a big river card here. Big river.
Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
We have just 2 rounds left to play. Right now, Tonka is winning the most money, but he can't win a bomb pot. Now, the last one should earn us a fair few clicks. It was taken down by Wolfgang Poker.
Yeah, but just because you win a bomb pot doesn't mean it's all gravy. Wolfgang won a $2,500 silver power pass, but he also got stuck with a pretty gnarly forfeit.
That forfeit, for the next round, he can only look at one of his hole cards pre-flop.
This is worst case scenario. We want to look at both cards, right? But you know what? I'm going to still try to get in there, come in for some limps. I can't be raising only looking at one card.
Looking at only one card, it's very, very difficult to play any pots at all, especially if you're the first person to act. So yeah, very, very punishing forfeit for Wolfgang.
A reminder of how the game works. In every episode, we play 10 hands. The first 9 are the qualification phase. You need to win a hand to earn a token, and that token buys you into the 10th hand, where the winner gets to pull a mystery prize. Here's where things stand. Lex and Spraggy down big, Tonka up huge. Remember, the most profitable player at the end of the game gets a gold power pass. Blinds 25.50. We're playing pot limit pre, no limit post. Here we go.
I've got to say, by the way, with Wolfgang's forfeit, it's definitely worth straddling, isn't it? Because
Oh yeah, what's on with Wolfgang here? One card only.
Does this.
Oh wow.
And then I don't look at this.
And yes, keep it there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to do commentary with one eye open out of solidarity.
Good luck.
7 pass.
Now tell me what to do.
He's going to raise every hand.
Still plays the pot. Still keep that VPIP up, boys and girls.
So Wolfgang has flattered with a 9. Lex raises with ace-10 suited.
Probably going to price Wolfgang out.
Raise 475.
Round to Tonk, who's got ace-king in the big blind. He has 3-bet.
Definitely going to price Wolfgang out.
1650.
Is that a raise? With all those,
Is it?
all those Skittles out there? All those bubble gums?
Is that reasonable?
Raise 1650.
Like, where's my other card? God, this is so sad. What if I
Have you just realised it's quite a disadvantage?
It's massive, but I still want to get after it. Can I look now?
No.
I can never look?
Come on, let him look.
You have to put them in the box, but you can't look at them and don't shoot the message.
Are you sure? No. That's kind of sad, though.
Look, see what happens.
No, I
it's
don't.
only going to tilt you more if you do look, isn't it?
So Wolfgang's folded, and he won't get to see his other card.
That's how we make sure to get one more view on this video. Wolfgang's going to watch to see the card. Hey, buddy.
Oh, Lex, no! He's 4-bet.
All in.
And Tonka puts them all in.
Wow, you guys. We just sat down.
So he raised to
Actually, we can do
3.6.
Let's do. You want to do twice?
Whatever you want.
Let's do twice.
Okay. How the mighty have fallen.
I mean, I don't have a very good hand, so you might want to retract that statement.
No, twice is good.
You need to make overall profit. You probably want to win, you know? Showdown, please.
Ooh.
Unlucky.
I had 2 spades.
I got that joke.
Twice. First one counts for the bomb.
2 separate boards, each worth half the pot.
If Parker's to win, we need him to win with like ace high too, so the steal is still available. Or if
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Really rooting for that.
Yeah, me too.
He's looking at me while he's saying it as well. Like,
if Lex wins with a royal, we're in trouble. And here we go.
Run 1. Tonka, 4-1 favourite post-flop. Huge favourite now.
as long as I don't lose by hitting a 10.
You? Yeah, no, just
then
I was
I'll,
thinking,
that'll drive
that would be
me.
horrible. That would be so horrible.
King is so huge.
Run 1 to Tonka.
One time we said.
All red though.
I'll take a. Can I have my button now, please, as a celebration? I won the first one, right? Which means I get a button.
You do, yeah.
Patience. You insufferable. Yeah, I know.
All right, let's chop it. I'll take half your stack only.
Run 2.
Quiet Lex is the one that scares me.
Small cards.
Let's chop it. Put a 5.
Yeah, it could be a chop easy, couldn't it? Yeah.
5 of spades even. F it.
Ooh, flush draw.
You still want the 5 of spades?
Nah, he's dead.
I'm f***ing dead.
He's dead. He's so dead.
Like, what are we talking about?
He knows he's dead.
Zero hope.
Truly zero hope in this spot. It's going to be a heart.
Run 2, Tonka.
Okay, please.
And with Tonka scooping, Lex has to reload again. Plus, Tonka earns a token, plus he now has the steal card, and whoever has that card at the end of this round can steal a token from another player.
Tonka not even gloating about the fact that the river was a heart. He must actually be concerned about Lex right now.
It's the first time I've run it twice in like 12 years.
12 years, wow. Nice, man. That's crazy.
He's so unlucky, this guy, you know?
Okay, tell me more peculiar things about that hand, please.
Tell me more.
Thank you.
Tell me more, tell me more, yeah.
They say in Dutch, they say a good start is half the work. So,
how does that? So the other half the work is coming.
What the f
Sounds like some big time coke, buddy.
What do they say about you?
Is that why you never get anything done over there?
And everybody relax, as Olive said, it's just the thing they said.
That's a real trigger point to these other
sorry about that. Fucking blue collar England rising up.
I'm lost, actually. Is this what it's like listening to me?
Olga is straddling.
Okay, yeah. I don't need to peel them, though. No peel?
No.
Just like this? That's good?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's such a tease.
Right, okay. Here comes half the job.
Barney raises.
Guess that's why they call it going Dutch.
Spraggy with 5s, calls.
I did live in the Netherlands for 2 years, and it is actually unbelievable how they all speak better English than you.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm being told to avoid the phrase shots fired.
Olga folds, and we're going heads up to the flop.
Oh, I would really like to see her go for that, just because.
On the flop is King, Queen, 9. It's all Barney.
In no world would I ever be able to speak 2 languages. I'm just not smart enough of a man.
Check.
Yeah, most of Parker's character points were spent on charisma.
Whereas you think Lex was smart, but he speaks like 3 languages.
Wow. A real linguist.
Barney bets 450 euros.
But he's actually really dumb.
Wow. A real dumbass.
This is great banter, guys.
The level of this.
Oh, send me a little button. Lovely.
Yeah, someone's still playing poker.
So Barney wins the second hand of the round and earns a token. And it's time for Wolfgang to straddle.
Which is a blind raise, by the way. Buys you last action before the flop.
All right, so we have a straddle with 1 card.
Yeah, please just
make it 375.
That's what Lex does with pocket 9s. Barney with 6-4 off.
Huh.
Calls. Tonka, ace-3 of diamonds.
Something tells you this hand is gonna be action.
He calls on the button. Spraggy in the small blind with 7-6 of hearts.
Family pot?
This is really great.
So far.
Yes.
Olga wouldn't ruin it.
I think the craziest thing you could do was just pop.
Squeeze.
Ooh, just a 4. Not great.
Go on, put a squeeze on. Put a squeeze on.
You guys will.
You've got to.
Maybe dumb, but I'm not stupid. Brother.
I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid.
And I can look now. Take this stupid thing back.
Yeah, you only have 1 card the whole time.
It's free. No, I can look now.
Now you can.
Yes, brother.
All 6 players going to the flop.
Cost them 375 to see that second card.
It's a set for Lex. Nut flush draw for Tonka. And Olga has an open-ended straight draw.
Alexander, the Dutch one, sorry. That was kind of confusing.
Spraggy checks.
Check.
Olga checks.
Check.
Wolfgang checks. We've already got 2,250 euros in the pot.
But with this many opponents, you can certainly bet into all of them. You're sure to get some action. Maybe somebody even gets out of line.
700 euros is the bet from Lex. Tonka with the nut flush draw. Just calls. Spraggy's out. Olga, open-ended.
Oh no.
Oh, she raises to 3 grand.
That's what my road ends.
Back around to Lex.
The worst hand, putting in the most money. If Olga's raising, she's got a legit hand here. Only pocket queens is beating Lex, so he's probably going to try to get it in against at least one draw.
Lex is all in.
Keepers.
All in.
Tonka reshoves.
Jeepers!
And Olga calls.
It's the hand of the night. Oh.
Glad to see Olga with a shot to win a big one, but she's drawing thinner than a fine prosciutto.
Oh boy. Chip someone.
No kings, no eights.
You gotta fade a lot.
King of diamonds is good.
Yes.
I have full confidence in the deuce of spades, so whatever. I like my chances.
This is bad news for the overall profit if Parker rolls a diamond here.
Yeah.
This would be a nice, you know.
It's a big comeback.
This would be the big
hold?
comeback, yeah.
Right, yeah. This would be good for poker.
Be good for my mental state, I'll tell you that.
Lex.
Turn card. Is a jack. Lex holding.
Now you have more board pairing outs, you know.
Less, actually, but...
It's a big river card here. Big river.
About a black king.
Olga needs a king or an 8.
Does anyone else feel uncomfortable?
The river card is an 8, but it's the 8 of diamonds.
Wrong 8.
Chip it. Oh. Got a lot, baby.
Tonka wins another huge pot.
Did the Empire just strike back?
Hey Lex, what's up, baby?
You just killed the vibes at the table.
I would like some chips, please.
Can Lex get by 30?
We'd all vote for it.
Would love that, yeah.
So both Lex and Olga are reloading.
Lex in for 40 now.
So that pot, that's pretty much the spot that you're waiting for the whole session, where you think it's all gonna come together. I've been playing extremely aggressive, I've been bluffing a lot, nobody's gonna give me credit. Olga really wants to win and she's like looking for a spot.
I realized that I need to gamble at one point, and it was a perfect spot for me because I was sure that I will not be drawing that over there almost never. It was the perfect spot for me. I tried, but mission failed.
I'm not gonna lie, that river, that definitely stung me a little bit, because now at this point, I'm definitely worried that I'm just not gonna get unstuck now.
And he still didn't shut the door entirely on it. He's like 4 buy-ins in with 12 hands to go.
I'd actually really like to bust Spraggy.
Again?
Yes. Again.
You deserve it, bro.
You think so?
Nothing's gone your way today. I hope things turn.
I'd like to use them with enough money so you stop moaning. Is there an amount?
No.
No? Okay, then don't bother.
When am I moaning?
I never win a bumper.
I am drawing dead at winning a bumper.
The only chance I have is if I win the overall profit.
Yeah, that is true.
I have to do it all myself.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
Lex is straddling.
So Parker has 2 tokens, but Tonka has the steal card.
If I win all 6 tokens, I get to play the bomb pot alone.
9s for Barney. Raises to 300. Spraggy on the button. Pocket 8s.
Not great news for him.
He calls. Olga folds.
What is it? 300?
Yeah.
He's folding. And Lex is out as well.
Me and the Sprague.
Lex, we'll go for dinner after. I'll get dinner.
Yeah, 200 euros should cover it.
Just hold it in, Lex, okay? I know.
The flop. Queen 4 deuce. Barney's 9 still ahead.
Neither player is going to be too deterred by one overcard.
450 euros.
And Tonka has lost it.
Spraggy calls with the snowmans. Num num. Another overcard on the turn, the Jack of Diamonds. Barney checks. Spraggy checks.
Pretty good check behind spot.
Barry Greenstein. Ace of Diamonds.
Spraggy's shown no interest in this pot.
Barney bets the river 800 euros.
Ooh, I'm in the bomb pot.
And wins.
You're super in the bomb pot. That's actually good. We can play heads up bomb pot still.
Barney's second token guarantees him entry to the bomb pot.
Straddle.
And he's straddling for the first time.
Can I blind raise the 200?
Yeah, you can.
Sure.
You just did.
That's good for the game. That's good for the game, I think. Good for the Sprag.
Spragalicious.
Expeditious. Expedalicious. Nice raise, buddy.
What the heck is that?
So blind raise from Tonka and a 3-bet from Spraggy.
This is dumb.
Yep.
Wolfgang
Thank you.
folds a 3.
You're welcome.
Round to Lex. He folds. Barney calls. Tonka finally looks at his hand.
Not folding.
No.
Got him in.
Oh.
You got me.
One every minute.
So 3-way to the flop. Top 2 for Barney. Second pair for Spraggy. Gut shot for Tonka.
Check.
Action checked around. Check of spades on the turn. Barney now better than a 4-1 favourite.
Probably not going to let another free card hit.
€1,725 in the pot. Barney bets 900.
900. Pass.
Tonka's out, Spraggy's out.
Keep them in the family. Keep the buttons in the family.
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
3 tokens for Barney.
Come to Cash Game Challenge. They said it would be fun.
They said, yeah.
Well fun.
It will be fun.
Parker's hand reading skills, great. Room reading, not so much.
6th hand of the round.
I'm really glad I'm not going to have to steal this time. I don't like doing that.
Never say never.
I didn't. I said not.
I will never say never.
Never say not.
So Tonka is straddled. Olga calls.
I only have one move.
Call. Call.
Really good calls, guys.
Wolfgang and Lex have both called.
And they're really good calls.
I'm going to give you a chance. Well, I don't know.
Call.
Barney calls as well.
Raise 6.
And Tonka raises.
Nice raise, brother.
Thank you.
Pass.
Snap.
Still calling with just one card.
I knew I could count on you.
Are you kidding me?
Barney re-raises.
Come on.
2,000.
That's amazing.
Why?
This is just mean.
How much is the raise?
This must be so sick. What am I even playing?
Good question.
Badly?
6, 7. I actually have a decent amount.
You should just fold every hand in this round.
It's so sad because, like, what if it's the same, you know?
It could be.
Could have 2 falls.
Keep it in the family is pretty cool.
And I can't even look.
Come on, go for it.
Really?
He's folding.
No way.
And he had ace queen.
I had 9-3 suited, Barney. What'd you have?
Come on, I just want to see it.
What did I have?
Yeah.
How do you crush?
Oh, that was good.
I had spades as well.
That was good.
Barney earns his 4th token.
Is it really going to be a heads-up bomb pot?
Well, we've got 3 hands to go.
Either way, Barney's going to have enough tokens to play a full round of golden tea.
And we've seen a straddle from Spraggy. That means Olga is first to act. Jack 9 of diamonds.
Call. Call.
She calls. Wolfgang calls.
Pass.
Barney with 9s again.
Raise it.
Makes it 550.
Go, Barney.
Thank you.
It's your birthday.
I got position too.
We're gonna party like it's
your
Barney's
birthday.
550, right?
Yeah, what's the raise?
I think it's 550.
Call.
Wow. Wow.
In there like swimwear, baby.
If you hit, I mean, you're going to get
like we
paid.
talked about in the bathroom.
Tell me.
No, that wasn't what I was talking about.
Oh. Oh, if you hit. Oh, if you hit. Fuck. Why did I think of that? It's not even wearing a wedding ring either.
Yeah.
Spread the cards.
3-way to the flop. And that's pretty good for Barney.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. So exciting.
He bets €1,000, more than half the pot.
Only because I know you're not.
Pretty easy let go for Olga.
Yeah, she folds.
I won't believe you.
Barney.
You're not telling me you put all that money in before the flop with an 8?
He's folded like 20 seconds ago. He's just a live player, you know? He's thinking still.
How far above the rim do I want to play right now? That's the question.
About this far?
Did you just ask yourself, how good am I?
Basically. As long as folding is the right decision, I think I'm making the right
It
decision.
is the right decision, and I had the best hand this time. Thanks.
Keep it in the family.
The 5th token for Barney. Right now, only he and Tonka have tokens. 2 more hands to go before we get to the bomb pot, where there is huge value. 2 gold passes worth 10k up for grabs, plus a silver power pass worth 2.5k.
Your favorite to draw? A $10,000 gold pass.
The straddle is on. Wolfgang calls.
With a jack.
100. Call. This is hand number 8.
Thank you very much.
Barney calls. Tonka with ace 10. Also calls. Spraggy's in as well. And Olga checks.
Yes.
Well, that's
Well
everyone.
done to all limpers.
Yeah.
Wolfgang's back to full vision.
You might have the best hand.
6-way action. And the flop favors Wolfgang.
Well, Lottie frickin' da.
That's 15.
We're gonna check. What will you do now?
Spraggy with second pair bad kicker calls. Wolfgang's in as well. Lex raises.
She just saved me $50. Thank you very much.
Tonka gets out the way.
Spraggy's never folding second pair here.
He's gonna check and now he's gonna call.
Call.
Makes the call.
Damn, Daniel.
And Wolfgang folds the best hand.
USA getting worked by the Euros a little bit.
Turn card. Here's a deuce. Lex drawing very thin.
Check.
But does have the advantage of position and aggression.
Yeah, bet's pretty much full pot and gets a fold from Spraggy.
Show him a bluff. Show him a bluff.
Lex gets a token. That means right now, he is in the bum pot.
He's gonna need another one, though, to prevent it from being stolen.
Final hand before the bum pot.
Just got to get this
Come on,
hand,
Barney,
right?
let's f***ing go.
Yeah, we just got to, you know what I mean?
All we gotta do is get this. One of us get this hand. We're on the button and the cutoff. Surely we got this.
Wolfgang calls, only knowing one of his cards. Lex raises with King Jack. Barney's out.
That was that bad.
Tonka with deuces. Makes the call.
Quack, quack.
Spraggy 8-3 suited in the small blind.
Sure.
Oh.
Wow, that's a great price.
Olga
Good call, Wolfgang.
calls with King 7. And Wolfgang's in as well.
Above the rim.
Above, that was an above the rim call
I would
for
describe
sure.
it as.
You use that in your streams, you gotta give me credit.
I might have already done it, to be honest.
Are things getting tense?
5-way to the flop. Which is ace, ace 3.
Explain it to you. How are you going to use it? Not even know what it means.
Well, I was confused about what you meant in the hand because we're obviously playing so fucking bad. There's no way you could possibly play above the rim.
No. See, what you didn't understand was I'm just playing above the rim.
Things are getting tense.
Lex bets king high.
He's got no time for your shenanigans.
Tonka calls. Spraggy with the best hand.
Outflop those deuces, but nah.
Well, fight.
Wolfgang can't do it, won't do it.
Such a wuss.
Heads up to the turn.
Will Tonka get to the showdown with ducks?
Turn card is a 7. Tonka still ahead. Lex slowing down, checks it.
So sick, I think Tonka's thinking of betting this.
525 euros.
Lex may have checked there trying to induce, honestly. King high is going to be ahead of Tonka occasionally.
Lex calls. Go to the river with more than 2,700 in the pot. Barry Greenstein makes another appearance. That's a full house for Tonka.
Check.
Show me your hand.
And Tonka didn't slow roll at least. He's not that crazy.
And now give me your bomb pot token as well.
Boom.
Oh, no.
Wow. So it's heads up?
Yeah.
What's up, gang? Not only just what's up, gang, what's up, Wolfgang? You survived the
I tried.
the one hold card. Now, I do have to tell you, do you want to know the hand where you really were sweating the Queen of Clubs? Do you want to know what your other card was?
I do.
It was the Ace of Clubs. Oh. I'm just kidding. It was the Ace of Hearts. Still pretty bad. Now, onto the bomb pot business. Barney, once again, you've secured the button for the bomb pot. Congratulations. Parker, you had a chance to steal, and there was really only one play to be made.
Thank you, Lex.
Lex.
For the buttons. No problem.
I'm actually really scared now because Lex typically smiles through the pain, and now he's not even, well, there it is, but he was not smiling for a second, so I think, you know what? I'm just going to go. Enjoy the bomb pot.
Thank you.
Yes, the 10th hand is played as a bomb pot. Everyone at the table has to pay €100 and we go directly to a flop, but only the players with a token actually get cards. And in this episode, we only have Barney and Tonka. It's heads up. Tonka with a 60-40 advantage pre-flop.
If I win an all-in pot against you, will I have the money lead?
How much you got?
I've got like 20, 25.
We'll be quite close.
Yeah.
Oh, please make that happen.
Ace 7-6. King high still ahead.
I'm gonna do what I'd always do.
Bet.
The minimum.
I'm gonna just.
Fair's fair.
Yeah.
Turn card. Here's a jack. King high still good.
Check.
Barney's actually got plenty of showdown value with Queen High.
Check.
Checks it back. River is a 4. King high is the winner.
If there's a showdown.
Check.
Check.
Tonka has checked it to Barney.
I don't think Barney's going to get many better hands to fold except for exactly King High.
You've obviously got some showdown value. So what can I get?
It's gotta be a lot.
It's gotta be a lot, isn't it?
Remember, I win a 10K seat if you bet, and I fold, pretty much. So you could bet like 3,000-4,000 here even.
That's what I'm thinking. There again, I could be winning anyway.
That's true.
It's a tricky one.
Pretty sure you're gonna check now.
I think you call with anything that's.
Check.
I don't
I've got a king.
Yeah, exactly. I think you call with. That's the one hand I might get you off. We've got a queen. I was thinking you'd probably call with the king anyway.
Yes! We're all so excited for you.
I'm so excited for myself. I know no one else is rooting for me, but I'm so excited.
Wow, this is just really great for you, man.
Thanks, Wolfgang. I know we're not good friends, but I really appreciate it, buddy.
Well, during that session, Lex lost even more money. He's now down 40k. Tonka has increased his profit substantially, and he's finally won a prize.
Parker, despite having a really torrid day over there, you've yet to win a bomb pot until now.
You know I played last year as well. I didn't win a bomb pot, right?
Well, it's been a long time coming, and the odds are in your favor, my friend. So
I won the 2.5K. Oh, it's a 10K. It's a 10K.
$10,300
It's a 10K.
gold power pass. Wonderful. We've got one power up / forfeit left.
This one has to be good, right? The last two were bad, so this one has to be good.
He's gonna get a good one.
Y'all are in big trouble.
The next 9 hands, you are allowed to change one hold card pre-flop in exchange for the next card off the deck. Discarded card will be revealed to the rest of the table and treated as the burn card.
That's so fun.
I just get a mulligan pre.
So that's 5 rounds down, 1 to go here on the Parker Talbot Show. No, 1 episode left to go of the Mystery Cash Challenge. We'll see you next time.
All right, comeback time.
Comeback time.
The internet rejoices, finally.
He goes full pot, 7k.
Not a bad feeling about this.
Horrible spot for Barney. Can he get away from this hand?
I would say the ultimate legitimization
of the spin and go format is the idea of this championship that is being hosted in Prague.
Right.
So can you tell us how it's going to work?
Basically, there was a bunch of opportunities to qualify to join the championship in Prague, right? So we had a bunch of qualifiers playing various leaderboards online. It's something like 74 players were selected from leaderboard, and it was basically a point system. Who could win the most spin and goes over a set amount of time? If you were at the top, you kind of got guaranteed a spot, and then there was some free rolls associated with people that were in the top 50 from that sort of period. And that's how we've done it, which is great because it means everyone who's qualified, apart from the 7 sort of celebrities or, extras that we've added in there, people that we'd like to take part, have all sort of earned their spot. And in many cases, these are the real grinders. These are the real people who are putting in like crazy volume all the time. So it seems appropriate that we would do it in this fashion. So those players are going to go, and the way it's going to work is 81 entrants, as in 74 qualifiers, and then, of course, a couple extras, will all sit down and they'll be paired into groups of 3. So spin and goes are 3-handed.
Yep.
Imagine 27 tables of 3-handed poker, and they will play spin and goes, just normal spin and go strategy, normal structure, obviously adjusted maybe for live poker. Whoever gets to 4 wins in that first round will proceed to round 2. So it's a shootout, like you said, James. It's pretty straightforward shootout format, but it's not one and then you move on. It's you keep playing spins until one guy has won 4 total. So whoever gets to 4 first, you're through to the next round, and that will pretty much take up the whole of the first day of a 2-day event.
So they can play up to 12 matches. Everyone wins 3, and then one person wins 4.
Yeah. It's sudden death,
It could take a while, it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it could be I'm up 3, then Steve's up 3, and then John's up 3, and then whoever gets that last one is the player that goes through. So this first round is 27 tables, 81 players.
10. Sorry, 10.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, so 9 plus 1. Yeah, so of those people, there's going to be 27 tables. So that first day, I think, is just all going to be round 1 because there's a lot of poker to be played. But again, I think that's appropriate. Like if we're going to send people to play a format that is based on one of the highest various formats that you can play, I think we need to have a little bit of volume just to make it entertaining.
It would be gutting if you went there and played literally one hand and were then out.
Exactly.
So I get the idea of it being like the first of 4 makes it through. Now, of course, one of the things which defines a spin and go, as you highlighted, Nick, is it's a 3-handed sit and go. But the other thing is the idea of the random prize. Now, I know that there's a 100K prize pool.
Yes.
How is that being distributed? I mean, when you're playing these games in the first round, is there any money attached to them?
So this is where round 2 gets more interesting, and then so on and so forth. So really quickly, we've just played that first round. That was the first of 4, right? That was basically just pure qualification. If you get through to that, if you get past that first round, you will be in the sort of running to win something. And this is where it starts to get interesting. So we've gone from 27 tables down to 27 players, which is then 9 tables. And at this point, we introduced the sort of randomized spin sort of thing, right?
Nice.
So at this stage, I don't know exactly how they're going to distribute them, but my idea is that what we will do is we will put an envelope on each table of the 27, and then the first game that is played or something of that ilk, whoever wins that one will get to open that envelope, and they will have prizes between 2,000 and 10,000 euros immediately. So in this next sort of round of qualification, we start to get a little spin going. Does that make sense? And again, at this point, we're not playing for actual prizes for second, third, but then you guys get the idea. So in round 2, there's going to be a randomized element where if you win a game, you'll have the opportunity to pull an envelope. And then in round 3, we'll be down to 9 players across 3 tables, and there will be more allocations there. And then eventually in the final round, final 3 players, 10,000 for third, 15,000 for second, 25K for first, in addition to anything that you guys win during the actual sort of randomized draw. So it's got the sort of spicy spin element built in as well.
Those prizes are pretty cool when you consider that this is a free roll. Now, when I know that people had to grind, they had to play online to earn their spots, but then it's like there's no entry fee, and I believe that the prize was a package, right? So they're coming to Prague gratis.
Yeah, that's right. It's a travel, accommodation, and then I think the actual buy-in is about 1,500 euros, so like 1,450, something like that. So everything is covered, which I think is a big part of it as well. Like, if you imagine how the sort of size of that, if this was a buy-in tournament, nobody would probably travel to Prague specifically to play an event of this size unless they were local, of course, and then of course that would make sense. So it makes sense because all these guys, who otherwise are actually more the sort of keyboard warriors of the poker universe, as it were. And I mean that in the kindest sense. I mean that in the sense that spin and go players don't get any glory, right? You might be the guy to win the big jackpot and other spin and go players notice, but most people just don't know these guys, and they might be playing more poker than any, multiple MTT players combined in terms of volume. So it's cool that they have their little moment, and we're going to have some stories, and we're going to get to see some faces attached with some of these sort of super famous spin names.
So my big question, which I don't think was answered, but forgive me, is there a wheel?
There is.
That's a very good question. That's a very important question. Nick talked about envelopes, not a wheel.
Yeah,
where's my wheel?
In reality, if we were to stay true to the format, what we should have is a Las Vegas style one-arm bandit pull, and then the wheel would be built into that, and then we could give people prizes. But I think it's just going to be an envelope. But I'm with you. I'm with you. So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgna is the shorter of the two stacks.
Balea raising with 7-6 offsuit. Seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position heads up. You're going to be very aggressive. Jorgna with a hand he can defend quite easily. 10-6 of hearts.
And he does defend, calling for an extra 400k, and we will see the first flop of this level. And that flop is 10 high, 10-5-3, so it's top pair for Jorgna. Balea does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. These are boards you want to see bet very aggressively. You have gut shots heads up, you're in position, you have absolute position against your opponent. So even though Jorgna does have a top pair, a c-bet here will take it down a lot of the time when he hasn't connected. Also sets you up for bets on later streets as well, James, if you want to try and convince a 5 or a 3 to fold. So I do expect a continuation from Balea pretty much every time. 2 million in the middle.
Balea does make a c-bet of 600,000. And with top pair, just a call from Jorgna?
Yep, I think with a hand like 10-6, you just want to play it slow here.
Oh.
But wait.
That is not a call. Jorgna check raises with a pair of 10s.
I mean, check raising top pair is never going to be a bad thing to do, James. It's just that it's probably more conventional when you check raise when you have a stronger kicker than a 6, especially as the 6 gives you opportunities to turn and backdoor some straights in this particular situation.
Okay, so the raise is to 1.5 million, 900,000 to call, and seems that Balea is planning to make that call.
I really like this float, James. With the 6 of spades in your hand in particular, you can actually represent much stronger hands on later streets if the spades start to fall. If your opponent slows down, they might just have pure bluffs that you can get to fold as well.
Makes the call, and we go to the turn. I'm calling it, Nick. Action card, 4 of diamonds.
That would be quite the action card.
Oh, come on! I got the right color. I didn't get the right suit, but I got the right color.
The commentator's curse strikes again. James Hartigan is to blame. It is a turn straight for Balea. And as I said, Jorgna now has a straight draw to go with his 10, so he's going to be even more sticky in these situations.
Of course, so 0%. He cannot win the pot outright. But of course, a rivered 7 would chop it. I mean, a deuce would be disastrous for him. In fact, a 10 or a 6 would also be disastrous on the river.
Yeah, I think the 10 more disastrous than the 6 because, of course, he might give Balea some straights if a 6 falls, but the trips are really hard to get away from without losing some more.
So having check raised flop, Jorgna barrels turn for 2.6.
Yeah, full 50% pot on the turn, and there's so much in the middle now. I mean, heads up, EPT main event, you just turn the nuts and you're getting led into. It feels pretty fantastic, James.
And remember, this heads-up battle is worth a huge amount of money. They both locked up 780k, but the winner gets 1.17 million. And before you ask, no deal, because deals aren't allowed under French gaming law.
Balea not interested in a deal when he's got the nuts on the turn. I'll take all of it, thank you very much.
So you know what?
Yep.
I'm feeling another prediction.
Okay.
I think it's always coming 7.
Oh, man.
I think we're going to see a river 7. I think we're going to see another dramatic chop.
That would be pretty wild. I mean, this is just this card is such a strangely actiony card. Actually, it's so weird how the 4, seemingly innocuous, just creates so much more additional action. If he just flats, SPR is still above 1, James, so it might be tricky to get the rest in on the river. But if we see Jorgna lead river after having called the turn from Balea, it's going to easily go in. SPR way less than 1. Looks like he's going to try and raise right here, right now, though. That's one way to do it.
So Jorgna leading for 2.6. Balea raising. And just going to verify the size of this raise. 5.6.
Yeah, very small raise.
4.6, sorry.
I think he was thinking along the lines that I was thinking on the turn here, James. He's going, how do I get the whole stack on the river? And if he doesn't raise right now, there's not always going to be SPR less than 1, which is one of the easiest ways to guarantee an all-in less than pot. And he's made it a size that Jorgna just can't fold. I mean, you have top pair and you have the straight draw.
Yeah, and of course, he can't see that one of his straight draws is no good and the other would just chop the pot, so...
It's just too small for him to fold because he's thinking his opponent might have a strong hand here, but he's thinking his straight's going to be live a lot of the time if he can get there on the river.
Time bank cards being played by both players. Remember, the shot clock continues, 30 seconds per decision. You need more thinking time. Play those time bank cards. Buy yourself an additional 30. Well, that is a call. This hand is going to the river. We have got 16.2 in the middle. Jorgna's got 9.3 behind. And I'm telling you, it's always coming 7. We are going to be singing. This is going to be a chop pot.
That would be another very dramatic chop pot, the second of today, in fact, if we see that card fall.
River card is the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Okay, so my prediction of the turn was substantially better than my prediction of the river. But what is interesting here is action is on Jorgna. Can he make some kind of blocker bet here?
This is so weird. SPR is so low now, guys. He's got 9.3 million behind. There's already 16 in the middle. I mean, I think Jorgna just wants to try to get to Showdown as often as possible. I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Balea might semi-bluff raise the turn have bricked as well. You know, what if he had like ace-6 of spades or something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's a card he might just... I'm not even sure if he'd play it like that, but in any case, Jorgna obviously has a hand that can win at Showdown quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to just check here.
All in. He moves all in!
What?
And Balea cannot fold this, surely. This is an HTC situation. This has to call. I know the board's paired, but his hand's too strong.
That was so unexpected from Jorgna. He has so much Showdown. Is he kind of turning his hand into a bluff, James?
Balea asked for a count. I don't see how he can possibly...
I don't think I can fold this one.
He doesn't think he can fold. I don't think he can fold. HTC plays here. And if/when Balea makes this call, we will have our winner. Makes the call, and it's over.
Congratulations.
Year of Romania! We have our first ever Romanian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Razvan Balea takes down the first ever EPT Paris main event. Peter Jorgna is the runner-up for 780 grand. Razvan Balea, who qualified for $530, will cash out for $1.17 million.
Wow, what a result. Year of Romania.
Congratulated by his wife Andrea and his friends, other members of the Romanian poker community on the rail.
Wow, what a final hand, James. What a final hand here in Paris.
Hilton Nijinsky has aces on the button.
Oh, hello there.
How much do you have?
I have 18.55 with the small blind.
Oh, geez, that is very accurate.
He has nailed it every time he's been asked. He has exact numbers.
A raise to 200,000. Ben Heath has king queen.
I don't feel like he's going to have any other option. We are going to see an all-in.
He shoves for his last 18 big blinds. George Hanna folds the big. Snap call by Nijinsky. And Ben Heath at risk and way behind.
Very at risk.
Yeah, good hand you would have played anyway.
There's nothing Ben Heath can do. An unfortunate situation to find himself in.
Yeah. Obviously.
You know, that's the drawback to being short stacked.
But you never know. You never know.
The hands are tied.
Look at John Joander and the power of positive thinking.
The power of 13% thinking.
King in the window. Wow!
Oh, man.
And a queen. Two pair for Heath. He is now ahead, has a 2-1 advantage. Nijinsky can hit 10s, jacks, and aces, though.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but aces have outs?
The deuce on the turn changes nothing. Heath now a 3-1 favorite. Well, actually, it does give Nijinsky additional outs, of course. Deuces, 10s, jacks, and aces would see Heath eliminated. It's a 10 on the river. It's Broadway for Nijinsky, and Ben Heath exits in 12th.
Wow, what a tease.
87% of the time, it works every time.
The Grafton, 10-9 suited. Mike raises from the button, from the small blind. 650,000, which seems to be the standard open at this level. 4-3 off for Leonard. He calls. And we will see a flop. Ten, 7, 5. Top pair for Mike. Action's been checked to him.
Heads up when you're going to be opening a decent percentage of the time from the button. Obviously, the ranges are going to be a little bit wider, and you're going to have a lot of different board coverage. So that's why it's just really hard to fold any type of equity. But this bet, pretty sizable. Couple of draws possible, of course. Definitely puts this gut shot straight draw in a tough spot.
He's played one time bank chip so far. Okay, he decides to check raise.
Yeah, and I definitely can see, you know, the thought process behind this play, because you're not going to have any showdown with 4 high. So if you're able to check raise here and get a fold out of Watson, this is going to be a really nice pickup. But if you get called, of course, you do have some equity. And on certain turns, you would just shut down and give up.
Yeah.
So lots of possibilities. You're certainly not going to like it, though, when Watson does call.
Yeah. And obviously calling here with top pair, which is a very strong hand, heads up. Okay, ace on the turn. 7.55 million in the pot, Maria. Mauer has 7.55 behind.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous because sometimes Watson is going to have these ace-X type holdings when he calls a check raise. You see Mao checking it over, maybe hoping to get a free card with the double gutter.
Mike Watson checks behind, and it's the 7 of spades on the river, pairing the board. So Mauer does not get there. He is left with 4 high. Nope, he's playing the board. Mike Watson, 10s and 7s with an ace kicker. And as we highlighted on the turn, Mauer has pot behind.
Could he be thinking about trying to bluff in this situation after Mike Watson checks back that turn? Might he see an opening? He does.
He bluff shoves the river for 7.5 million. It is a pot-sized bet. And Mike Watson wants a count. Okay, there was that ace on the turn, but Mike's hand is still pretty strong.
It is, and you know, from out, he feels like if Watson had an ace, he's gonna most likely be betting the turn because there are so many draws from the flop that you want to protect, get some value against. But for Watson, he's just wondering, would Mao check raise the flop with middle pair? Would a 7x type hand want to be check raising the flop? And again, so many draws that have missed from the flop, and Watson doesn't really block any of them. I mean, he blocks 9-8.
Yeah.
But he doesn't block the hearts. He doesn't block the exact type of, you know, gutters or, you know, the 8-6 combinations, the 6-4 combinations.
I'm not saying for 1 second this is in any way an easy call. And if you call and you're wrong, momentum shifts again, and suddenly the advantage is with Leonard Mauer. Equally, if he can find the call here, it is over, and he has won his 2nd EPT title. He's played 2 time bank chips so far.
Yeah, and still have plenty of time bank chips to spare. Certainly worth mulling over this decision. It's really just about, you know, what type of hands would be willing to check raise the flop and then check the turn and now shove the river. It feels like it's very obviously polarized to trips here, you know, perhaps some boats, not 10s though, because I think he would have heard from 10s pre-flop, you know, so more like 5s full potentially. But again, so many missed draws from the flop.
Understandably taking his time over this decision. Remember, each time bank chip is worth 30 seconds. He's played 3 so far. Playing a 4th. And considering making this hero call, which will give him the win.
And I like to think that against a less capable opponent, Watson might not even give it this much thought. But against somebody as good as Leonard Mao, you have to be able to be open to the possibility that he's able to make this play without it.
5 time bank chips played. So Watts thinking this through. Can he find the call? Can he end it on this hand?
I feel like Watson is going to be able to... Oh.
Yes, yes, he makes the call, and we have our winner. An incredible call from Mike Watson to win the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino and become a 2-time European Poker Tour champion, joining a very select club. And like that, it's over, and no one can quite believe it. He's done it. He's a winner. Leonard Mauer, the runner-up. Mike Watson, the champion. And 18 months later, we are in Prague for the conclusion of the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The main event continues. The evening session of day 4 about to get underway here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. 22 players returning from the dinner break. That means we're down to 3 tables, but we're trying to get down to 2 tables today, trying to play down to the final 16. Right now, these are the top 5, the 5 biggest stacks. Geno Esquez leads with 5.1 million. Paul Runken, Pedro Marques, Sylvia Studnarts, and Alexander Sokolovsky, the other players inside the top 5 right now. And we've got the player who is second in chips, headlining our new feature table. Paul Runken joined by former EPT finalist Dan Kishu. Vincent Melli, who, let's not forget, came 9th in this tournament last year, and also won UK IPT Nottingham last year. Joshua McSwiney is back on the main stage, and with the exception of Runken and Sokolovsky, no one is that deep. Average stack right now is 1.9 million, so only 2 out of the 8 players we're watching have above average stacks. Blinds of going to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, are you willing to share the exciting celebrity encounter that you had here in Prague?
Yes, very happily. I had a lovely dinner with a friend of mine visiting, and I saw the incredible Michelle Yao at the table across from me, being wonderful and beautiful and animated, telling stories, and I could not keep my eyes off her. I was very starstruck.
You saw a Bond girl at dinner.
I did consider that as well. I did think of you in that regard, and it turns out she is everywhere all at once.
So players have locked up 34,700 euros. Tomorrow, you can expect players to start earning 6-figure sums, and on Sunday we're going to play the winner. We're going to pay the champion of EPT Prague 2024 more than 1.1 million euros. Still, most of the 7 million prize pool up for grabs. Players taking their seats. We're about to get cards in the air. A reminder of the plan for today, by the way. We're about to kick off level 25, which will be the 5th level of the day. Chances are we'll play to the end of level 25 regardless, but once we get to that point, if we hit 16, we stop. If we get to the end of the 6th level of the day, level 26, we stop. So no more than 2 levels, at least 1 level, but remember, the key objective, the aim of today, is to get to 2 tables, get to 16.
I would love to get food, but my hotel's like 5 kilometers that way, so 5 kilometers. Almost 5 kilometers.
One restaurant here.
Yeah, we are.
5 minutes walk, restaurant. Yeah,
about 20-25 minute walk to my house.
So you haven't, no food?
Oh no,
too much, right? No problem.
Oh, how the other half have to live, Griffin. Those not staying at the Hilton Prague. McSwiney in the 1 seat. Folds. Pavel Wojciechowski. Despite what his hat says, his name is not Hugo. Dan Kishu, all in from the cutoff with ace-10.
Yeah, this one kind of plays itself at the 20,000, 40,000 level.
12 bigs. And just the big blind to get through. Adrian Mack does have 6s.
Can I get a count, please?
6 and something.
510.
Oh, not even.
510,000. 510,000.
Yeah, this would be a pretty standard call here, facing a cutoff shove. The only problem for the American is it represents more than half of his stack. And, you know, what kind of perception do you have about, you know, the shoving range of your opponent here? Is it maybe a little tighter than average? Is going to put it in.
And we have a classic race underway at the feature table. Sixes against ace-10. The pocket pair against the 2 overcards. And it is Dan Kishu who is slightly behind and will need to hit to survive. He's the at-risk player here. We'll run out the board and decide Dan's fate.
Wow.
Well, this is a great board for Kishu. Not only does he have the straight draw, but he can counterfeit Mac. He's got 13 outs. It's a post-flop flip.
Yeah, and don't sleep on the hearts either, James.
7 of diamonds on the turn. Mac now becomes a 2-to-1 favorite, but Kishu has 15 outs.
I got to counteract
outs. Any king, 7, 10, queen, ace.
Yeah.
King on the river. Kings and jacks with an ace kicker. Mac is indeed counterfeited. He'll be left with 9 big blinds as Dan Kishu doubles up and is now playing close to 30 bigs.
For sure.
It's a nice way to start.
You keep your promise from 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Adrian Mack now finds himself in the danger zone. Danger zone! 365k.
Is this my box? Yeah?
Yeah, that's your box.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops. Flying cards.
Oh dear.
What's that,
Change the
misdeal?
deck then. We change the deck.
No, that goes.
Is it misdeal or no?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Not a misdeal. One card went flying off the table, but it's the same as if a card is accidentally exposed. It will become the burn card.
I swear it.
No, but
Okay.
normally when it's out, it should be. If you saw it or not, this is the rule.
Yeah, no, it is. You're right. It is.
So just for the avoidance of doubt, the 7 of diamonds
I tried.
fell off the table. It therefore becomes the burn card.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Wojciechowski with Jack, 7 of hearts, folds. Kishu passes.
But now my decisions are easy.
Rakus.
Too easy.
Too easy. You know?
Too easy.
Well, he's down 9-3. Table chip leader Paul Runken.
You don't see this one? Difficult, that.
Oh, it's okay. I can see. I can see that.
6-6 raise, 80,000.
Yeah, almost perhaps feeling an obligation on the button here as the table chip leader to raise close to 100% of range. Mac, you know, not really any maneuverability to do anything but shove or fold on those 9 big blinds. So nice to see him get out of the way. Now you just got to dodge Melly getting something that would be a call plus. This hand, probably going to be a bit too weak, and yeah, gets away with it with the 4 deuce.
Nice. Pick up for Paul Duncan Runken.
Try not to throw cards on the floor anymore. Thank you.
New deck coming in.
These are lucky ones.
I hope so. I hope they're luckier.
Oliocho on Twitch highlighting that it is indeed the year of Romania. And Romania represented by two players at this feature table, the guy with the biggest stack and the guy who has already made an EPT final. Dan Kishu was there in London in 2022, came close to winning a European Poker Tour title. Georgios Vrakis. Not going to play King 6. Runken with 10-3.
Still 24. I don't see. Still 22.
22, yeah.
Yeah, I cannot.
We need 6 more.
Yeah, and 2 more for the big.
Yeah, probably. It will be earlier.
The first one was really good.
Manny shoves small to big, gets a fold. And Massimo asks a question on YouTube. Is it allowed to listen to music at the television table? Now, Ed, our moderator, has already handled this one, not allowed in electronic devices, but there is one person at the feature table who does listen to music, and that is the dealer. You'll notice they have the headset on. It can be a long session, Griffin. You sat there pitching cards to players for hours and hours and hours. You want them to be entertained, but we like to have a bit of fun. So we have a CD Walkman, plug the headset in, and we choose the CD. Today, it's the Best of London, boys. Remember Requiem? Big hit in Germany. That's right, you heard me correctly, a CD Walkman. That means the dealer can only listen to music that people still have on CD. Vrakis has opened with King Jack. Runken with Ace 10. That looks like a 3-bet. That is 200k that's just been thrown out.
I'm gonna tell you because you probably can see.
Is any page up now?
Not yet. One more.
Mac with a frustrating Ace 10, no fold equity. Feeling like sometimes he's going to be ahead of the light 3-bets of Runken. We can see, of course, that they share the same hand. He's going to have to get away. And now Melly taking some pause. Maybe got an Ace Queen or 2 Jacks under there or something. Oh, not that good. Let's go.
There you go. Edgio revealing that London Boys, the first album on vinyl that his brother ever bought.
Yeah, so like...
It's all good, I'll just do that.
Isn't it great to be taken down memory lane? You can't call a 3-bet with King Jack offsuit, Griffin. I'm just going to say that.
It's just not allowed.
I mean, you can, but you shouldn't, is what I'm really saying.
At this point, yes, that's what I'm looking for. Of course.
Okay, guys, it's a round for TikTok then. How it works there, it works here. Someone?
No.
Are you promoting TikTok or TikTok? I don't understand.
Ronaldo.
Need you please? I'm moving? Okay.
That's it.
Oh, just as he's about to share his TikToks, Pavel's being balanced off.
Hopefully. I hope I see you back here.
And this is why he's being balanced off. Aildachi has just been eliminated in 22nd place. Cashes for 34,700 euros. And so, to ensure that we now have 3 tables of 7 with 21 players remaining, Pavel will take a seat at one of the 2 outer tables.
Stops every 2 seconds.
Yes. That may be NFL, but yes.
That's right, Yeltan. They didn't like the product placement. Let's leap on that conspiracy theory. He has been ejected from the tournament because he started advertising Tic Tacs on a PokerStars stream. He was promptly removed. This hand has seen the action folded to Runken. Dan Kishu, the big blind in this hand, and he has defended with a Jack 10-3 flop.
Okay, so maybe check it.
Check.
Apologies for the lack of graphics, by the way. Our graphics team are having a moment. We also don't seem to know what Kishu has. So we're sweating with Runken, Griffin. We're playing the hand from his perspective. How are you liking it right now? Jacks and threes, 10 kicker, ace kicker, I should say.
Yeah, feels like the best hand at this point. Check through to the turn. Big blind hasn't shown any interest in the pot.
And Kishu folded king 9 there. More chips for the table chip leader. Around 5 million.
Thank you.
For Paul Duncan Runken. Action's going to start here with Runken. 9-8 suited.
Raise.
6-6 raise, 80,000.
Raises to 80k.
Play the rush, Runken.
Oh, pocket tens. This could signal the return of the Mac.
5 seconds.
Great spot to get his 8 big blinds in. You can go all in now, Adrian.
5 seconds.
We are on a pay jump. 21st gets 34,700. 20th does get an increase in prize money. That's why we're seeing so many time bank cards deployed here. Yeah, it's an additional 5k if he can ladder one spot. But he doesn't do the leave a chip behind thing.
That's a nice change.
Can't believe how much hate there is for this guy because he's wearing Ohio State merch.
10 pass. 6-1 pass.
Round to the blinds. Queen 9 for Kishu in the small. And Georgios Vrakis in the big with King 3.
So you will have the easy decision. Why you use two timings?
20 players, ladder up.
20 players, is ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you double up, you don't mind that. No?
Yeah, that's true.
How much? Time banks are more valuable.
345,000.
345.
That's my first time ever using them.
345.
Is this a call with 9-8 suited, Griffin?
I mean,
it's too many
I
chips.
could win one pot in my family.
But Runkin can afford it. He's getting the right price if he's up against Ace Queen, Ace Jack, that kind of hand.
Good luck.
So he's going to go for it. Man, hates to see that it's up against a pair.
Yeah, he's got two undercards.
Oh yeah, that's not good. It's just a rough. Fold, nah.
I think my heart's beating faster than yours right now.
No, why? Why? It's easier. What is nothing? It's coming 1-6 of heart on the flop. By the turn, it will be big. Look.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
An 8 and a heart.
6 on the turn, I think.
Runkin not greedy.
No? Let's
We'll see.
No, I don't mind. I give you
6
chips.
would make it interesting, as would a heart.
Can I,
or 7.
Can I start sitting up now?
You cannot do that.
Wow.
Don't do it to me.
Just 4 cards.
Please, please don't do it to me.
For Adrian Mack to fade now.
It's not coming. It's not coming. No, maximum is a 4.
The river is a jack. He is going to double up.
I don't even want 8, don't I?
Needed that. Still on life support, but I needed that. It was a good start.
Not life support.
Jack Hanna on YouTube says, I grew up in Western
Almost
Pennsylvania.
out of
He's not getting nearly enough hate. Trust me, he's getting a lot of hate.
Close. Close, nearly pass. If I have more time, I don't want to waste one time now. If I waste one, I would have passed. But this way, you're lucky. It's okay, you know.
Mac now playing at 19 big blinds, still the shortest stack at the table. And folds Queen 3 suited.
$80.
You can raise 80,000.
Alexander Sokolovsky raising from the hijack. Makes it 80k. Josh McSwiney folds Queen 10. Dan Kishu's button. So all the way round to the big blind. Oh, Runken's got ace-10.
Wouldn't expect to see much aggression here from Runken with the ace-10.
We will get some back from the reach.
He's just going to call.
Five, 3-3. C-bet from Sokolovsky, 55K. Runken called the bet, and we get the 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, still with the best of it here.
Checks. Has a 3-1 advantage. Sokolovsky checks behind. Deuce of diamonds completes the board. So Runken has this if he can get to showdown. And an interesting lead from Runken on the river, Griffin.
Very interesting.
A very small bet.
Yeah. Just, you know, I guess in a way kind of wanting to block price set in this situation, not want your opponent to have an opportunity to bet really big without any aggression from your end.
I mean, this will look inspired if he gets called by a worse ace high.
He knows better. That looks an awful lot like a 5 or perhaps a river deuce.
You can tell me, I can tell you.
Maybe.
Sorry?
I don't know.
Skyloss 1986 on Twitch says, I met Paul Runken in Rozvadov.
30 seconds for nothing.
How high? How high is the kicker?
Not sure it's high enough.
Which kicker, first or second? First is the top one, and second?
Well, you mean which position, the cards, or?
No, how high?
When we are 20.
Sorry?
When we are 20.
Maybe we have same hand.
You can tell me?
Yeah, but
Not sure.
no, nobody's out yet. I'll tell you.
Just saying.
Okay, no problem. I'll clap my hand. It's a pay job. It's a pay job.
No, because
I promised him I'd say, hi mom, hi dad, hi wife.
So yeah, Skyloss said, I met Paul in Rozvadov in January. He's an amazing guy. So happy to see him in an EPT so deep and hope to see him and Markesh playing heads up.
Half recovered.
80?
I mean, I'm still in, so that's all that matters.
Recovered half from.
Oh, for you, yeah, what you asked.
I'm telling you, I take from Richard. I don't like to take from small stack.
That barely dented you.
Sixes for Kishu. He's raised to 80K. Vrakas with 4s. Lets it go.
Yeah, always got to play a bit cautious around 25 plus bigs with pairs. Shouldn't really be set mining. Too many chips to shove over an open often, so just find yourself folding a lot more than you might otherwise have expected.
one of the four.
Cutoff. I passed on the cutoff.
Yeah, something.
And something else after. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe cutoff.
That for sure cutoff I passed one time.
Yeah.
No, I have only premium. What can I do? You see, 8-9 suited. Under the gun, it's not much you can do.
It's okay.
Open call all in.
Normal.
That's normal.
Very normal.
Upper call all in. All life. You have all life.
Oh, yeah.
You're lucky I'm here. You're lucky I'm here.
Yeah, beginning of the day wasn't so lucky, but...
Yeah, but it was...
Was it
what
good?
do you mean? It was the
turned out
end
well.
of the day, before you moved from the table.
Ah, yes, yes.
It was, yeah, you remember, yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
No, I'm very thankful to be here right now. Very thankful to be here.
Very happy. It's Paul Runkin today.
Yep.
It's always nice to have a big chip stack in an EPT.
I was enjoying the conversation. The only thing that narked me slightly, and it's something we always say to people when we do kind of TV shows like Shark Cage and The Big Game, which is like, try and keep it to one conversation. It's really awkward that you've got like that conversation at that end and then Dan Keishu's talking across the table to Josh McSwiney about the pay jumps. And it's like, I'm listening to two separate conversations at once. It's hard to follow. Anywho, Sokolovsky's open with Queen 10 of strawberries. Georgios Vrakis with Ace 9 of diamonds in the cutoff.
210.
210. 5 raise 210.
And that is a 3-bet. Re-raises to 210k.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
And Sokolovsky lets the Queen 10 go. "30 minutes of this level played so far. Just the one elimination since the dinner break. We lost Ariel Datsi in 22nd place. Things has slowed down since then. To highlight again, the players have referenced it a few times, we are on a money jump, 5k difference in prize money between 21st and 20th.
Or to end of level 6
Or this level and another. Yeah.
Okay.
Aces for Runkin. Raise, you say?
This time on the cutoff.
Really?
Cannot skip it, huh?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Adrian Max picked up 7s. What's he got? 17 bigs.
Yeah, and with just 3 players behind and the chip leader opening, the loud and bombastic chip leader, you really wouldn't blame Mac for effectively putting in all his chips. Curiously, a 2.8x 3-bet. Effectively,
3-bet though, yeah?
You know, how much of your stack is that? $25–30%. Bit unorthodox.
Was that the first level? First? False? Number 4?
No, this is 5th. Today, you mean?
Yeah.
Today, 5th.
Yeah. Raise 480,000. 480.
This and one more.
Surprised to see another click from Runkin here. You'd think just at this depth you would be all in.
Oh, you gave me 210 with no fight. That's good, yes.
Can Max somehow get away? No, didn't think so.
All in and a call, and it is a domination situation. Adrian Mack is way behind.
No. Maybe it's coming once.
No.
See the flop first. No.
See the flop,
See the flop
He
first.
gets up, you need to get doubles.
Yeah.
Then you must get
I was
doubles.
thinking,
This is the
ace king.
King, queen suited.
Come on,
I was really hoping you weren't doing aces.
Adrian hoping to Mac America great again.
Can you believe it? I have 8 times aces today. This is first I show. 8 times I have it.
No, that's a good game.
It's going to be hard to come back from this.
I mean, the percentage is...
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 5%. Runner required.
Yeah, 10, 9 or 10, but
No, 9 of club.
Tiger Club.
10 of club. Come on. So,
there you go.
There you go.
Oh, wow. He now has outs.
How many outs do I have now?
4 TV.
A lot.
Your favorite, yeah. You have 60%, I have 40%.
No, that's not. You were favorite here. No. I'm just going to start.
Any club 9 or 7.
You gonna feel bad on the river or you gonna feel good?
I feel good, however I did.
No club.
Good game. Mac. Pleasure playing with you.
Nice playing with you.
Oh, absolutely. Pleasure. Sir, absolutely wonderful.
Good to play with you, mate.
Thank you.
See, and
21st place.
No,
Didn't get the pay jump. Cashes for 34,700 euros. And there is now a lack of Mac at this table.
It's alright. I knew he can have a big stack as well. It don't bother me. So,
he was unlucky with me. So
I wonder how many American players we got out at this Prague.
thank you.
Understandably, when you consider what's happening in North America
Oh,
right
that's what
now,
I mean, yeah.
with not as many as we used to.
No, of course.
Yeah.
But does that mean that it was
Save some for tomorrow.
12?
Save some for tomorrow, man. What are you doing?
25?
I know what happened.
It's crazy.
10 times. But only one time.
Would you like me to consult the Oracle?
I knew you would. Because now you're curious.
Well, Sam and I were talking about it earlier on, and we always love looking at the breakdown of nationalities at any EPT.
I think it's a good opportunity.
And the one thing I will say about Prague, more than any other stop on the tour, is it's much more of an even split. You'll see in Barcelona, in Paris, in Monte Carlo, such a heavy percentage of French players, such a heavy percentage of Spanish players. Here, Italians made up the single biggest slice of the pie.
No way.
9%.
Wow.
Followed by France, Germany, UK. These are all within 1 percentage point of each other, by the way. Israel, Czech Republic, Greece, Spain, Sweden, Poland, Netherlands, Ukraine, Romania, Norway. The USA is one of the countries that comes under others.
Oh, wow, they're grouped in.
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't even get their own category, own slice.
No problem.
Oh.
Now, let's consult the actual spreadsheet.
You see, you take it from my way.
Okay, should we do an over-under before you look?
Okay, yeah. What
I think I saw it.
Did you see it?
I think it was 13, and I guessed 12.
It's 14.
Yeah.
14 American players.
Okay. More Canadians, I would imagine?
So Canada was also in the rest of world.
23.
8.
8?
Yeah.
More Americans than Canadians?
Yep.
And I was one of the 8.
I know.
And so was Parker.
We know most
Parker and I made up 25% of the Canadians? Are we dying off? I don't know. Are we going extinct? Where's Mike Watson? Where are the Greenwoods?
This close.
Where's Isabel No Mercy Mercier?
Yeah, when you get
Tell me
10
about
times
it.
aces, you don't need kings anymore, right? Kings is dangerous, you know. Yeah. Ace
No, I
king
get
count.
three times kings as well.
Oh!
3 times kings.
You're stealing cards.
Sit and raise 80,000. One pass.
let's defend.
Oh, yeah, Vanessa Cade. We know 3
true.
of the 8. Sokolovsky's flop best here.
110.
10, bet 110,000.
Dan Kishu calling this bet of 110,000.
Yeah, half pot size bet, no backdoor diamonds here. I think this is a bit loose from Kishu. Has turned over some additional outs with that turn. A 7 would give him the bottom straight. So one more way to win, but 19% with, you know, 440,000 out there when you only have 800 is not ideal.
Board bricks out for Kishu. Can he bluff his opponent off a 6 is the question.
That would be nice. I mean, you should have all the 7Xs here. This will work against a 6. Ace 5, you would hate to lose its showdown to something like Ace Jack, Ace Queen.
Bet 175,000.
Finds the bet, and it's for about 40% pot, which isn't that large, but look how effective it is because it just looks like value, right? It looks like someone that's value betting a 9 or a 10 or a 7. Nice hand. There are the chip counts on this feature table, and you can see after that elimination of Adrian Mack, Runkin running away with the table chip lead at 5.54 million, which is good for, you know, well over 150 big blinds, I believe. Well, 130.
Still.
140, yeah.
Could well be tournament chip leader, could well have moved ahead of Genoescas. Action folded to Joshua McSwiney, who has ace deuce on the button.
MC Swiney coming at you.
A little bit of competing analysis about that last hand, Griffin, specifically about Dan Kishu's river bet. Simon Lynch says, great bet, looked like it was looking for a call. Whereas Mike Venter says, okay, he got the fold, but he should have gone 300K. Who's right?
No, I mean, I think a bigger sizing would have been more justified. You're going to have more nut hands there. Don't give your opponent a good enough price to make a call with something like a 6. I think I would have preferred a bigger bet, but I had a feeling that particular sizing was going to be just as effective, so less risk worked out.
Dan Kishu is defended from the small blind with ace 3, and there are 3 kings on the board. At this time of year, it feels appropriate.
Thank you.
Inside every poker player, there are 3 kings. George Clooney. What are the other 2? Spike Jonze. Oh, he did the movie. Wait, Spike Jonze played one of the 3 kings? Isn't he a director? He also acts.
I love the way your brain went to the movie all of a sudden. Wasn't Marky Mark one of them?
So directed by Spike Jonze, Marky Mark.
And Ice Cube.
Directed by David O. Russell. So Spike Jonze, is it Spike Jonze or Mike Wahlberg? He's not one of the kings.
Well, if this gets to Showdown, it will be a chop. It does get checked to Showdown. It is going to be a chop. And Griffin, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Especially Joshua McSwine. You can see how much he's smiling behind that bandana.
He's smiling and swining.
So these are the other two tables out in the field. 20 players spread across 3 tables. 4 more eliminations and we'll be down to 2. We'll be down to 16. Unlikely to happen during this level. We'll probably play into level 26, and hey, if we get to the end of level 26, we still have more than 16 players, so be it. So thank you to Philip, the Razor, for confirming. It's Clooney, Ice Cube, and Marky Mark. Spike Jones plays a secondary character.
Okay.
But for the avoidance of doubt, I was making a Christmas reference, not a movie set during the Iraq War reference.
No. Mine feels more relevant, but okay.
Yeah. Did you really think that's where Three Kings comes from? That it's from a film and not the song?
Yeah, it's a Spike Jones joint.
Jack 10 suited for Sokolovsky. Jacks for Dan Kishu.
30 big blinds. There is the raise. To the tune of around 3x. And Baracus going to have a real decision here on 25 big blinds. They're only playing 6-handed. I think this is a pretty cool spot to make a big fold. Yeah. Kishu, certainly a very, very capable tournament player. I mean, has gotten to an EPT final table before, but we don't see a ton of super light pre-flop 3-betting. And Sokolovsky is also going to be playing it cautiously against that 3-bet. A lot of credit being given to Kishu, and for good reason, I think.
I will see. King Jack and this one.
So we've got the New Year series starting on PokerStars very soon. This is going to take you into 2025 from December 22nd to January 14th with 352 tournaments. As you can imagine, it's events with multiple buy-in tiers. Overall guarantee of $35 million across the series. Buy-ins range from $2.20 to $5,000. There are 3 main events on the closing weekend. On Sunday, January the 12th, there's a $109 main event, a 1K main event, and a 5K main event. Each tournament, each main event offers a $1 million guarantee. And of course, tickets to the New Year series are currently being awarded via the $1 million ticket machine, which runs on Stars until January 6th. Joe Stapleton, how are you?
I'm fantastic, thank you for asking, and hello, my babies.
$20 players remaining, 4 away from being done for day 4.
Have you guys heard about the floating drones in New Jersey that nobody knows what they are?
No.
And apparently it's not a PokerStars promotion. I checked.
That's it. Blind on blind, yeah?
I'd like to think that if it was a PokerStars promotion, they'd go to the effort for having the drones in Pennsylvania and Michigan as well.
How many people there are now?
20, nothing.
It might be
yeah,
time that
nothing.
we update that
I'll
old
let you know
TV
every
show
time.
Spelunkin' with Lunkin and go Spelunkin' with Runkin.
I even don't know.
No.
17, I think.
I think 17.
What do you say,
I don't think we'll
Paul
have any-
Runkin? You want to do a little cave diving with us?
No, not this.
I'm sure that chip leader Paul Duncan Runcan would be well up for it.
Yeah, but we will play till 16 anyway, or 6 levels. There should be a page on 17.
Couple of sevens here for Melly. Runkin checks. It's got to be feeling pretty good. Gotta like a 7 in this spot. You heard the man. 40K. Not a lot of maneuverability here with Queen.
Yeah, I
4.
mean, what are you supposed to do? You're really just hoping to get that turn card.
Oh, okay.
Fine, I will pay it.
You're Romania.
No more betting.
Deuce. Hits no one. Runkin checks. Maybe get a free river here. Maybe get a free river. Maybe. Nope. $110,000, that's what it's going to cost to see another card. You have no pair, no draw. You're ahead of 8-5. And wow, 9-10. And that's it. And you are no longer ahead of 8-5 or 9-10. I guess Runkin could be planning all along to just blast off here now. Call, lead. Makes more sense than trying to get the showdown with Queen High. Okay. Checks.
Queen high.
No good.
Sevens are going to win this pot. Yeah, it's okay if you want to ask him what he was doing. It's okay. I don't really know. Do you know Griffin?
Hand, yeah?
Maybe.
Don't.
Yeah, that's what I expected, maybe.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about, to be honest, yeah. Just check.
Just bullshit. I call with bullshit. Queen high.
Oh, you got gotcha, I'm saying.
No gotcha, nothing, just queen high. What do you think? I like to give chips, you know. You know I like to give chips.
Different, eh?
I like to give 100, 200, and take 1,500,000, like this. Friendly.
Generous.
If I don't give nothing, I don't get any return. You know. But queen high, I'm even surprised I call queen high.
Queen High's his lucky hand, maybe.
No, even got
Could be.
River is good for bluff, but not lead.
Yeah, that's what I...
You bet I should. Well, of course, no reason to buy when you have the 7.
Yeah, the 2 calls there with the queen high was real sticky.
I shouldn't even look at this race.
So
Stickier than a honey glaze, you know? Runkin' Donuts.
Runkin' Dunkin'.
Runkin' Dunkin' Donuts.
And oh, look, 8-5. I was just talking about 8-5. Isn't that crazy?
You were.
They're listening. They're always listening.
85, the year of our Lord and Savior, Griffin Benger.
I am getting an Instagram ad right now for a sweater with the numbers 85 on it.
Really?
Yeah. Sokolowski defends. Pretty whack board for both hands. At least there's a heart, I guess.
I had one of those.
Another heart on the turn.
Yeah, that's a nice little street flash. Well, not proper street flash, but street and flash.
So did you end up approaching Michelle Yeoh at dinner or not?
So it's funny you should mention that.
You want to give everyone the backstory? Did you already talk about this?
We talked about the backstory.
Okay.
Yes, so I saw, you know, one of the greatest martial arts movie stars ever and recent Oscar winner, Michelle Yeoh, most recently famous from Everything Everywhere All at Once, and she's just in Wicked that just came out.
The Brother's Son.
Brother's Son.
Star Trek Discovery.
Star Trek Discovery. She's a Bond girl, which of course James mentioned.
Tomorrow Never Dies.
Yep. So I actually I went up to her and I offered her a copy of Trapped, and very surprisingly, she said, "Sweetheart," and then she took out her copy and said, "I bring it everywhere I go." No, I did not confront her. I was. She's eating dinner. She's having such a good time. Someone else did it. Someone else did it.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
How did it go over?
Really, really well. She was like, but it was beautiful in this way that it was so meaningful. It was like a young woman, you know, like it must have been in her early 20s, and it was like, you know,
you're an
girl power
inspiration.
hero stuff, and I'm just more of like, you know, oh yeah, loved you in Crouching Tiger, and you should have won Best Picture over, you know.
There
more
is
nerdy.
Yeah. I would have been embarrassed because I've sent several text messages to several friends about how attracted I am to Michelle Yeoh.
Honestly, she was so radiant.
Yeah.
She was just glowing, and she was talking constantly and really engaged. It was really, she was right in my ear, my eye view. My poor dinner guest felt, he was just like.
It was like, hey, I thought we were having dinner together.
Yeah, no. And I'd be like, ooh, that's a great dish. Can I take a photo of the dish with you in the picture? And he's like smiling, and then he like sees a photo, and it's clearly just like a shot of Michelle.
Respect.
She was also plugging, like after the whole thing, she's like, you have to go see Wicked to the people that took the photos, you know? I thought that was interesting. Like,
it is interesting. I don't think she really is that affected by Wicked's bottom line by like getting people 3 at a time to go see it, but maybe she's genuinely just proud of it.
Yeah. Advantage, but I have every hand, I have good hand.
No, I know. I'm not talking about the opening. I talk about the defending.
Yeah,
you can defend without any cards.
No, but also I have good hands. You remember? Queen high. I have queen high, and he have 9 high. And he won big blind and big blind. He is lucky, he the 7. I have the best hand.
There's no
Shouldn't really be talking over this strat talk here. We could learn something.
No, not lying.
Listen, Runkin hasn't shut up. He'll keep going. He's great. He'll probably rehash it.
For me, Jack 9 is very good card. So
yeah, sure. I mean,
with your stake, it's a very good card. I run.
Practice folds under the gun.
Yeah, but the stack.
The stack speaks, yeah. Race.
$80. Seat 6.
And this under the gun +1 raise from Runkin is about to be met with Ace King. I'm the most immature person in the entire world. This melee guy seems perfectly fine, but I just want to call him Smelly. That's all I can think about every time I see that name. I'm like, Smelly. thinking of making a Pokemon like a Pikachu, and it's just Dan Kishu as a Pikachu. And what's Pikachu say? What's this thing? Pika! Pika P? Yeah. Pika P!
No, it's more about Pikachu!
Yeah. And he goes,
You already want to give me back?
Pikachu!
I take it next time.
3-bet gets the job done.
.32 minutes left on the second last level of day 4 here at EPT Prague. Just 20 players remain. Paul Runkin, Alexander Sokolovsky, Vincent Milley, Joshua McSwiney. We got players for days. 3 tables remain.
Players.
Players.
Runkin under the gunkin. A pretty bad hand.
That's Smelly.
We're in some pay jump right now?
That's Smelly over there.
Smelly, sorry, yeah, Smelly.
80.
80,000 for ace 10.
Ace 10 for Sokolovsky. Simon Lynch asks, what is the average age of the player pool? So what you would do is you would add up all of the ages of the players, then divide it by the number of players, and that would be the average age of the players. Thank you for your question.
All right, but what's the vig on that action?
What kind of action's going your way on that?
Yeah, what's the vig?
What's the over/under?
Yeah, what's the spread?
I'll take plus 400. Vrakas is going to defend.
100. Okay.
7-7 Trey.
I've been rewatching It's Always Sunny, so I really only operate, my humor only operates in very obscure It's Always Sunny references, and the vig one was one of the Charlie one.
Did sound like a Charlie Day line.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the hardest I've ever laughed at anything is when they leave him in charge of the bar, and he's like, I know what I'm doing, and then he immediately picks up the calculator, and he goes, what are you?
C'est fou, c'est l'instant star, tu sais. C'est l'instant de star, tu sais. L'instant de star.
Oh my gosh, the audacity.
Of a 50K C-bet?
Oh no, this is just a C-bet. I thought this was a lead. Whoa. And might start a ruckus for Vrakas on this turn card. 2 spades.
Isn't Vrakas where the spice is mined? The desert planet?
That's Arrakis.
I think pretty sure it's Vrakas.
But when
Spike Jones is there.
When I lived there, it was known as a different name.
Are you watching the prequel?
Dune.
Are you watching the Dune prequel on HBO?
I am. I've only watched the first 2, I think.
I don't care about prequels.
Yeah, I'm not liking the prequels in general. I just don't care. I know where it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what happens.
You know what happens.
Yeah.
Vrakas is the aggressor now. Betting 80,000, relatively small.
I just don't. Yeah, this is an interesting hand here. we should.
Ooh, an ace-10 is not folding.
Yeah, two different flush draws you could be up against here. This ace high feels like it's going to be good a decent amount of the time. 8 river.
I mean,
Frax in the lead.
There was a lot of equity there. You river an 8, and it's top pair.
Yeah.
Does that mean you also don't like The Mandalorian?
I mean, The Mandalorian's not really a prequel. That's just an annoying thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to get you banned. Yep. I think.
Luckily, we got a very interesting hand here. Vracus now value betting 130,000.
Yeah, like, Joe, this is a really, really interesting hand. But you know what would make it less interesting?
What?
If I knew that Paul Runkin won the tournament already.
That's true.
If this was a prequel, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right.
Like, okay, cool hand, but like, this is, you know, I already know.
Well, no, it would be like if Paul Runkin.
That's the problem with prequels.
If he won like the next 9 tournaments this year, but we haven't seen this one yet.
Yeah. And we need to watch this like 600K pot between Vracus and Sokolovsky as he does
gets the call.
Oh, gets the showing the king first and thinking, you know, seeing the king of spades, like, yeah, I got him. 8 of spades. Ew, did me dirty.
That's good, man.
Oh boy, it looks like we may have an elimination. Not an elimination yet. The board hasn't been run. What is this, a 3-way all-in?
I don't know if you're allowed to do
Siegfried
that.
Capeller with queens. Ace-king for Pavel. Ace-10 for Fabian Boschduck. So the ace-10 has outflopped the ace-king, but the queens are still out in front. That's a table knock. Capeller's queens hold, takes the whole pot. Bartusz eliminated in 20th place. That is Bartusz. 39,950 euros though, 40K. We're really getting into the good stuff. And Wojciechowski is now short.
1, 3, 2, right?
As he'll be doubling up.
Still alive?
Siegfried Capeller.
My fan. Outside this one.
39,950. That leaves us with 19 players. 3 more eliminations. And we're going to call it a day. There's a pay jump at 17. 16 and 17. We'll make a little bit more money than what you're seeing on your screen right now.
I still have time to come back. I'm small blind now.
You may have time, but do you have the chips? Another sweet sweater scarf combo there by our recently winner of that 3-way all-in.
I know why I'm doing it. Of course, you have your plan, I have my plan, he have his plan.
3 eliminations till the Prague strip club gets busy. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Jose, I've had to put you in, I've had to give you a little spanking in the past, but I'm gonna let that one through. Sokolovsky under the gun with the Grafton. The strawberry Grafton. Elliot on Twitch asks, how long will this stream last? That's right, Elliot. Thank you for your question. And we are over to Melly in the big blind.
Simple jack.
The jacked up deuce.
In the club. We all simple jack.
Does not play the suited hand. I don't really like the term strip club. I prefer to call it analog camming.
It's a pinball, huh?
Junie Boy wants to know, Griff, is it sometimes a good idea to push all in blind to show some dominance and masculinity at the table? And he spelled masculinity with a K. So it's like extra hard.
Yeah, that is pretty hard. That's sharp. All those sharp, toxic edges of the letter K.
Yeah. Nobody wants that soft, round soy boy C in there.
Yeah, no. Looking at your cards like some sort of freaking libtard.
Spelunkin with Runkin. Button raise. That's a nice one. Nice to get that through. Do I identify as Alpha or Sigma? You know there's a new one now, Sigma, right?
Yeah, I haven't really followed the rise of Sigma.
It's like S tier basically.
Okay.
You can see, yeah? Yeah, but there's no problem. I don't mind.
I think
100,000, 200, it's okay. If it's not little, 500,000.
No, because it's beyond the strike.
No, it's okay, it's okay. You can see, it's 1 million.
I go like this.
1.140.
I go like this.
45, sorry.
I can go with Zephyr on this one. I'm more of a Ligma.
145.
Griffin, do you do baseball cards? I know you do baseball.
No, not really.
There's like this guy Skeens.
Well, Skeens, yeah.
Skeens, he's the hot card right now.
He is the hot card.
I'm in a break that starts soon.
Okay, nice. Folded all over to Paul the Munchkin Runkin.
Don't forget S. Melly.
You know what's interesting is that he gives off like he would smell good. So
yeah,
Melly's like a compliment. He gets like has a really good cologne.
I guess there's good smelly. Like
Yeah.
when you walk in a Yankee Candle store, it's smelly.
Yeah, but I think the word smelly has a negative comment.
Well, he also seems like a very nice guy, so like I don't really want to do it, but it's right there.
Yeah.
How much?
McSwiney.
How much?
I'm just joking.
Yeah, quite a large shove there from McSwiney, recognizing the very, very wide opens. I mean, there was just a Jack 7 open from Runkin on the button.
You see, sometimes I have
I
aces.
had more than I thought.
Sorry?
I had more than I thought, I guess.
Sometimes I have aces.
Sometimes. Yeah. 10 times today.
10 times today? Well, fucking twice the level, so I'm there to one. In 18 minutes I will have aces again.
Yeah. He's playing the odds. You shouldn't get it for 3 weeks now when you got it 10 times.
In a day. So 2 times the level. It will come. 18 minutes left to come. One time. Then hopefully.
Manifested, I love it. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Referencing the 18 and a half minutes left on this level, but we are going to play one more after this if we don't get to 16 soon. Bridge to Clarity says a box break is the sports version of loot boxes, which is hilarious because which one do you think existed first?
Not even joking.
Baseball cards or video games? I'm gonna give you a hint. It's the ones printed on paper.
What do you think is the most current, most expensive NFT? I mean, that space is mostly crashed to near death, right?
I think the
like, is there some Bored Ape that's still six, 7 figures?
I think the rocks are still worth something.
Really?
Yeah.
Curious.
I think
never
someone just sold their rock.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you kind of dabble? Get a little. You dabble. Oh, you just. You're wearing it on your face.
A little bit.
Yeah. Did you
Because
lose
here's what
money
happened.
overall?
Here's what-
You must have. I guess everyone did. You didn't.
Yeah, but I
sell
never
it
bought
at the
anything.
top.
I never bought anything expensive either, though. Like
I remember my friends were like, a couple of them were like trading and like making money and stuff. I don't know. I just wasn't interested. It felt kind of dumb to me.
It did feel dumb to me. Here's the problem. One of my closest friends had like 3 beeples in an ape.
What's a beeple?
A beeple was the artist who like does a lot of NFT art. He was like at the forefront.
Okay.
Runkin continuing with King 10. Kishu's gonna call here.
Kishu a little out of line here, both pre-flop. I mean, on the flop's fine, but probably shouldn't be in this hand. So
yeah,
hope he can get lucky with.
He likes to play.
Back. Listen.
He's here to play.
To play.
It's the year of Romania. Look at this. Romania on Romania.
Yeah. Look at this guy just barreling.
35,000.
Look at
I could see Kishu stationing the whole way here. I think we've seen that from him in the past.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne. The Romaniac wants to see a river, doesn't believe his fellow countrymen. Show me better, dude.
And the flopped flush draw comes in now.
Oh, and you're reaching for some chips.
This would be so sick to turn this into a bluff and King High has to fold. Is he gonna? Oh, is he gonna? Come on!
My God.
Or is he doing this to try to get a check back?
Yeah, right. Like, wow. This is the level.
Yeah. Love it. Love that move.
He's a storyteller.
It's right.
He's a filmmaker.
And it worked.
That was awesome.
It worked.
Tricky.
Yeah, the audience eating out of the palm of his hand.
Yeah, hey, man.
A CryptoPunk was sold in March of this year for $16 million.
Oh, shut up.
Says Ed Kilworth, who I believe.
No way.
Yeah, the punks, I think people are pretty much over the apes. I think that they're still relatively high. I think they're still in the 5 figures, a lot of them, but...
I feel like Brian Rast still has his display picture, maybe as like a punk.
I think when I said rock just sold for a lot, I think I meant the punk. I knew it was like one of the very, very simple ones. But yeah, so I did get involved a little bit in that I was like, I got into NFL All Day, which was like the official NFL NFT.
Okay.
NBA Top Shot. I probably dropped a couple of grand buying Top Shot packs, but I still have unopened packs of Series 1 Top Shot.
Ooh. What are you waiting for, baby?
I mean, I don't think they're worth much right now, but if people come back round to it ever. What else? Oh, and I bought a bunch of Street Fighter packs on the Street Fighter release day which I'm sure are worth absolute garbage right now. It's nothing, but
You know what I was thinking about the other day?
I don't know. Are you going to tell me? I'm sorry.
No, I was Kishu's deal with limping in the small blind. Just noticing. I was thinking about how, you know, there's that whole expression where it's like, you never know the last time that you're going to go outside and play with your friends. Heard this expression?
Yeah, I think yes. Not that specific, but a version of that.
I feel that way about you and I playing Ninja Turtles together.
That was the one time that we ever...
I thought it was like, you know, we kind of got through some levels. We played for an hour and 2 hours. I was like, oh, this is gonna be our little hobby together, and we just didn't play it.
I think of you often when I turn on my PlayStation.
Oh, well, that's something.
Kishu folds Jack 7.
Button's good, man.
Thank you. Let's see what else is going out on the rest of the field here.
All right, jeez. Is there anything happening at an outer table right now? No? Okay. Oh! Whoa, that was a coincidence.
Yeah.
Anton Bergstrom versus, shoving over what looks like a pretty big bet from Sylvia Studniarz. The board is 8, Trey 10, 10, 7, and Sylvia had bet $1 million.
That's a lot of chips.
Sylvia calls, gets shown a straight, and was up against trips. Big pot here for Bergstrom.
Wow.
But it still looks like Sylvia has tons of chips.
Yeah, last we checked in on her, she had somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 million. But if there was a bet of $1 million and then a shove, that could represent, you know,
a lot.
50% of her stack.
And Dan Kishu is calling. Okay, it sounded like all in. Unfortunately, call and all in are really close in the universe.
Yeah, listen, I appreciated Kishu's, ambitious big blind call with a 3-deuce and call down on 2 streets, but this one's pretty out of line. Against an under-the-gun open with ace-8 off, we're going to need to, I think, fold this on 26 bigs effective, or mix it a 3-bet.
Brunken out in the big blind.
Does happen to be against a portion of Melly's range, though, that he's technically ahead against, which is nice. So what do I know?
Which is nice. Oh, you haven't seen Caddyshack, so you can't really even quote that.
No.
6, 5 deuce. We're going to see him station. Oh, he's not going to have to. Not even going to have to face any flop pressure. He's going to check to see if he has the ace of hearts. He does not.
And Melly, even though should have the range advantage with that under the gun, doesn't have a lot of room, 25 bigs, to fight back against that bet and lets it go. So he should find interesting ways to win chips here, all the way up to 45 big blinds, nearly 2 million.
McSwiney with Jack 9 suited. It's a fun one. We all like this hand. We all like the Jack 9 suited. By the way, Alberto writes in and says a bad lookalike for McSwiney is Kenny from South Park. Practice is going to fold king 5 on the button. Runkin. It sounds like how Scooby-Doo would say Duncan. Runkin' roll nuts. Ace queen for Melly.
Yeah, an argument to shove 25 big ones. We're only playing 6-handed here, but I think a call is interesting as well.
Oh, baby.
Stay quite under-repped.
Wow. Under-repped indeed. Top pair. Very good kicker for Melly. Sweeney also flops pretty good here. Jack is going to be ahead of most hands that are calling. The big blind.
We have to promise each other that if, God forbid, McSwiney ever busts, that we do a, you know, what happens at the end of every South Park episode bit.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry.
Good. Make sure we'll make sure one of us is in the booth.
Easy call here for Melly.
I almost would like to see a raise.
I think that is a raise.
I mean, yeah. Listen, if you're somehow your opponent has ace, king, jacks, pocket sixes, it's just like you're gonna go broke anyway. You may as well rep super thin with a check raise and get value from weaker aces, maybe a sticky jack. I mean, this probably won't make a lot of sense to McSwiney.
This is the last one?
No, another level.
One more.
It does fold.
Okay. Or 3 people to bust.
Yeah, but
I think we'll play the full level.
Yeah. Seems like I mean, sometimes you never know, you know.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it seems like, yeah.
If I get aces a few more times, we will get there.
Just 6 minutes left.
6 minutes left on the level.
Yes, I was saying that.
Not 6 minutes left on the Year of Romania. Griffin, what's your Instagram? Griff Benger, right?
Yeah.
Trying to plug our Instagrams a little bit more if you want to follow me, InstaStapes, Griff Benger, Mr. James Hartigan, and PokerStars. I end up doing a lot of fun stuff on the PokerStars channel. It's a good way to feel like you're here without really being here. If you follow the PokerStars Instagram. We mostly just stick to the poker here on the live stream. But on the Instagram channel, there's a lot more of like the side events.
Yeah.
Not just poker ones. Runkin with 5 high. Sokolovsky with 4 high. Both of them suited. Both of them on suit. Hey, I saw Reacher Season 3 has a release date.
Yeah.
Soon, right?
Soon.
Queen, Jack 8. Both players on the way to playing the board. What episode is Nikki in?
She claims the first one.
The first episode?
Yeah.
Cool.
I know.
I hope that she's the first older lady that Reacher batters and kills.
I thought you were going to say a different B word. Yeah, I hope not.
Will that be hard for you to watch, even though it's make-believe?
I've watched her die.
How does she get it in cube?
She gets dropped off the cube.
Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
There could be a Tremopoline down there for all we know.
She might not be dead.
Yeah.
Although she didn't return in Hypercube.
Yeah. Hypercube.
Which I never watched.
Not great.
No?
Cube's a gem. Like, Cube is like a indie darling.
Yeah.
Hypercube is like comedy.
Right.
Because it involves, I think if I'm remembering correctly, it involves like 2 people that work in the cube and they're like bumbling idiots.
Okay, interesting. I did wonder why that didn't catch on, though. Putting hyper in front of movie names like
A title.
Hyper Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
You know?
Hyper Fockers.
Yeah.
Thanks for the Instagram shout out, Ed K. Ace Jack of the diamond variety for Runkin.
Shiny apple juice,
Oh,
call it in the streets.
Boy. It doesn't taste like apples.
That's because it's so shiny.
Sokolovsky with a decision, with the dominating hand, out of position.
Kind of tricky, right? 42 big blinds.
Wow.
Feels like you don't really want a 3-bet call. Feels way too tight to just flat. So, yeah, I'm kind of into this shove. It's a lot of chips, obviously. I think Duncan will probably know better about calling this many, but it is taking pause for him because it's, you know, he's been opening so wide, and you know, when you're a chip leader of a table and you've been opening so wide, suddenly you have a sparkly near premium, and you're just thinking, well, what is this like? I'm just raising and there's a shove. Yeah, he knows it's too much. He knows it.
I go all in, no problem. You 3-bet, 4-bet all in. Snap, 4-bet all in.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting. This is one of those situations where it actually would have benefited Sokolovsky to take the higher variance route and 3-bet call because he would have got in the worst ace jack
It's not
suited.
legal or something.
It's legal, of course it's legal. I just
As it stands, he does win the pot.
He's the teacher here. He was
No, I
teaching
never
us.
teach.
No, you said you
teachable
3-bet
moment, yeah.
all in. I mean,
I go all in, yeah, that's fair fight. It's fair fight. If you 3-bet,
Perhaps
go
you
all in,
don't
it's
want
fair
that.
yeah, well, so we have.
No?
fight. Like this.
Maybe you don't want him to go all in, right?
That's the problem, you see.
He will figure out when he sees
Soon, very
footage.
soon, yeah.
Maybe half an hour.
Yeah.
Either way, you won the pot.
My life is okay anyway.
That's a Griffin Benger line.
Serbia.
Kind of.
Neighbor.
Right.
Is that exactly what you say? My life is okay anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah or not?
Me no.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Most of them, yeah.
Dragonfly asks, where can I check pay jumps? That I would use the internet.
No, I would have collided.
Thank you for your question.
I said it a bit more
So
dramatically.
you Orthodox, that's what I think.
Final handle level.
Varakis.
18 seconds. Yeah, Varakis.
Ace Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have to get it soon.
Sokolovsky with the pointy Grafton on the button.
Why is it pointy? Spades?
Yeah, spade has a point at the end.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see it.
I mean, technically diamonds have 4 points. Oh boy, McSwiney with ace 10.
Usually you have no point.
Ah, that's good. Wow, somehow just calls. And Dan Kishu, yeah, he likes to play. He's in. He's in with the Jack-9.
Dankisha.
You can understand why there wouldn't be a
Continue,
3-bet, by the way, in the small blind against an under-the-gun raise. And
Queen, 8, 10.
how about ace, king, 9, and 2 diamonds?
That is
That's a pair.
not good.
And a
for
pair.
Kenny.
And a pair. You might get your chance to say it here,
I might.
Griff. Swiney going nowhere. He is in, and Kishu is going to overcall. What say you, dealer, on the turn? to king. So aces and kings now.
Yeah, I think if this was heads up, it would still be troublesome for McSweeney. I mean, it's still kind of troublesome, obviously, right? Like, he's still significantly behind the ace-queen, but this could very well play as a check back for Varakis, being worried that one of these two players has a king. It takes away a street of betting, you know? Quite possibly. Even if it is still bet here from Varakis, I don't think he would be coming out swinging on the river. So it makes this a two-street pot, which means, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make my South Park reference.
Two-street pot.
Yeah.
Maximum. Maybe it'll be a one-street pot by the river.
Which would have meant just the flop, though.
Yeah. The flop being a street.
Yeah, I mean, if you check back here and the river was a diamond, yeah, I think you're right.
I don't think it's a whole lot of rivers, but...
And McSweeney now, this is quite strong. Would be very erratic for Varakis to bet twice here with nothing. And that's a very disciplined hold to a 20% pot. I mean, that's really, 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 really nice.
Dan, you got a hero here.
I mean, at this point, is that Kenny Hallert?
Oh, yeah. Was he at your final table?
He was. Great player. Oh no, Kishi, no.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
So yeah, just fallen for the bait.
Not good enough. Not
such
good
a
enough.
small bet.
And I guess that's part of the reason why he really shouldn't be calling that bet right there, because
He wants
to the
you,
jack is no
in there.
good.
He wants you in there.
Kishu gives away a little bit there.
Send us to the break.
God, I wanted to fold pre-flop. Should have trusted my gut.
Great instincts from McSweeney.
Oh, we have one more level. Or is that it?
One more level or here, right? 3 eliminations.
One more level. I thought that was.
Yeah, I'm saying enjoy your break.
Oh shit! I thought that was it. All right.
Nope. Good thing he asked. That would be awkward.
Yeah.
We are going to stick with this feature table, so we'll be seeing these players come back, unless one of them thinks it is the end of the day, in which case we won't see that person come back. Things went from everyone being pretty deep today to everyone being kind of shallow now. Paul Runkin's got over 100 big blinds, but everyone else is kind of in ICM jail, except for Josh McSweeney at this point, who's got the shortest stack at the table. So, you heard him. We're going to play one more full level or till we get down to 16 here on day 4, EPT Prague 2024, back in 18 minutes.
Vogelsang, ace-5. Starts the hand with 23 bigs. Completes. Patrick with ace-9.
I mean, this is a problem.
This is a domination situation in favor of the Finn.
I think it's just a shove, guys.
He's all in.
Yep.
Patrick shoves on Vogelsang. Is Christoph going to call it off here?
Yeah, he doesn't feel good about this. It's like, that was quite a quick shove. I mean, what are you going to do? Soul read Patrick Antonius, but did that feel like you found the like obscure shove with suited?
There's the call. And this could be it.
Yeah.
Now, we've been in this spot before, so we know that things can change on the turn of every card. But as things stand, Patrick Antonius is the favorite, a 60% favorite to win the super high roller here in Monaco.
Yeah, and it's big, very, very big for both of these. I'm sure Patrick would love to take this title down in his hometown.
The flop. King, Queen, 4. Ace-9 is holding. There is a 26% chance of a chop. Right now, Christoph Vogelsang looking for a 5 to get that all-important double up.
Yeah, even the club working for Antonius.
Turn card is a queen. More chop opportunities now.
Is this the moment? Patrick Antonius is crowned super high roller champion of Monte Carlo.
Time for the river card to be dealt. It's a 9. Torilla, the Finn, is the champion.
Sai taputtaa.
Patrick Antonius takes down the EPT 2024 Monte Carlo super high roller for nearly €2 million. Back to the main stage. Action on Shabalin. He folds. Victor's out.
Told you he was a nit.
Round to Alves. And now Low, who has ace-jack.
Another big ace and not that many chips.
He is all in for just shy of 28K. Clement Tarmakov folds. Action on Mo.
Schwabi.
He's got ace-king. This is a great spot for Mo.
Only one move to make here, but given that it's his first time, I can see why he might take his time.
All in.
He reshoves with just the big blind to get through.
Nobody ever expects Sockhead.
Oh no, this is a terrible spot for Mo.
All in. But a great spot for Sockhead.
A three-way all-in.
Wow.
Vichurek with the best hand, and he has both players covered. Low's drawing super thin. Mo needs an ace.
Very sick. I was in one earlier today.
King's there. You got 2 outs.
Yeah.
You have 2 outs and you have
3 outs.
3 outs.
Not really.
This is what Jack 5.
Check.
Oh, now you're being greedy.
The flop is 10-8-3. Vichurek now an 83% favorite to eliminate 2 players. The turn card has Low drawing dead. He's definitely out. Mo needs an ace on the river.
Good games.
Good game.
Barry Greenstein.
The river card
No.
is the case king.
Nice hand.
Mo's gone.
And so is Low.
That's a sick cooler.
It is very sick.
It's a pleasure playing with you, man.
Pleasure playing with you too.
Okay, bud. All right. Good game. Take care, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Playing with you, man.
Good game, man.
I think you got me covered.
I haven't seen a cooler that bad since the entire country of Canada. Almost cold enough to need to wear a sock on your head.
Good games.